club crest for the remainder of the season. And just at the moment, a number of the Worcestershire players are just consoling one another and briefly embracing each other. It was a poignant moment here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Get you the match details in a moment. Myself, Ben Watts, I'll be joined by Frank Watson for the commentary, and we've just had the minute's applause here at Canterbury. The two sets of teams lining up on the boundary's edge in their whites. The Worcestershire players with the number 33 underneath the club crest on their jerseys in memory of Josh Baker, the 20-year-old who sadly passed away last week, and he will be very much in the minds of his former teammates as they return to cricketing action this week. No game for Worcestershire last week. They were back in training on Tuesday. His mum and dad, Josh's mum and dad, came and attended that first practice. And yeah, very poignant moment, just as the two sets of players took up that minute's applause. And then just afterwards, the Worcestershire players embracing one another ahead of this match. So a really fitting way for both teams to remember, in Worcestershire's case, a former teammate, and in the case of some Kent players, a former opponent. County cricket certainly feels like it's come together, it's been united over the past week or so in the wake of the tragic news, and lovely to see both teams really acknowledge that moment. This morning, on an emotional morning here at Canterbury, it's bright and sunny, perfect conditions for a game of cricket. Worcestershire have won the toss and will be batting first, so their two openers will be heading out to the middle very shortly, along with the Kent fielders, who are all wearing black armbands, as the Worcestershire batters, who I can't quite see from my view at the moment, they will be wearing black armbands this week, of course, in memory of Josh. But yeah, all the spectators inside the ground as well, standing up to applaud and take in that moment. I was chatting to Matt Walker ahead of the game, and he was saying he didn't know Josh personally, but was aware of him as an opponent, reading some lovely words in various interviews with Alan Richardson, the Worcestershire head coach, this week, talking about Josh and his character and what a funny guy he was in the dressing room, and bright young individual and talent. Of course, that will have affected his teammates. Richardson was talking about how, you know, some of those young guys in that dressing room have never really experienced grief before, so yeah, it would have been a strange week for them, I'm sure. Frank Watson has joined me in the commentary box, having been down pitch side for that moment, Frank, and yeah, it was quite something, wasn't it?
It was. It actually got to me, and I think one or two of the players a little bit more than we might have thought it would. Just such an emotional thing, and it, you know, even before the applause, that minute or so that everybody was just silent was quite touching, and yeah, I think it's just brought it all back, really. It's been a tough week or two, or 10 days or so, as I say, for the Worcestershire players, 9 days, and this is their first opportunity, I guess, if you look at it positively, to put in a performance dedicated to their former teammate. but it's still very raw. It was a real shock, and I don't think anybody quite knows what the reaction's going to be, to be honest, really. But that was a lovely gesture, and I think, you know, I've said this before on the radio since Josh passed, and the response of, for want of a better phrase, the cricket family, you know, all the counties, quite a few of them having silences and wearing black armbands and so on in the last round of games when Worcestershire weren't playing. It's been very comforting, I know, to Josh's family and to the members at the club, and cricket at its best. You know, it's a cliche and we say these things, but it is a bit of a cricket family, and there was a real feeling out there today, even from the Kent supporters and so on. I think that the game, not just Worcestershire, but the game has lost somebody. So yeah, quite moving. But we've got to move on. Got to get thinking about this one. And Worcestershire now, the opening batsman, Gareth Rodrick and Jake Libby, will be focusing, I'm sure, on the task ahead, really. And it should be. They've won the toss and chosen to bat, and it's a nice day. And this pitch, you know, as you said to me earlier, Ben, it might do a little bit early on, but you would think that it will be pretty good for batting over the next 2 or 3 days. So they will want to get a decent score on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and just in terms of the team news for this one, Frank, I think it's one change.
One change for Worcestershire. Adam Finch drops out. He's played in every game, I think, so far. Young seamer. They've had a rotational policy, like I think most counties do these days, and he drops out and is replaced by Nathan Smith, Kiwi, returning, who's Worcestershire's leading wicket taker so far this season, and was missed in the last game, but he took his turn out. He'd had a long season in New Zealand before he came over as well, so he's back in. That's welcome, but a batting job first before he plays a part with the ball.
Yeah, he's done a fine job, hasn't he? Just looking on from afar, taking a number of wickets, and yeah, seemingly slotted in really nicely.
Yeah, very aggressive cricketer. Came off the back of a season in the Plunket Shield that Wellington won, and he was voted, I think, the most valuable player, was the leading wicket taker, and hit the ground running with Worcestershire. He's aggressive, quick at the batsman, that sort of bowler, but he's also contributed well with the bat. So yeah, he's made a good start. But today, one hopes for Worcestershire it's a batting day, not a bowling day.
One change to the Kent team as well, that won at Lancashire last week, with new overseas Bayers Swanepoel coming into the side. So that's the only change for Kent. Grant Stewart sliding out of the team. Fairly like-for-like swap in terms of being a bowling all-rounder. So yeah, the new South African overseas is in the 11 and out there on debut. And Kent's other overseas, Wes Agar, looks like he's going to get us up and running with the new ball.
And the South African Bayers Swanepoel, will he open the bowling? Is he's an all-rounder, or is he? Yeah, all-rounder.
Yeah, he is. Whether he will open the bowling is an interesting one. Nathan Gilchrist obviously bowled so well last week.
Didn't he? Yeah.
Here's Wes Agar then from the Nackington Road end to get us underway. Left alone outside the off stump by Gareth Rodrick. So yeah, I'm not wholly sure whether it'll be Bayers or Nathan Gilchrist that'll get us underway from this pavilion.
I wasn't trying to put you on the spot.
It's one of those where I'm going to be learning about him as the game unfolds. But yeah, he's a fast medium bowler. So.
And you've got Charlie Stobo coming soon. Is that right?
Correct.
Got an interest there. I'll tell you about that in a minute.
Yeah.
Got a real interest.
Cost thousands when it comes to overseas players here at Kent this season. As Wes Agar bowls, it's just slid away down the slope by Gareth Rodrick. A nice little glance into the leg side to get him off the mark.
Yeah, Charlie Stobo. I'm very interested because I played with his dad.
Oh yeah.
Richard Stobo, who only played 2 or 3 games for New South Wales, but came over and played for my club Old Hill in the Birmingham League, and During the week, he didn't have anything to do, so he used to just come and crash on the floor in the house that I was sharing with a couple of other young teachers at the time.
Yeah.
And a really, really good chap and a good bowler.
Agar to Jake Libby, the other opening batsman for Worcester.
And yeah, but he only played 1 year in the Birmingham League, Richard Stobo, but he'll be fondly remembered in those parts. He was quick. And you know, didn't quite make it. Played a couple of the times, I think, for New South Wales, but it's not a very common name. And then when I saw a Stobo playing for Western Australia, I thought, well, it's got to be the same family. And sure enough, it's Richard's son. But he's not here yet. I was hoping I might get a chat with him, but he's not here.
He's here on the 20th of April, right, I believe.
Yeah.
So with 3 slips in the gully, where's Agar bowls. So yeah, at one point in time, as Agar tips that onto the stumps at the bowler's end, there will be 4 overseas players here that are being employed in some capacity by Kent, because Xavier Bartlett's come in for the first 8 games of the Blast. Whereas Agar's here till the end of July, and then it'll be Stobo and Bayers Swanepoel until the end of the season. So comes Wes Agar in and bowling. Defended away into the offside. There'll be an update very shortly for BBC Radio Kent. Worcestershire 1 without loss, with 1 delivery remaining in the opening over of this match. Where's Agar in? Defended back up the pitch. In fact, just gently patted up the pitch, and Libby comes through for a single. So both batters are off the mark. So Worcestershire 2 without loss after the opening over of the game. Yeah, we're underway here at a sunny Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, and we've had a poignant moment ahead of this game because, of course, it's the first time Worcestershire are in action since the passing of Josh Baker last week, 20-year-old spinner who sadly passed away, and his teammates were out around the boundaries edge along with the Kent players at around about 10 to 11 for a minute's applause ahead of this game. And there was a lovely moment of silence as well as the players all lined up and got ready for that. So Josh very much being remembered this week. Both sets of players are wearing black armbands in his memory as we just see the ball pass by the wicketkeeper. Bayers Swanepoel, the new overseas South African signing for Kent, making his debut, has got the ball in hand, with Worcestershire winning the toss and deciding to bat first in this one. So they are up and running. Both of the 2 openers have scored their 4 without loss. Commentary continues via the BBC Sport app and website, and we'll have regular updates throughout the day.
Interesting start there for just give me the pronunciation once again, Ben.
Bayers Swanepoel.
Swanepoel, we're saying, right, because it seemed back after it had passed the stumps, that one from Swanepoel. Yeah, he's in again now and he bowls, and that's a half volley which Libby drives sweetly through extra cover for 4. Nice firm push by Libby, no more, running away down the slope to the boundary out on the offside. So 8 runs from those first 2 deliveries from Swanepoel. First 4 byes. Just died on the keeper as well. Went past the stumps, then seamed back or swung back and died, and went away for 4 byes. So Worcestershire go to 10 without loss, I think. 12 without loss. As Swanepoel comes in again and bowls, and beats Libby's one that goes the other way this time. That one going off the seam. Did it go? No, it didn't. It's 8 without loss. You're right. I thought it didn't go all the way. It was and he must. Yeah, it was 2 byes, wasn't it?
Yeah, I lost track of the ball, to be honest, but that's what they've got up on the
2 byes.
The scoreboard.
So we've had 2 byes off the first ball, 4 off the second, and a play and miss off the third, which looks as though it went the other way, hit the seam and went away from the right-handed Libby. Swanepoel in again from the pavilion and bowls, and he's over pitching again, and Libby is again driving through extra for 4, so 2 boundaries for Libby in this over, and Swanepoel just, well, he's getting a little bit of lateral movement, but he's obviously a bowler that bowls of pretty full length by the look of it, and he's trying to give it a chance to do a bit, and he's just got it wrong a couple of times.
That's the thing, isn't it? Sometimes when you do see a bit of swing as a seam bowler, you can get a little bit, for want of a better word, greedy, and just pitch it up a little bit too much.
Well, you've got to pitch it up to swing it, I suppose. He's in again now, bowls. That one is a little bit shorter and nips back and hits Libby on the thigh pad. Possibly just run his fingers over the seam on that one a little bit. Nip back at Libby, drop down on the offside. Bit of excitement behind the stumps, but no proper appeal. 12 without loss, Worcestershire then, having won the toss. Last ball of the second over by Swanepoel. Bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Libby. And that is the end of the second over. Worcestershire 12 for no wicket. They've made 1 change today. Nathan Smith comes back into the side and Adam Finch has dropped out. Beautiful sunny day here at the Spitfire Ground, Canterbury, as it always is when I can. Last time I was here it was very, very warm, and we're in a very warm commentary box. Windows open, fan on, but we're still feeling it.
So where's Agar from the Nackington Road end? Defended away here by Gareth Rodrick. Worcestershire 12 without loss. Lively first over for Bayers Swanepoel. But a pleasant start for the visiting team and a couple of lovely drives from Jake Libby, who is, well, a bit of a class act, to be honest. Jake Libby, and great to see his talent back in Division 1. Rodrick driving back down the ground and hits the stumps again at the far end. It happened in the previous over, didn't it? But this time, where's Agar not touching it onto the stumps? Gareth Roderick's another one, really, who has kind of reinvented himself a little bit in recent times as an opening batter.
Yeah, he's taken on this role. I mean, obviously, as a keeper, I think it works best if you bat first, if you're an opener. And he's had some tough ones where he's kept wicket all day, or maybe even longer than a day, and then gone into bat. But he relishes it.
Agar to him. Former Gloucestershire man, defended away into the offside.
And it's been said many times by me and by lots of other people that, you know, he made the move from Gloucestershire to Worcestershire, and it didn't go well initially. It took a long time for him to settle, and you know, he had a tough time on and off the field for a year or so, but very, very integral member of the side now.
Experienced campaigner, facing up to Agar, defends this back up the pitch once more. So early signs that this is indeed a good batting track, as you would expect. Generally here at Canterbury that it will be on the drier side, with the idea from certainly Kent's point of view that Matt Parkinson will come into the game as it goes on. Playing a lot further down the square this week, actually, as Agar bowls, driven by Rodrick, but straight to extra cover. The pitch we played on for the Surrey game was a lot further up the slope towards the hospital side of the ground and the Les Ames stand, but probably just a couple down from the most central pitch actually this week.
It's good size, isn't it? You can play almost, you can get away with almost being anywhere on that square, can't you? Even on the far side.
So Agar bowls, defended away once again by Rodrick, and that is a maiden over from Agar. So a good start from him. 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 2. Trying to continue his form from the win at Old Trafford, where he took 7 wickets in the match.
Yeah, Worcestershire will be playing their first game at New Road, not in the next round, but the round after that. And I think the likelihood is, having been there yesterday, that they're going to be on the far side, the cathedral side of the square, and that's about where the ground is recovering the most quickly. Just break off as Swanepoel comes in again from the pavilion and then bowls, and Libby drives again into the offside. He won't get 4 this time. Drummond running back from mid-off. Good sliding pick-up and throw on the turn. 2 more runs to Libby though. Takes him into double figures. And Worcestershire to 14 without loss. Still a concern at New Road of a particular area of the outfield just off the square on the pavilion side, where it was underwater for weeks and weeks and weeks. But we are very hopeful that we will have cricket at New Road in a couple of weeks' time. Swanepoel again bowls, and again he gets it right this time. Really good length. Libby drawn into it, beaten outside the off stump through to Finch. 3 slips in place for Kent, and well, you're always hopeful at slip, but in this first hour perhaps they are even more alert than at any other time. As Swanepoel bowls again, and Libby is turned round a little bit by this one, fullish in length, middle and leg, looking to play it on the onside. Kind of leading edge, just runs out on the offside. No great danger, a little bit uncertain, as is entitled to be in this first hour. Good crowd in, I reckon, and it'll get bigger. Beautiful day for watching cricket. You need a bit of sun cream on, I think. There's a lot of exposed areas here at this ground, and the crowd bathed in bright warm sunshine as Swanepoel bowls again to Libby, and he pushes up to mid-on, and there's no run. Quick sneeze, hope it's not hay fever. Doesn't seem very long ago that I was sitting at Kidderminster, in fact it's 2 weeks, isn't it, saying it's the coldest I've ever been commentating on cricket, and here we are sweltering as Swanepoel is in again and bowls, and Libby is back and plays this one into the offside, and there's no run. 14 without loss then. Worcestershire winning in toss and choosing. It's about 1 change for them. Adam Finch dropping out, Nathan Smith coming back in, and 1 change also for Kent, with this man, Bayers Swanepoel, coming in for a debut, and he replaced Grant Stewart from the team that won at Old Trafford. Swanepoel in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Libby, and taken by Finch behind the stumps. End of the 4th over. A couple of player misses, no huge alarms yet for Worcestershire. Rodrick has 1, Libby has 11, and Worcestershire are 14 without loss. One imagines that Brett D'Oliveira had little hesitation this morning when he won the toss in choosing to bat.
Yeah, it's one of those that sometimes it can be an okay toss to lose here at Canterbury, because the perception would be, yeah, absolutely, get out there and bat. But sometimes if it's going to do anything, it's the first morning.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? Worcestershire now really without a recognised spinner, probably thinking that they don't want to be the team batting last.
Drilled down the ground by Rodrick, over pitch from Wes Agar. Beautifully played. The early signs are that this is indeed a good track to be batting on, the way that Jake Libby and Gareth Rodrick have jumped onto the front foot and got drives away to the boundary. So 18 without loss, Worcestershire. early stages of this Division 1 game. And, well, start of the season, Frank, these two teams, according to the bookies, were going to be utterly useless and get relegated comfortably and had no chance of winning the title.
Yeah.
And here they are sitting in 6th and 7th in the table, having both started pretty well. As Wes Agar is in and bowling, left alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, well, Kent particularly, I think, getting that win at Old Trafford, tremendous. You know, real boost that. Interesting talking about tosses, because that was won in the first session, wasn't it? Really, that game, in many ways, I think. Was it? Oh, the first innings when they bowled.
First innings,
yeah, when they bowled Lancashire out so cheaply. So I mean, it can be just one session, can't it, that can turn a game.
Yeah, they were put in on a cloudy day, which you really thought was going to help the seamers, as Wes Agar bowls. It's a full delivery which is defended away. But actually they started off okay. They were 45 for none. Had a little bit of a wobble. But then Joey Everson batted really well, and they were 200 for 7 at the end of the day. Managed to get a batting bonus point. And before they were bowled out, with Everson being 70 or not out in the end, and you thought, oh, maybe they're a few shy of what they could have been, because at Old Trafford it generally is a decent batting pitch, even with the overheads that were there the first couple of days in Manchester. As back goes Rodrick to play defensively, but Grant Stewart getting 45 and really helping in the lower order as well for Kent. But then, Nathan Gilchrist and Wes Agar came out and blew Lancashire away for 92, and even that was due to a little bit of
a bit of a recovery, wasn't it?
Yeah, Matty Hurst swinging the bat towards the back end. So they obviously enforced the follow on Kent, and it was a lot more difficult second time around to bowl Lancashire out. The sun came out on day 3 and it was the best time to bat, but they just got breakthroughs and took wickets at crucial times in the game. And that second innings, as this one's let go by Rodrick outside the off stump, and in the end what could have been a treacherous chase of 160 against Nathan Lyon and Tom Hartley, 2 international spinners, turned out to be okay, and Daniel Bud-Drummond batted particularly well.
He's had a good start, hasn't he, Bud-Drummond?
Yeah,
he's been in the runs, hasn't he?
79 not out last week, 70 against Surrey.
Couple of hundreds
in the Kookaburra games.
Yeah. The Kookaburra games, that's a good way of looking at it.
So cashed in, and those two, but has carried that form on against the Dukes. As Wes Agar bowls once again, Rodrick once more forward in defence to play this one back up the pitch. So 5 overs have gone, Worcestershire winning the toss, 18 without loss. And I mentioned this to the Kent head coach Matt Walker last week. I didn't actually say it to Daniel Bell-Drummond's face, but said Daniel's having a fantastic season with the bat. He's just got his first win as captain. One thing left for him to do now is win a toss, because he's lost every single one so far this season.
And he's not done it today.
Admittedly, in this occasion, because the home team captain, you would flick the coin and the away team captain would call.
You can't blame him, can you? No.
So actually, today it was won by Worcestershire rather than lost by Bell-Drummond. Here's Swanepoel again.
Bowling to Libby from the pavilion end. He bowls, and Libby is on the back foot, and that's Libby's trademark shot, back foot punch, straight bat through the offside, runs away down the hill. They only get 2, but nicely played by Libby. A pretty low risk shot for him. Swanepoel just struggling a little bit with his length today. Bowled some good deliveries, gone past the bat a few times, but has just over-pitched 2 or 3 times on that occasion, just a bit too short. In again, that's better. He's on a length, and he produces a defensive shot from Libby, which is pushed away into the covers.
In fairness, it's one of those where quite often here at Canterbury, because of the slope, bowlers can take a bit of getting used to.
Definitely. I've heard bowlers say that actually running up the hill can be awkward here, and at Hove they say the same, don't they?
Hove is really steep from one end.
Yes, Swanepoel again in bowls, good length. Libby slightly uncertain, but he's going to get a couple of runs. Thickish outside edge, running away all along the ground, down towards third man. And Parkinson, the fielder, I think, chasing down, was it? Not sure. I'll have to check. I haven't got my fielders quite sorted yet, Ben. I promise I will as the game goes on. Get the numbers sorted. Swanepoel with 13 on his back moves away from us in the sunshine and bowls short to Libby, who's on his toes, just pushing into the covers.
I think it's been Compton.
No run. It's Compton. Yeah, I can see that now. Number 2 on his shirt. Bell Drummond at mid-off and polishing the ball at extra. Who's that?
Looks like Nathan Gilchrist.
Gilchrist, tall, leggy seam bowler. 3 slips. That's Crawley at first. Hands on knees as Swanepoel is in again, and Libby is pushing defensively out on the offside. The other 2 slips would be
arguably one of the best pair of hands in the country, and Jack Leaning at second slip.
And
Joe Denley
at third under the sun hat.
Yeah, the floppy hat.
Yeah.
Joey Everson at mid-wicket, Matt Parkinson at mid-on.
Yeah, got it now. Long leg.
And then Agar.
That's Agar, obviously.
Leg,
yeah. The grazing seamer. So it's Swanepoel again then. In bowls, and slightly slower one this time, which Libby just steers square on the offside. Nicely bowled. Quite a good over, but no massive alarms, dare I say it, for the Worcestershire openers so far. They are 22 without loss.
No, I think
that's 6 overs.
That thick outside edge in that over from Libby, and maybe the one that went the other way for Swanepoel, having got the big in his swing as it went past the keeper in his opening over. Kind of the only 2 even just little moments of slight
unease.
Yeah.
Yeah, not much more than that, is it?
Yeah,
really?
because it's, you know, not even anywhere near a half chance or anything like that. So just a couple of slips now, with Denley being pushed a bit wider to gully for Agar. Harry Finch behind the stumps, of course. I think a fair few cricket fans might have seen his stumping of Keaton Jennings last week online in some capacity. So it's Rodrick who waits. He's on 5. Agar, bowls, and it hits him on the thigh pad. A little bit of an ambitious appeal from the big Australian. But a slightly awkward moment, uncomfortable moment for Rodrick.
Nipped back quite sharply, that one, didn't it, I think?
Which can happen from the Nackington Road. Again, goes back to that slope, and as a seam bowler, you can utilise that. Get the ball just to move down the slope sometimes. As Agar bowls, this time let go outside the off stump by Rodrick. If you would like to get in touch with us today, kentcricket@gmail.com is an email address that is available to you, whichever county you support.
Yeah, we don't have a designated email, but Twitter, Frank Watson, @FrankWatson58 is my handle. Always happy to engage. Well, no, that's not true. Not always happy to engage. Happy to engage, usually happy to engage. Sometimes ignore.
22 without loss, Worcestershire. Yes. Agar bowls a full delivery outside the off stump, on Twitter or X, or whatever they're calling it these days. It's at BBC Kent Sport or at Ben Watt Sport if you want to get in touch. But George Pope has emailed in. He's saying, what a great start to the season for me. I think he's being ironic. He got a golden duck and cracked his bat from the shoulder down. He's even sent me a picture of the crack.
Oh no.
That's not ideal at all. But he says, I'm so pleased Kent got the win over the Lancs. Every year we seem to defy the odds and stay up. Well, let's hope that might continue for both of these 2 teams. As we've already mentioned, being the pre-season favourites to go down as Agar bowls and back goes Rodrick, plays defensively.
Yeah, I was going to pick up on that earlier when you said that, Ben. I mean, there's no doubt that's true, and I suppose it works to some extent as a motivational factor, but I think Worcestershire just felt that they wanted to start solidly, you know, prove that they're not out of their depth, and they did that. Good performances at Edgbaston and at Trent Bridge. And yeah, although they lost to Durham, who were good, you know, played better than Worcestershire did in that game, no question about that, nobody complained about that. They haven't felt out of their depth, I don't think. That's the main thing.
There you go, with 2 slips in the gully. Down the leg side, good take by Finch, diving away to his left. And I think that was obviously one of the reasons why these two teams were the bookies' favourites to go down, because Durham coming up were so good last season.
Yeah.
Kent stayed up by the skin of their teeth.
And I think, you know, as well, that's why that win for Kent at Old Trafford was so important. And I looked at that and I thought, you know, how would I feel if that had been Worcestershire that had got a similar win? And it's that win that just confirms to you as a side that you belong, I think.
Hagar in, clipped away forcefully to mid-wicket, but straight to Nathan Gilchrist. It was a front foot overstep for a no ball, so it will be 2 runs anyway. So that perhaps explains why Agar overpitched as well. I think it was good time for Kent to play Lancashire, who are a team at the moment seemingly a bit short on confidence. New head coach who hasn't quite managed to get things going his way so far. And yeah, it's without Villas and without Croft, this inexperienced middle order, and Kent were able to get the key guys out at the top of the order out cheaply once and fairly cheaply the second time, as Agar bowls slightly high on the bat, or slight inside edge into the onside from Rodrick, but that's fine. 24 without loss, 7 overs gone so far here at Canterbury as we approach the opening half hour of play. And Rodrick there on 5, Jake Libby on 15. Ben Watts here of BBC Radio Kent, Frank Watson from BBC Worcester.
Yeah, beautiful scene. I love coming here. It's one of my favourite grounds for various reasons, mainly historical, because Alan Knott was one of my all-time heroes as a young wicketkeeper. I've still got the letter that he hand wrote to me when I was 13 years old in my scrapbook, with a signed photo, and the headed notepaper that he wrote the letter on is St Lawrence Ground, Canterbury. So I always used to dream of coming here, and then able to do so obviously in later life, and in the Les Ames stand here with the old sort of cinema seats to the left. Just love it here. Proper old traditional cricket ground, and it's looking at its best today, really. I think bathed in beautiful sunshine, good crowd, apartment block away to the left with quite a few people on their balconies. Just what a way to spend the day that is, sitting on your balcony watching the cricket. And when the game's on this side of the square, it's almost like watching in your back garden. Change in the bowling, Nathan Gilchrist coming into the attack to replace the debutant Swanepoel at the pavilion end. Swanepoel, who didn't really settle. What's he got? 3 overs for 14. It's Gilchrist, who's been in pretty good form, coming in and bowling right arm over the wicket, outside the off stump to Libby, who lets that go through to the keeper Finch. Quite a tall, leggy sort of seamer, Gilchrist. Not express pace, but hits the deck quite hard. And he's been pretty consistent, Ben, from what I've seen this season.
Yeah, he's made a pretty decent start to the campaign, having missed a lot of last year through injury, but definitely last week was really him back to his best.
Comes in now and bowls to Libby, who's pushing this one into the covers, where Bell Drummond is the fielder. Worcestershire's first cricket since the tragic passing of Josh Baker just 9 days ago. An event that I think everybody in the cricket world knows utterly shocked not just the team but the whole club, the whole county really. Gilchrist in again, bowls, and Libby is forward, pushing into the covers. Bell Drummond fields, and there's no run. And a minute's silence, almost a kind of unplanned minute silence, which preceded a minute's applause this morning from the players and the ground as a whole, recognising Josh's passing. was a really lovely and special few minutes before play began. Gilchrist again in, bowls, and Libby, there it is again, that trademark back foot punch, a little bit squarer than the last one, timed this one well, just capitalises on that slight error in length from Gilchrist. Yeah,
he honestly
really good shot.
Makes that shot look so easy, even though it's so difficult.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it is. It's such a good shot. 28 without loss. Update for BBC Radio Kent coming.
Yeah, good start for the visitors here. Sunny scene at Canterbury. A good day for batting, you would expect. And Worcestershire 28 without loss after winning the toss and choosing to bat first, unsurprisingly. One change for both teams. Bayer Swanepoel coming in, the new South African overseas for Kent. He's already been taken out of the attack. A little bit erratic in the early stages. So Nathan Gilchrist, who took 8 wickets on day 2 last week against Lancashire and had a fine match in the Kent win up at Old Trafford. He's back into the attack to support Wes Agar up the other end of the pitch. Had a minute's applause, of course, before the match for the late Josh Baker. Before the match started, both of the two teams are wearing black armbands as well in Josh's memory, and Worcestershire looking to play for their old teammate this week have started the match well. They're 28 without loss. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website.
Yeah, last ball of the over. Slightly uncomfortable for Libby, but as Ben was saying, a good start by the Worcestershire openers. Rodrick 5, Libby 19, and well, they've negotiated the first half hour. Ben and I were talking this morning about the need to get through the first hour. I think opening pairs or partners generally set themselves small goals rather than lengthy ones. So they wouldn't have gone out there saying, let's be there at lunch. They might have said, let's get through the first 5 overs, the first 10 overs. Doing okay. Third slip going in again now for Rodrick. Is it you or me? I think it's you.
No, it is. You're correct. Here comes Agar. That one's gone wide of the extra man in the slips. Being chased by Ben Compton down towards the Colin Cowdrey stand. So, yeah, Denley tucking back in at third slip, and then Bell Drummond in the gully. And Libby managing to squirt the ball away wide of that. So far, it has pretty much been Agar against Rodrick, and then Libby has taken most of the strike from the other end. So, Kent's first chance to get Agar up against Jake Libby. And Daniel Bell Drummond has decided to stick himself in at gully, and seemingly a good instinct the way the ball has just gone past him. Away for a couple more runs, or in fact 3 runs to Rodrick. So now Libby on strike, up against Agar, hits him high on the pad. Big appeal, but height would be the umpire's main consideration. Umpires Debenham and Burns out there this week, and I think that's a sensible call from the umpire, because height would have always been the question.
Yeah, it was one of those appeals that the longer it went on, the more vigorous it became, didn't it, really? As if they were almost processing it and thinking, you know what, it's a better shout than we thought.
Agar bowls a game wide of the off stump. I think perhaps, as we've also mentioned, the lack of chances in the opening half hour might have also added to the vigour of that appeal. Because Kent would dearly like to take an early breakthrough.
But I think there are some appeals where you appeal and you kind of know that it isn't that great a shout and it dies. And then there's others where you appeal, and then as the appeal goes on, you kind of replay it in your mind. You think, actually, that is really close. And then the appeal gains in energy.
Agar bowls. Oh, that's a big shout for LBW. This time it is out.
Walked.
Jake Libby turns and walks off, and Wes Agar has Kent's breakthrough. So in the opening half an hour, it felt like Jake Libby pretty much avoided facing Wes Agar, and just that little bit of extra pace perhaps from the big Australian, maybe an extra bit of nip down the slope. That one was a fuller delivery, and it slammed into the pad, and Libby on his way. LBW 419 and Worcestershire at 31 for 1.
He almost walked, didn't he? I think he really did. He just knew. I think he got away with the one before, which was, we think, a tad high. That certainly wasn't. It was fuller, and it's a reward for Agar. He's been good. He's been tidy, isn't he? 1 for 11. He's in his 5th over. He's hardly bowled a bad ball. The runs, the errors in length really have come from the other end, and he's got his wicket just when Worcestershire felt that they'd made a decent fist of this first spell. They lose the wicket. 31 for 1. Kashif Ali is the new batsman. Interesting young man. I think he played a bit here at one time, didn't he, in the seconds and stuff. He trialled with a lot of counties before
I think he was
Worcestershire decided to give him a go as a full-time professional, and he's very exciting. Yeah, 200s in the first game at Edgbaston.
He's had a fantastic start to the season, hasn't he? Yeah, I think he was briefly on the academy here actually. I think he got picked up from the MCC Young Cricketers.
Yeah, and Worcestershire picked him up from the South Asian Cricket Academy. I think I'm right in saying he's trialled with 6 counties, and Worcestershire the only one that has actually taken the plunge, and he's paid them back so far with some good innings, particularly in white ball cricket last year. And then with the moving on of Jack Haynes, he's taken this number 3 slot and made a good start to the season. Then was out injured, missed the game against Durham, but back in. He's an exciting player.
Looked like stylish runs.
Yeah, an exciting player.
Start of the season.
But you know, number 3, tough position to bat. I think. Probably tend to feel your best batter goes at 3, or that used to be the feeling. And he's quite inexperienced.
Facing up to Agar. Short delivery that he tries to fiddle around the corner. That was
clever
interesting
bit of bowling,
to see Agar go short early doors.
Yeah, clever bit of bowling, I reckon.
Having gone very full to get Libby out the previous delivery. Yeah, this little bit of extra pace, as I mentioned, that Agar has. It does seem to test county cricket batters, because you know a lot is made of the general speed of county cricket attacks. Agar is that bit quicker.
He walked. Libby actually walked. Just watch the replay.
He just knew. As Ali comes forward, that's better from him. Positive forward defensive stroke into the covers.
I just watched the replay. He honestly was on his way before the umpire's finger went up.
I mean, it did look good as soon as it hit the pad.
Saw a bit more. I could see a little bit more of the. Yeah, I mean, he's fallen over it as well. He's got in a picker with that one, I think. Good over from Agar. 32 for 1.
Like you say, if you just roll it back slightly, so. Yeah, and just hit play on that, Frank. There we go. Just watching the replay.
Sorry, just got it wrong again.
Like you say, he hits
him
in the pad. Yeah. He sort of realises where he is, and he just doesn't even look at the umpire. No. He just turns and walks off.
He didn't. Kashif Ali got a single, so he's on strike now against Gilchrist, who's only bowled 1 over, and he will run up the hill away from us, down below us. We're in a high position over a long on as he bowls, and Kashif is working this one away on the leg side, and it's fielded at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Just trying to work out who it is at mid-wicket. I've got my numbers. I haven't got that one. Still the 3 slips in. Denley at 3rd, leaning at 2nd. Crawley, familiar figure, at 1st.
It's Joey Everson at
Joey Everson, yeah. Here's Gilchrist in. Bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Kashif Ali. And taken by Finch. Yeah, saw that stumping. Brilliant. and also saw Ollie Robinson, another former Kent wicketkeeper who's gone to Durham, play brilliantly against Worcestershire again recently, as he did. And that amazing double hundred that he got at New Road a couple of years ago in the white ball competition. What an exciting young player he is. I really do think he's tremendous. And talking of exciting young players, Kashif Ali getting runs here with a nicely timed punch through mid-wicket. Not quite going all the way as Parkinson chases it back from mid-on to long-on, or wide long-on, but enough on it for Kashif to pick up 3 runs. He goes to 4. 35 for 1. Rodrick has 8, having been the junior partner in that first wicket partnership between Libby and Rodrick. But they were parted in the 9th over with the score on 31. 35 now as Gilchrist moves in again and bowls short to Rodrick, who drives off the back foot into the covers. Bell Drummond is the fielder. Doesn't field it cleanly, but certainly no chance of a run.
As a massive Ollie Robinson fanboy, I'm slightly embarrassed that I'd kind of forgotten about that knock against Worcestershire.
What an absolutely brilliant knock. But he's carried on like that, and he's playing like that in red ball cricket now, just changing games, really. Fantastic potential, I think. As Gilchrist bowls, Rodrick leaves, taken by his replacement here, Finch. And there is talk, you know, in some circles of him being the perfect fit for Bazball. Dare we say it?
Yeah, he's got
I think there's also talk that Johnny Bairstow, if fit, will, you know, get the gloves again, and that's the way they'll go. But Robinson does seem to me, ideally, playing that way in red ball cricket it can change games completely, can't it? Gilchrist bowls, left alone by Rodrick, taken by Finch. End of the over. 35 for 1. Kashif 4. Rodrick 8. Man out. Libby for 19. Worcestershire won the toss and chose to bat.
Yeah, I think what he gives you is wicket keeping at the level almost of Ben Foakes, then batting not quite at Johnny Bairstow's level, but potentially.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's definitely one that I think in a way I feel like that move to Durham's done him good.
Yeah.
It was sad at the time, and he was really sad at the time to be leaving Kent. We had a pretty emotional chat actually at the end of season awards that year before he left, and I think he was sad with the way things had kind of played out. And then, you know, at that point in time, Sam Billings and Jordan Cox were kind of ahead of him in the queue, and his role had been, he hadn't had really a set role here at Canterbury and had been mucked around a little bit, but actually he's gone to Durham and settled in so well and had a set role in the team. And Agar bowling, and that's a big drive from Kashif Ali as it swings away from him and goes through to Harry Finch behind the stumps. So yeah, I'm actually so pleased to see how well he's done moving to Durham, and we'd love to see him certainly in an England shirt. But yeah, I think because of Kent doing so well at the back end of the One-Day Cup towards they had to win their last 2 group matches, which they did here at Canterbury in dramatic style in one of them, because Grant Stewart hit the final ball of the match for 6, and then it was a bit of the Darren Stevens show towards the end of that tournament, the knockout stages of that tournament. And Wes Agar bowls, Ali defends up towards mid-on, another no ball front foot overstep from Wes Agar. And yeah, because of that, I think maybe Robinson's knock goes a little bit forgotten in that year when Kent picked up the One-Day Cup. Having won the Blast the year before.
Well, I haven't forgotten it.
I'm glad you haven't.
It was
Frank.
brilliant. It was just a brilliant innings, I think.
I think I was on holiday somewhere, but I ended up watching from about 80 to 200 on YouTube just because
it was fantastic.
Couldn't miss it when he was in that kind of form. As Agar bowls a full delivery. Ali again slams the bat down on this one. It's played offensively.
Just received a message from John Curtis. Always happy to have John's input. Should be with us, but sadly not able to make the trip. And he says Kashif was on the Kent Academy and also scored 100 against Kent in his List A debut, which was in that game, I think. So that we're talking about. So he has got a little bit of history. Very much a Worcestershire man now.
Balls here, Agar. Oh, fires this down the leg side. Wides are given. Wides are very rarely given in county championship cricket, and they have been here, which Harry Finch would be pleased about.
Yeah.
Because he thought about trying to get
He wasn't
there.
in the same parish as that one, I don't think. Crikey.
Didn't even put in the despairing dive as the ball.
Well, it was wide to start with, and it's gone down the slope as well, hasn't it? So he wouldn't even have had a prayer if he'd have taken off.
I thought Fine Leg might be able to field it at one point. It was that wide.
It must have slipped, that. Simply must have slipped out of his hand, I think.
So 42 for 1, Worcestershire. Here comes Agar again, this time outside the off stump. Yeah, John did actually email in as well on kentcricket@gmail.com, saying that Canterbury is his favourite ground outside of New Road. Very emotional day, of course, for those that follow Worcestershire and those that follow county cricket, remembering Josh Baker, and we had those very poignant scenes before the start of the game, and he's saying, yeah, I'm sure the lads will want to do him proud, and that'll very much be on their minds and in their hearts, I reckon, this week.
Yeah, I'm sure of it.
So where's Agar? Balls from the Nackington Road end. Short ball, hooked away. Down towards long leg, but for 4. Just hear it slamming into the rope. So Agar has bowled a couple of shorter balls to Ali, and he's so far looked pretty happy to take it on.
Yeah, he does take it on. He scores quickly. He's one of those players, Kashif, that a bit like Ollie Robinson, not quite the same, but if he bats for an hour, he'll get 30. You know, he won't. He would find it impossible, not maybe impossible, but it's unlikely that he would bat for an hour and not score a minimum, I would say, of 25. Just that kind of player. But he also gives you a chance early on, I suppose, as he did with that flash from a wide one first ball of the over.
Nice high back lift, pushing this one away into the covers. Yeah, I'm full of admiration for the work that Tom Brown has done and at the Sacre Academy and all the staff there. I was actually watching a little clip on social media the other day of they had about 10 of them in this massive slit cord, and the bowling machine was fizzing it in at a good pace, and it was the clip was just the various batters kind of playing and missing, or getting bits of bat on it, or leaving it outside the off stump. It looked like a real sort of
good fun session.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Here comes Agar again, turned away into the onside by Ali. And that is the end of the over. I think we finally got there because there was the no ball and then the wide. So an 8-ball over for the man with number 8 on his back. Where's Agar? 46 for 1. Agar getting Libby LBW, but so far Ali has got 8 from 12 balls, and Rodrick has looked pretty solid so far for his 8 as well.
Yeah, we'll be talking, I guess, about Josh Baker for a while, and throughout this game it was, as we said, if you're just joining us, we had a minute's applause before the game, but it was preceded almost informally by a minute's silence as well, with both teams lined up in front of the pavilion and the whole ground standing, and the flags are flying at half-mast. I'll just break off as Nathan Gilchrist comes into bowl to Gareth Rodrick, who drives into the covers, but there's no runners Beldrum and field. And it was special, and the Worcestershire players, as I said earlier, have had a week where they had, I think training was optional to start with, and they gathered, I think socially, quite soon after the news, just to be there for each other. But they've also recognised that they had to get back into their cricket at some point, that being today as Gilchrist bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump. But unless you've been in a team, and this isn't meant to sound in any way patronising to anybody, and I've never been in a professional sports team, but you know, even at work, I suppose people are in teams, aren't they? You work with groups of people and you have a collective purpose. Gilchrist bowls again. Rodrick drives beautifully straight down the ground. Pursued by Parkinson from mid-on. He'll pull it up just down below us, about 3 or 4 yards inside the rope. They go through for 3. Unless you've been in a team with a collective purpose and suffered a loss of that type, I don't think you can quite understand the impact of it and how it can impact on different people in different ways, and they need each other to pull together. And I think that's what the Worcestershire lads have been through in the last 9-10 days. And the way to get through it, I suppose, is to perform. Gilchrist bowls, Rodrick drives into the covers. No run, fielded at mid-off by Swanepoel. And you know, the way to recover from it, or one of the steps towards recovery, I guess, is to put in that next performance and get back to it. What you do, what you're all about, why your team exists. 49 for 1. Gilchrist in, bowls to Kashif, who lets that go outside the off stump through to Finch.
Yeah, I guess for some members of the team, they'll be very much, you know, thinking about Josh this week and wanting to do well for him. And then for others, it'll probably be a, you know, they can almost step outside of that grief and get back into their little bubble of doing what they know and being on a cricket pitch.
A way of handling it, Gilchrist in, bowls. Kashif is forward, steers this away into the gully. Diving stop by it's my other sun-hatted.
I think Compton might have put one on, actually. Yeah.
Oh, he's thrown me. Denley still in at third slip, and they're a similar height as well.
An extra one with the.
Good work anyway. Kept the score on 49. End of the over. Rodrick has 11. Been quiet. 28 balls for that. Kashif has 8. Man out is Libby 19, and Worcestershire, after 12 overs, are 49 for 1 in the Canterbury sunshine.
I think it's a really interesting reflection from you there, Frank, because I was sort of thinking about it and wondering that perhaps, you know, as a person within the team and you know, being in that team environment, that actually, yeah, you're going to be very much there for each other, and it would only be a positive to be around people, you know, in the wake of what's happened, as Swanepoel is back into the attack and bowling from the Nackington Road end. And you know, you'd be, so in the sense that you can be there for each other, but I think it's a, you know, it's a really interesting way that you describe that you're going through it together, but you've almost lost a comrade. And I guess
definitely, I think so.
In a funny kind of way, that, you know, the only, as you say, many people wouldn't have experienced that as Swanepoel bowls and it's outside the off stump, and at such a tender age. I think, and perhaps unless you've been in the armed forces, you know, you wouldn't expect to generally lose a mate who's you know, so young and you live with so closely every single day. And
I think that's it. I think you're right as well. It's easy to forget that in a military situation it does happen.
This one's defended away by Rodrick, pushed into the covers, this next one from Swanepoel.
But again, I suppose in that sense, and you know, I speak without any kind of knowledge or experience, but you know, in that sense, to an extent, you're expecting it, you're trained for it. It's the shock is less, I suppose.
Yeah.
The shock was what was so utterly stunning last week.
Swanepoel in 49 for 1, Worcestershire, driven up towards mid-off by Rodrick without timing. And yeah, that's a good point, because they'll have a lot of psychological help in that sense, dealing with the environments that they find themselves in, and you know, just thinking already in this kind of cricket season, we've lost a former colleague of ours in Bob Hunt.
Yeah.
Kent cricket fans have lost the cricketing legend in Derek Underwood.
Yeah, absolutely.
As Swanepoel is in. And it's a thick outside edge into the sort of cover point area.
And Worcestershire have lost Duncan Fernley, who was
a
massive presence at New Road in many ways over the last 20, 30, 40 years. So, yeah, I mean, life goes on, doesn't it? And, you know, in the cases of sort of Derek Underwood, Duncan Fernley, and it's kind of easier to cope with when somebody's had a lengthy life and career, much more than it is with what happened last week.
Exactly. It's as you say, as Swanepoel bowls and pushed away off the back foot by Rodrick out towards point. Ball maiden over. Worcestershire 49 for 1. It's the shock. It's the surprise. Certainly with Derek Underwood, he'd been ill for a while.
Yeah.
And so.
Anyway, let's get back. People are going to say we're too melancholy, so let's cheer up. But yeah, you know, Derek Underwood, the finest signature of any cricketer that I ever got in my autograph book. The most beautiful, legible, gorgeous autograph, as you might imagine, having watched him bowl. It was lovely. He had a wonderful, wonderful signature. It's really, and it, you know, so it's just a squiggle, isn't it, with so many sportsmen. So bless him. He was brilliant. 49 for 1 here. Gilchrist in, bowls to Kashif, who drives nicely up to mid-on. Parkinson is the fielder, and there's no run. Worcestershire won the toss, chose to bat. The man out is Libby for 19, and we are bathed in Kent sunshine here. Good crowd in, a lot of them in this end of the ground where we are in the pavilion, hiding in the shade, but also quite a number the far end and Accrington Road end in the sunshine as Gilchrist bowls and Kashif drives up to mid-off. Good length from Gilchrist now. He's just settled nicely and he's pitching it up enough to encourage the batsman to think positively, but it's not quite full enough for them to drive, and only just needs a slight error of judgment, and one of those 3 slips or the keeper might be involved. Kashif waits with that very high back lift, stands very still and drives again with a slightly sort of twisted bat, gets a thickish inside edge, inspects the toe as he walks away to square leg, and Parkinson does the fielding at mid-on. We are in a position high up, top of the Frank Woolley stand at long on. Is it the Frank Woolley stand or is that the one next door?
Yeah, that is the one next door.
Yeah.
We're just in the pavilion, or the members' pavilion.
As Gilchrist bowls outside the off stump, Kashif leaves alone, and we're at long on, so our view is good. Pitch is on the slightly on the sort of lower side of the ground here at Canterbury. But in case you're watching the stream and thinking, what are they talking about? We can't see it, so we're not commentating on the pictures that you're watching, even though you might hear us. We're commentating on what we see ourselves, so forgive us if there are occasions where our words don't perhaps match exactly what you see. As this one from Gilchrist is full, and Kashif pushes into the offside, and there's no run. Worcester have become a little bit becalmed on 49 since the loss of Libby's wicket. Things have been a little bit tighter. Kashif began with a bit of a rush, but he's also been pegged back by this good bowling. As I say that, he drives handsomely straight down the ground. Bell Drummond in pursuit, flicks the ball back just inside the rope. Wes Agar completes the fielding, and the batsmen go through for an all-run 3, and it brings up the 50 for Worcestershire. Ripple of applause that you probably heard on our effects microphone. It's taken 59 minutes, and they are 52 for 1 at the end of the over.
Good stuff from the visiting side. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Kent in a few minutes' time, as we've just ticked past the first hour of play. So just that 1 wicket to fall, Jake Libby, LBW to Wes Agar for 19. Pretty much himself agreeing with the umpire or making up the umpire's mind for him as he walked off. Not often you see a batsman walking for an LBW. But here comes Sonapol from the Nackington Road end and a thick edge through the gully area, and that will run down to the boundary in front of the Cowdrey stand, or to the right of the Willie stand, perhaps in the gap between the two actually, is it? Just passes the rope. Sagashi Valley has moved to 15 and overtaken Rodrick now, who's on 11. So Sonapol so far just trying to find a little bit of rhythm, fresh off the plane this week. I think Jack Leaning took him for a round of golf on about his second day in the country, which is so very county cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, get your priorities right.
Take him to see the sights. Prince's Golf Club. So yeah, he's been settling in, getting to know his new teammates. He bowls here, left alone outside the off stump, and he's been meeting some of the social media team and telling everyone how to pronounce his name, which is always helpful. Ken actually have a handy little guide for us.
Yeah, they do. It's good, isn't it?
Which is always nice. They're very thoughtful in that sense.
Football has become increasingly difficult. I spend about an hour every Friday now just checking the pronunciations of all the players of the teams that are visiting that you don't know.
So on a ball in. Left alone outside the off stump by Kashif Ali. It's delivery on around about 4th or 5th stump. Yeah, I've dragged you away from the football on the weekend.
Well, you haven't, but cricket has. Yeah, yeah. I think probably would have been my last home game at Wolves today, having done most of the season against, I think they're playing Palace today.
Yeah, we had our last, I think, even just Kent football full stop, all done as of Bank Holiday Monday. As Sonapol is in a bowling, and played for the back foot by Kashif out towards extra cover, no run. Yeah, Chatham Town losing a Isthmian League playoff to get into the National League South was the final outing of the season. And yeah, I had mine the week before with Maidstone losing a National South playoff to Worthing after a phenomenal season for them.
Yeah, that cup run. Well, that's the last time I saw you was at Coventry,
it
wasn't
was,
it?
of course.
Yeah.
As it's driven by Kashif up towards mid-on. No runs. The dot balls have followed the thick outside edge, which went to the rope at the start of the over. Here comes that update. Yeah, indeed. It is a good day for batting, certainly for the visiting side, who have won the toss and chosen to have a go first. And they've negotiated the first hour pretty well, just with one minor blip. But from Kent's point of view, one big breakthrough. Jake Libby out LBW for 19 to Wes Agar, the Australian overseas player. Took 7 wickets last week. Fuller delivery, which wrapped the batter on the pad, and Libby pretty much walked off himself before the umpire even put up his finger to indicate that he was out. Kashif Ali, former Kent Academy player, has come into bat at number 3 and is looking good so far. 15 for him, a boundary in that previous over off Bears Sonapol. The one change for the Kent side, the South African debutant who is wicketless so far. So Worcestershire up against Kent here in the Canterbury sunshine. The visitors 56 for 1. Commentary continues online.
And we're about to start the 16th over at the Pavilion end with Nathan Gilchrist, who's probably been certainly the the meanest of the bowlers so far. 4 overs, no maiden and no wicket for 13. Agar perhaps the most threatening. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 23. Gilchrist wicketless so far. 3 slips waiting as he runs away from us and bowls full of length and worked away with the bottom hand, just punched really by Rodrick to mid-wicket. Parkinson is the fielder. Like the floodlights here, do they extend up when they're switched on? Yeah, they're sort of telescopic floodlights, so they sit rather, it'd be wrong to say unobtrusively, because they're quite big. Gilchrist bowls and, well, turns Rodrick round, beats him outside the off stump with that one. Good delivery, which went away off the seam, I think. But as floodlights go, they are inoffensive. They're quite low, and obviously when in use they extend upwards, so you see them as you walk along the road towards the ground, but they don't dominate the skyline like they do at some grounds.
You certainly hear them when they're extending them upwards.
Really?
They're a bit creaky.
Right. A lot of them. The actual lights. Gilchrist bowls outside the off stump, left alone. Not pylons, just the 4 or 5, but there are a lot of lights on them, and they must give a very, very good illumination here. 56 for 1. No problem with the light today, that's for sure. It's absolutely beautiful, and it will remain like that for the rest of the day and tomorrow, I'm led to believe. Possible things might change a little bit towards the end of Sunday and into Monday. Gilchrist once more in, bowls slightly shorter this time outside the off stump and left alone by the watchful Rodrick. Just 11 for him of 38 deliveries, but that won't bother him at all. Be quite happy to be still there at lunch on 20, 25 if Worcestershire were only 1 down. At the moment they are laying the foundations, that's what it's all about. Brett Oliver won the toss, chose to have a bat. It looks pretty flat, this pitch, as Gilchrist bowls again and Rodrick is forward, pushes this out behind square on the offside. Compton is the fielder and there's no run, and one would expect it to flatten out, perhaps turn later in the game, which might be when the man who has the ball in his hands at the moment, Matt Parkinson, comes into his own. Worcestershire, of course, with their spinning capability sadly reduced, as Gilchrist bowls again outside the stump, left alone. End of the over. A maiden from Gilchrist, 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 13. His tidy figures, and Worcestershire remain 56 for 1.
So we were talking about that one-day cup game between Worcestershire and Kent from 2022.
Yeah.
The Ollie Robinson double century game. But actually the first time you and I commentated together was the year before, in 2021.
Here?
At New Road.
Oh, at New Road.
When Worcestershire won by 3 wickets, chasing 323 to win the game.
Yeah, I remember that.
And in my mind, it's the Joe Leach game.
Yeah.
Because he, from number
9, was it?
8, I think it was, got 88 or 51 balls with 5 4s and 7 6s as Kashif Ali plays this one away.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned Joe
towards
Leach.
mid-off.
People listening won't. They'll go, oh, here he goes again. But if I take off my cap, you'll see that it is actually a Joe Leach benefit cap, Joe Leach testimonial. And I'm the chair of the Joe Leach testimonial,
there you go,
for my sins. And I've got a few events that I have promised I will plug, which maybe I can do in the next few minutes.
It's a beauty from Sauna, ball in to Rodrick, goes past the outside edge. In fact, it's still Kashif Ali, isn't it? He's playing and missing at that one. So it goes to
on
Finch.
Sunday the 2nd of June, I think it's a Sunday, Worcestershire are taking a team to Ombersley Cricket Club, Birmingham League Club, just on the outskirts of the city, for a T20 game. And it's a real family day plan. They'll be coaching for kids and that kind of thing. So feel free to go along to that if you'd like to.
Swan a ball in, left alone outside the off stump this time by Kashif Ali.
If you're in the Worcester area, that'll be a really good day. And then Friday the 28th of June, a dinner at New Road in the Marquee at the side of the ground with Alan Lamb as the guest speaker, which is a shared enterprise between the Testimonial and various South African charities. Funds will be split, but that should be a really good night as well. And then there's a couple of other events, but lots of events coming up. Just Google Joe Leach Testimonial or Joe Leach Testimonial 2024.
So the ball again, turned away into the onside. Quick single for Kashif Ali up towards mid-on.
And details of how to book and how to get involved are all there. There's also a fair bit of merchandise like these caps and beanies and t-shirts in the club shop. Joe, a very deserving beneficiary and still very much part of things, but we're supporting him as much as we possibly can. We did have to cancel a golf day last week in the aftermath of the tragedy of Josh's passing, but feel free to visit Joe Leach Testimonial website and find out all about it. Okay, end of plug.
Here comes Swan a ball in and bowling. Driven up towards mid-off, no run. And yeah, when I searched that game, actually, it came up with Worcestershire winning by 3 wickets. They won the toss, elected to field in it. Jacques Banton, Adam Finch and Josh Baker making their List A debuts in that very game. Yeah,
that's right. And well, that was the summer that Josh left school, I think. Yeah.
And it was an amazing knock from Joe Leach, because chasing 323, George Munsey got a century for Kent. 84 for Harry Finch as well. Sonapur bowls, angled down by Rodrick into the point area. Dot ball to end the over, so just 1 run from it. Worcestershire at 57 for 1, and I think, well, Jack Haynes started off brilliantly. Tom Fell got a half century.
But it was game over, wasn't it, really?
It pretty
when
much
Joe Leach
was.
Came in,
yeah, so when he came to the crease, it would have been 181 for 5, and then it was 184 for 6, with Banton going cheaply. So at that point, it was looking like game over. Ed Barnard was in, but Joe Leach just sort of started swinging the bat.
Yeah.
Because why not? And almost as a last, a last throw of the, a last throw of the bat, a last throw of the dice, and a few came off, and then he kept going, and a few more came off, and
then he suddenly thought, we've got a chance.
And all of us, before you know it, he was playing a match-winning knock.
The thing about Joe Leach, I mean, he's got runs this year. He played really well at Trent Bridge, and we were laughing about this yesterday. If he bats at 10. He's 10 in this game. Probably the best number 10 around. You would have. There are a few these days, but he started as a batter at a first-class 100 quite early on in his career, and when he does that, as he did on that day, he once the ground is prepared, as it were, as Joey Everson comes into the attack at the pavilion end and bowls to Kashif, who's forward pushing up to mid-on. He kind of, you say, starts off with throwing the bat, and then you think, well, actually, if I play properly now, well, not aggressive. I mean, Joe plays aggressively anyway, but he's very, very capable of producing that sort of knock still, I think. Played a couple of good innings so far this year. Got 40 odd at Trent Bridge in difficult circumstances. Here's Everson again in bowls. And forward is Kashif, bit of a groan as he gets a sort of inside edge, maybe down onto the pad, runs out on the offside. Joey Everson, not quite the pace of the other 3 bowlers that we've seen, but very, very promising young cricketer, I think. Great signing for Kent. I think Worcestershire were very interested in trying to get his services when he decided to move from Notts, and he's made a really good impression, both with bat and ball. He's in now, bowls slightly shorter, and Kashif drives off the back foot and picks up a single as Compton does the fielding out on the cover boundary. So the first run for a while, 58 for 1.
Yeah, I think it's generally sort of becoming accepted here that he's a batting all-rounder. Bowling, he can be expensive at times, but he can also have a bit of a golden arm and take wickets at good times.
Good cricketer, a useful cricketer, I think. I have a little interest because his school teacher, coach, mentor was Dean Headley, formerly of Worcestershire. Everson is in and bowls, and he's too full and driven by Rodrick, but a lovely piece of fielding at mid-off. Good diving stop by Wes Agar. That was 4 otherwise, so you only get a single. 59 for 1. And Dean Headley, a former pupil of mine, former teammate of mine as well, and somebody that I've been in touch with over the years quite often and visits Worcester every now and again. Recently as a match referee at times. But he's always kept me very, very well informed of Joey Everson's capability. He bowls outside the off stump, and this is left alone by Kashif and taken by Finch. Medium pace, lively medium pace, hits the seam, might nip it around, but a good lower order batter, as you say, and the sort of player that could establish themselves and have a really good, solid, long county career, I would imagine. He moves in again now, bowls, and on the back foot just punched to Bell Drummond at short extra cover. The end of the over, 59 for 1 Worcestershire. They won the toss and chose to bat. It's hot and sunny, and it looks quite hard work out there for the seam bowlers.
Yeah, Dean Headley, of course, former Kent.
Of course,
bowler.
Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't actually know about the Worcestershire connection being born that way.
Yeah, no. Well, Dean's dad, Ron, obviously played for Worcestershire in their championship sides in the 60s, and Dean went to the grammar school, the Royal Grammar School in Worcester, and was on the staff at Worcester briefly, and then moved from there, eventually ending up here, and this is where he was when he had his finest times, really. Although perhaps his finest times were in the Ashes, when he got a hat-trick.
Yeah, and an England shirt.
Yeah, but lovely chap, still very active, now at Blundell School down in Devon.
Here's Swanepoel, the South African overseas on debut. Continuing from the Nackington Road end and played nicely off the back foot by Gareth Rodrick. That's probably the longest boundary this week out towards deep point up the slope. And Bell Drummond chasing it. They come back for 2. So moving the score on to 61 for 1. Matt Quinn, by the way, the Kent seam bowler, just going past our commentary position, wearing a hoodie. I'm assuming that's for comfort as much as anything. Can't imagine it is cold enough for extra layers out there, to be honest, today. Most of the spectators are wearing shirts or shirt sleeves, as this one is outside the off stump. There is a gentleman who's wearing his jacket away to our left, but he's in the shade. Matt Quinn's wandering around in his sunglasses, this massive hoodie on. There we go. KentCricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us, as Chris Taylor has. Where's the clock gone from? The Ames Stand scoreboard, he says. Here comes Swanepoel, full delivery. Was that on top of the scoreboard? I hadn't even noticed that, Chris. Thanks for getting in touch. Did there used to be a clock in front of in the middle of the scoreboard there? Honestly, my memory's terrible. Here comes Swanepoel again. Forward comes Rodrick.
You need a picture of the ground, don't you?
Yeah, maybe I do. Maybe I'll have a look at some previous pictures. But yeah, there appears to be a missing. Well, Chris has spotted a missing clock. Oh, okay, no, it's... Okay, yeah, normally it's on the right-hand side. This one's left alone outside the off-stump. I've had to look at pictures to think, where is the clock normally? But yeah, it's normally on the right-hand side, next to where it says last bat 19, how out, LBW. Normally to the right of that, there's a a blank space at the moment where the clock normally would be. I hadn't even noticed, and I've got no clue where that has gone, Chris, but somebody might know. Presumably they took it down because the batteries needed replacing or something and forgot to put it back. This one's a full delivery from the South African Swanepoel, and driven by Rodrick up towards mid-on, end of the over. Worcestershire 61 for 1 here against Kent on BBC Sport Online. Just to have a brief look of what's going on elsewhere. Hampshire are 51 for 1 against Durham at Southampton. Notts against Lancashire. Lancaster 48 for 1 at Trent Bridge. Warwickshire 69 for 2 against Surrey at the Oval. So that's Division 1. Division 2, Sussex 60 for 2 against Glamorgan at Cardiff. And then Gloucestershire 50 for 1 against Northamptonshire at Northampton. So just a couple of Division 2 games this week. But yeah,
well, you wouldn't obviously want to be playing Championship cricket in this weather, would you? It's mad, isn't it?
Been playing in the freezing cold that you've had at Kidderminster in particular. We had some cold ones here at Canterbury.
Yeah. You wouldn't want to be off now, really, if you were cricket. This is when you want to be playing, surely, isn't it? Shouldn't they all be playing at the moment? Here's Joey Everson running away from us. Right arm over the wicket. Bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Kashif Ali, and through it goes to Harry Finch.
Well, of course, we only had a couple of games in Division 1 last week, so it's these 2 weeks, isn't it, where it's some teams take a break, but yeah.
Bell Drummond has already got imaginative with his field, or funky as we sometimes say, which is what we've seen a lot of captains doing during the Kookaburra games, where the ball was doing nothing. Everson bowls, and forward is Kashif playing back to the bowler. He's taken out one of the slips. We've just got the 2 now, so that's Crawley at first and leaning at second. Bell Drummond himself has gone into a silly mid-on position, straight just off the cut strip to the right-hand side as we look from long on. Looking for that slightly lifted drive from Kashif. Everson bowls outside the off stump, just short of a length, left alone. Might have been a little bit of nip away off the seam.
Last week, Bell Drummond, at one point, to Jack leaning spin, moved himself for George Balderson, the left-hander, to a second slip, and the very next ball, Balderson went for a cut shot and edged it to Bell Drummond, who had only just the ball before moved himself into that position. One of those things that,
and he caught it
as a captain, yes, rarely happens.
Everson bowls, Kashif forward, pushes up to mid-off. There you go, Phils. Yeah, that's brilliant, isn't it? I think you probably know you're going to win when that happens. But I mean, most of the time on helpful pitches, you see captains stick to the tried and trusted, look for the outside edge, top of off, etc. But in those early games with the Kookaburra, we saw all sorts of semicircular fields in front of the bat. This one's outside the off stump from Everson, wide and left alone. You know, 3 people catching close on the offside and things like that, because they were just trying to make things happen. And we've got that a little bit here. So we've got a man in at shortish mid-wicket, Gilchrist, and Bell Drummond in at, it's like a prep school position, isn't it? You always have a man there in a prep school game, one on either side, halfway back. Everson bowls. Oh, that's a beauty, absolute beauty. Nipped away and edged, I think, and dropped short of Zach Crawley at first slip. He picked it up on the half volley. That was either he edged it or it was an absolutely massive leg cutter. I haven't seen a replay, but I thought he got him. He was a really perfect delivery from Everson. Just hit the seam, went away, and a very, very good over completed by Joey Everson. 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 2. What do you reckon? Did he
edge? Definitely.
Edge, yeah, dropped short. Yeah, went big off the seam, I think, didn't it? From what I could see.
Just seeing it back again.
Dropped short.
Yeah, dropped short first slip. In hindsight, keeper's got to go.
Yeah.
And
But maybe the amount of movement is what did the keeper possibly.
I think it's possibly just inexperience. Harry Finch is a fairly novice wicketkeeper, really, as Swanepoel Bowles, of course, was getting a lot of praise for the stumping that he performed last week. But it's something that he's only really taken up off the back of having a few opportunities for Kent, and then with the way things played out in terms of Sam Billings stopping playing red ball cricket and Ollie Robinson and Jordan Cox leaving, it's kind of opened the door for him. And yeah, if that was a Robinson behind the stumps, he'd have dived in front of first slip and grabbed that. So this one is driven away by Rodrick out towards mid-off, but perhaps Finch's relative inexperience with the gloves, and it's something he only really took up in the last couple of years or so, as always an opening batter at Sussex. I think his probably first instinct was that it was going to carry to first slip, so therefore leave it for first slip, when actually it's not got to Crawley, because generally, of course, the wicketkeeper stands in a step or two in front of first slip. So he didn't react or perceive that he needed to dive for it. Swanepoel Bowles, and it's defended away by Rodrick. So I would say that's a life possibly for Kashif on 17. Certainly an opportunity for Kent, but they didn't quite pounce on it or realise that the keeper needed to go for that one.
Well, as a keeper, I'm going to speak up for him. Just perhaps suggest that it might be a bit more. I mean, that might be a totally perfect analysis, what you're saying.
Swanepoel Bowles, a little bit of in swing, and it's flicked away down towards long leg for a single.
But sometimes it's tricky if he picked up the line of that ball from Joe Everson and thought it was going in, so he started to shift his weight to the leg side, and then it hits the seam, and from what I saw, gone quite extravagantly. I haven't seen a replay, and then taking the edge. You know, the net result of all that is that it's actually probably a lot further away from him than it might have looked. Really, I don't know. We'll never know, will we?
Swanepoel Bowles, a full delivery, driven by Kashif Ali, up towards long on.
We had one at Kidderminster the other day where there was an edge and it was put down at slip, and then I spoke to the bowler afterwards, and he said, I thought it was the keeper's catch. But then if you speak to the keeper, you say, well, you might have thought it was the keeper's catch, but I thought it was going to go that way, and you know.
Wicketkeepers generally make it look so easy, don't they? And it's really not.
Absolutely.
As Swanepoel Bowles nudged away into the onside. Did it once on just a Sunday game at, you know, very basic level the other year, and I'm a qualified coach, so I know the theory, you know, in terms of the footwork and where I'm supposed to be, but actually just found it so strange and awkward and difficult, actually, particularly standing up to slower bowlers, and but even just sometimes having the big gloves on, you know, was just strange to me. So yeah,
it's a lot harder than people think.
Really
62 for one. It's the only thing, I've said this before, and I hope if people are listening, they've heard me say it before, forgive me, but it's the only thing I've ever seen Graham Hicks struggle to do in cricket.
To keep wicket.
He couldn't do it. He did it in a benefit game when I was supposed to do it, and he said, oh, let me have a go, and he did it, and he could not do it. And the reason he couldn't do it, particularly against the spinners, I'll just break off as Everson bowls this one. Comes in bowls, full, driven by Rodrick, through mid-on, not timed perfectly, he'll pick up 2. As Agar comes back from mid-off to do the fielding. 64 for 1, Rodrick goes to 17. And he did that thing that you can't do when he stood up. He didn't stand right up. He stood about half a yard back.
Sure.
And it's the worst thing you can do.
Yeah.
And he just said, and this is a guy who was the best slip fielder I've ever seen, I think. He just said, I can't do it. It's just too difficult. But he could do everything else.
Yeah.
Everson, again, in bowls. Worked off, or looking to work it off his pad, Rodrick. Missed it, taken on the pad, runs away on the leg side. He wants a leg bye, but Finch skips around from behind the stumps, whips off a glove, the young wicketkeeper that we're talking about. And such was his fleet-footedness that there is no run. 66 for 1 it remains. The man out, Jake Libby, LBW, to Wes Agar for 19. That was when the score was 31 for 1. Here comes Everson, and this one is a little bit shorter outside the off stump, and Libby just steers it off the back foot square on the offside for a single.
As a keeper then, Frank, presumably when it comes to seam bowling, that is one of the more difficult skills to judge a slip chance that's going to your right, whether you leave it for first slip or whether you kind of dive in front of him and take ownership sometimes.
Totally instinctive, I think, really, you know. Helps if you know your bowlers, I suppose. As Everson is in, and this one's pushed into the covers by Kashif, no run. Yeah, but when, you know, sometimes you go when you shouldn't, and a slip might say you put him off, or you get a glove to it and you don't catch it, and he thinks he's behind you,
yeah, and it could have
and
gone
he's there.
straight in.
But you know, I don't think there's any rhyme or reason to it. It's just purely instinctive. It's an odd one you do pick up. You maybe pick up a brilliant catch at the ankle height, and the slip says it wouldn't have carried to me, and you don't quite know why you did. Everson bowls, Kashif off the back foot, plays into the covers, and again there is no run.
Yeah, I can just see in my mind with that one that dropped short of first slip, and Ollie Robinson or a Sam Billings would have it just feels like they would have gone.
Yeah.
Whereas Finch was just seeing the replay, there was just a hesitance there.
Notty would have had it.
That's
what you got to say on this ground, isn't it?
sure.
I could just picture him out there with those red gloves. Everson in again. Bowls wider outside the off stump, left alone by Kashif. End of the over. No, it's not the end of the over, I beg your pardon. One ball left. 67 for 1. But yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? And you watch the truly great keepers who always seem to make the right decision of whether to go or not go. But he didn't anyway, and it didn't carry to Zach Crawley. And Joey Everson didn't pick up the wicket. Comes in now and bowls, and Kashif plays a loose shot at that one, looking to throw the hands at it outside the off stump. No run, end of the over.
Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent. Yeah, sunny day here at Canterbury. Good day for batting. It should be. Worcestershire winning the toss and choosing to have a go first. They're 67 for 1. Rodrick on 18. Kashif Ali on 17. Possibly alive in a previous over when he got an edge to a delivery from Joey Everson, which didn't quite fall for the first slip. We've been just discussing on commentary whether or not the keeper should have perhaps gone for it himself. No doubt about the 1 wicket 2 for Wes Agar getting Jake Libby LBW. The batter was so convinced himself that he pretty much walked off before the umpire even gave him out. So Worcestershire, who are of course remembering their former teammate Josh Baker, who passed away last week, this week, back armbands being worn by both of the two teams, and we had a poignant moment's applause and a brief silence before that, before the start of play as well, impeccably observed by everyone here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. The visiting side then are 67 for 1 here against Kent. Commentary continues online. So Wes Agar is back from the Nackington Road end here, placing Swanepoel and patted up towards mid-on. So yeah, Agar's only actually bowled 6 overs so far, 1 maiden, 1 for 23. Swanepoel's had a go from both ends. Nathan Gilchrist was on first change and then has been replaced by Everson. So Kent captain Daniel Bird-Drummond swapping his seam bowlers around in the early stages of this one.
Kashif's making a fool of me because I said he can't bat for an hour without scoring 30. He's only got 17. He's been in nearly an hour.
Rodrick, the man on strike at the moment. This one way wide to the off stump and let go.
But I think, you know, to be fair to him, and probably to actually make me realise that I was hasty in that assessment. You know, I did say he's come in at 3 and they're trying to make him into the number 3, and for him to make that spot his own, and maybe this is all part of it, and he's going to say, well, you know, I've got to play slightly differently from how I do in white ball cricket if I'm going to make this number 3 position count.
They go with 2 slips in a gully. Defended away by Rodrick out towards mid-wicket, but wide of Nathan Gilchrist, so he chases after it. 2 runs to be had. And yeah, part of being the number 3, I guess, is
adaptability, yeah.
And playing through these kind of moments.
Yes, or coming in when it's 150 for one,
yeah,
and you can suddenly capitalise. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But you want to make sure you. So for example, I would say the best time to bat today will be that afternoon session when the ball gets soft. It's probably not going to turn much for Parkinson. Before that second new ball is available, you want to. That'll be when Kashif can play his shots. But you've got to make sure you're in for that.
Still there, yeah.
Where's Agar bowls? Rodrick defends up towards mid-on. Just coming across his stumps and then playing with a straight bat. Daniel Bird-Drummond just goes over to his big fast bowler and gives him a little pat on the back. Just a word of encouragement, perhaps. Tell him to keep running in hard for the team. Had to do that last week when Kent enforced the follow-on. Something that doesn't always happen all too often these days. Bowlers are asked to keep on going the second time around. Oh, that one felt like it skidded on a little bit. As it goes down towards fine leg, I think no ball's been signalled. Yeah, for overstep from Wes Agar, who has been guilty of that a little bit so far today. So 2 for the no ball, 1 for the run. Worcestershire 72 for 1.
Yeah, you don't want to give runs away, and he has done it several times. Worcestershire have been guilty of that as well at various times throughout the season. I know it's something that can be quite annoying for the coaches.
Agar in. Left alone outside the off stump by Kashif. KentCricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us. Colin in Gravesend asking about the stream, which I have no control over. He says, is there only one camera? I'm pretty sure there's well, there's certainly a very limited number of cameras here compared to, say, Lancashire last week, where they've got a full-on broadcast going on and a gallery and a bunch of cameramen. It's not quite that here. It is very much the camera on top of the sight screen at the moment. As Agar's running in from the Nackington Road end. Ian and bowls. Defended away by Kashif into the onside. End of the over. Worcestershire 72 for 1. We've also got Gary listening to us, who's an Essex fan. No game this week, so he thought he would say hi and have a good game. So thank you very much to Gary, who's tuned in. Essex, of course, have had a splendid start to the season.
They've had an interesting start, haven't they, as well? Given that they've won one and lost one, I think they're the only team that have done that in the table. They're always interesting to watch. I think they're, and I'm not just saying that because I often say it. I think they're a really excellent unit, Essex. When people say to me, "What do you hope Worcestershire could be?" I always say, "Well, you know, they've got to be stronger than the sum of their parts, if that makes sense. They've got to pull together as a unit. They've got to really maximise what they've got on the staff." I'll just break off as Everson moves in and bowls, and forward comes Rodrick, plays defensively to that man at short mid-on, who is now Joe Denley, not Bell Drummond, who's gone to mid-wicket. And I think they do that at Essex. It helps when you've got Simon Harmer, it helps when you've got Sam Cook, but that's what I think Worcestershire should aspire to, that, and probably Kent as well, in many ways, as Everson bowls, pushed away defensively, rather suspiciously by batsman. Phone rings. Not aware of any reason why anybody should be trying to call me. Unlike when we had the company doing the Lancashire stream looking after us at Kidderminster, we brought them in to do that.
Ah, nice.
And so they occasionally would, I'd get a call from the studio saying, "Can you do this or can you do that?" Everson bowls, pushed out on the offside again by Rodrick, and there's no run. And we had people coming around saying, "Oh, the stream's really good. Well, I hope it's going to be like this all the time." And we said, "Well, sadly, it's not really." But if you're listening and you're wondering why, and Ben was talking about this stream here at Canterbury not being as good as some of the others, it's all about money.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's is as good as Lancashire's, to be honest.
Everson bowls slightly overpitched and whipped off his pads to mid-wicket by Rodrick, fielded by Bell Drummond. 72 for 1. Rodrick 21, Kashif 17, the man out. Jake Libby, LBW, to Wes Agar for 19. That was 31 for 1 in the 9th over. Since then, well, attritional stuff, shall we say. Worcestershire batsmen watchful, Kent bowlers probing. As Everson bowls, and he overpitches again on leg stump and is clipped through mid-wicket by Rodrick, and they'll get 3 runs, having to hurry a little bit as he comes back for the 3rd. Kashif. Rodrick moves on to 24, and a total to 75 for 1.
It's just interesting how actually very similar the scores in Division 1 are. Hampshire 74 for 1, Worcestershire 75 for 1 here, Lancashire 67 for 1, Warwickshire 76 for 2. So
yeah,
all are probably in that stage of, you know, batting first on what they hope will be a sunny day. Have lost one early wicket, but trying to set themselves up to go well.
Everson again. He's in and bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Kashif. And that is the end of another over from Joey Everson. 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 10, his figures. Agar, the 1 wicket taker, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 28. Vonapul has bowled 8 overs, no wicket for 22. And Nathan Gilchrist, no wicket for 13 from his 5.
So around about 20 minutes until the lunch break on day 1 here at Canterbury. Get in touch with us on Twitter. It's Frank Watson 58 at BBC Kent Sport, at Ben Watt Sport. Where's Agar? Balls from the Nackington Road end, and Gareth Rodrick just softly plays this into the onside up towards mid-on and then scampers through for a quick single. That's good batting from him. So he now has 25. Kashif Ali has been on 17 for a while. His bat raised high behind him as he waits for Agar. Hooks this one away down towards long leg, where Everson is residing for a single. A few of the Worcestershire lads just wandering past our commentary position in their lovely green training gear.
Yeah, it's Ben Gibbon and Ethan Brooks, who Ben Gibbon's playing in this game. Ethan Brooks is in the squad but not playing, and Kadir Ali, the coach, in the middle on the way to the nets. Very frustrating for young Ethan Brooks, moved from Warwickshire to join Worcestershire, and through a combination of weather and whatever else.
It's Agar bowls and left alone extravagantly by Rodrick.
Has hardly set foot on a cricket pitch since he's moving. Really frustrated, I think. Been involved in the squad for nearly all the games. Second team have hardly played. Latest game was abandoned, of course, when the tragedy with Josh Baker happened. So his league didn't play in the league last week, Ethan, so he's hardly had any cricket at all. Desperate to make his mark, I think.
2 slips in a gully for Rodrick. As Agar bowls and it's let go. Through to Finch, the keeper. And just looking down the averages for Worcestershire this season, you know, largely everyone's started off the campaign pretty well, and that goes even down to Leach himself, as we mentioned earlier on, and Smith, the overseas, contributing with the bat. There's a goal. Oh, that's a quicker delivery. It's hit Rodrick on the pad, and he's possibly in a little bit of pain. So it was fired in, just going down the leg side, seemingly. That's what the umpire would have been thinking. Why it wasn't given out.
It's not been easy, is it?
No,
for these
like
two. I mean, we keep
something.
saying there haven't been many alarms, and I would go along with that. But you know, 25 off 70 and 18 off 52 says that they've bowled pretty well in this first session.
Here comes Agar again, driven back past him by Rodrick for 4.
Shot of the day, possibly.
To bring up the 50 partnership as well. Worcestershire 77 for 1. They've moved on to 81 for 1.
Yeah, 50 partnership between these two. Exactly 50 added. That shot was a very good shot. What would I like for lunch? That's a very nice request. I'll just reply to that. Thanks, Ben.
Go for it. Yes, very nicely played by Rodrick, who's been out there for 71 deliveries so far, the opener. 29 to his name. Kashif Ali with that hook stroke in the previous over, getting off 17, which he'd been stuck on for a little while, has moved now to 18. So yeah, 50 partnership for the second wicket between these two. It was a decent partnership for the first as well, those 31 runs before Libby just facing a couple of deliveries from Agar, having looked pretty assured in the early stages, particularly against the bowlers who were running in from this pavilion end up the slope. But just that little bit of extra pace from Agar managed to unsettle him, and he was out LBW, so that's the 1 wicket to fall so far. Everson to Kashif Ali has just played away into the covers. Ben Compton picking it up. Good number of spectators in the ground today. Got the ice cream truck over on the far side. A number of people have brought their own chairs, sat around the perimeter, way next to the scoreboard over on the far side. Electronic scoreboard, that is, as Kashif Ali with a square drive out towards deep point. Nicely played. Delivery from Everson was just a little bit wide, and Ali watched it well. So an extra run for him.
Thanks for that. Sorry, it's my over, isn't it?
No worries at all.
Yeah, 82 for 1. I always think I always have this discussion. Everybody's thinking, oh, he's at it again. First day, first session. What's a par score at lunch when you put in or when you bat first? Everson bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Rodrick, and this is it for me. This is par. 80 odd for 1 is just slightly in favour of the batting side. 80 odd for 2 is par. 80 odd for 3 slightly in favour of the bowling side. I always say that. Always felt it ever since watching test matches as a kid. Something in the 80s. Anything above 80, get up to 100. You've had a good quick morning. Everson in again. Bowls. Driven up to mid-off. Uncertainly. Maybe just slightly slower, that one. Hold back a little bit. But so far, Worcestershire be sat there in the dressing room thinking, well, 10 more minutes, get to lunch, and we've only lost 1. That's a good session. Kent will be thinking, just nip another one out. Well, they'll just feel a little bit happier when we go into regroup. I think they've bowled pretty tidily. Everson bowls, and this is driven up to mid-on Parkinson Fields, and there's no run. But as you were saying, Ben, it'll probably mid-afternoon be the best time to bat. The ball will be older, the bowlers will be a bit more tired, and these two, or the next two, or whatever, will think this is the time to make hay. But you've got to earn the right to do that, and that's what they're doing at the moment, laying the foundations. Everson comes in to complete the over, left alone by Rodrick, who's been very disciplined in his batting this morning. 29 to him, 19 to Kashif, 82 for 1.
Yeah, certainly has been. I wonder if Kent will give Matt Parkinson an over before lunch. Whether they might just...
They often do it. Does
yeah,
it sometimes? You just never know, do you?
Yeah, it tends to be a bit of a token over sometimes, but I'm just wondering that actually in the second innings at Old Trafford last week, Parkinson bowled when the ball was around about 20 or so overs old, and actually because Matt Parkinson is actually going to have a bowl. Yeah, he bowled in this kind of 20 over-ish period, the second innings at Old Trafford last week, and because the ball was that bit harder, actually it offered him something which he hadn't really had with the old ball in the first innings, and it just, one of his wickets seemed to get a little bit of extra bounce as well as turn. I think that's the benefit perhaps of chucking a spinner on when the ball is still relatively new like it is here, that you can actually get a little bit of bounce with it. So for Parkinson, who tends to bowl a bit slower than some spinners as well, here he is from the Nackington Road end. Quite a bit of flight as it's tossed up and driven away by Kashif. Yeah, you know, compare Matt Parkinson to a Nathan Lyon, and Nathan Lyon's bowling rapid and really pushing it through and trying to get revs on the ball, whereas Parkinson is quite a lot about flight and that bit slower, and it's drilled away for 4 runs by Kashif Ali. It was actually a low full toss, but it was a bit aerial as it went past cover. So it's the sort of loosener / bad ball that sometimes actually gets you a wicket.
Yeah, doesn't it? Kashif couldn't believe it. First loose one he's received for a while. Well, first loose one anyone's received for a while.
So Kashif moves to 23 not out. Worcestershire to 86 for 1. Parkinson, again, that's massive air as he's tossed it up outside the off stump. He does have a sweeper now at deep cover. So Kashif Ali gets off strike with a single. So 87 for 1. Parkinson will now have a go to Rodrick. I wonder if it'll be quite as floaty to Rodrick. Here he comes. No, flatter. Defended away. So I do wonder if it was almost a deliberate ploy to Kashif Ali to really lob it up and invite the stroke. Bowls once again the leg spinner, former Lancashire man Matt Parkinson. It is a flatter delivery once more, so perhaps it was deliberate to really give the ball some air against Kashif Ali. Spinning the ball from hand to hand, and bowling for the final time in the over. 5 off it thus far. Rodrick just watches this one and plays it back to Parkinson. So 87 for 1. 27 overs gone, and probably a couple more to come before lunch.
Johnny Blaine's been in touch, often gets in touch with me, Worcester fan, Spurs fan. He says, we'll miss you counting the seconds of Josh Baker's overs, always a highlight. I used to put the stopwatch on Josh Baker sometimes because he could bowl an over in under a minute sometimes if it was a maid. It's one of the many things I'll miss about Josh. And just saying to Johnny, he also asks, any news on Tom Taylor? Well, yeah, there is a bit of news on Tom Taylor. Recently signed from Northampton, as Worcestershire listeners know, injured in a collision with Ben Gibbon, who we saw walking past a minute ago in a pre-season game. I'll just break off as Joey Everson comes into bowl, and this one is defended by Kashif out on the offside. There's no run. He's recovering, and he's here. I'm pleased to say he's on this trip. Tom Taylor. He's been gently bowling. He did damaged ligaments in his shoulder and his knee, I think. Gently bowling in the last week or so, and the aim is that he will be fit to play in the T20s when they begin. So that's the plan with Tom. As Everson bowls, and forward comes Kashif and pushes out on the offside again, and there's no run. 87 for 1. Worcestershire in the bright hot sunshine here at Canterbury. Wicketkeeper Finch has decided he's going to stand up to Joey Everson, which is perfectly understandable on this pitch. Put a little bit of pressure on Kashif. Man in there on the drive at short mid-wicket. One slip. Everson is in and bowls. Oh, and well, almost gets reward because Kashif, drawn into an extravagant drive by that Fuller delivery, missed it. And a neat take by Finch, standing up to the stumps. Talking about keeping earlier, and he'll really be enjoying this, Finch, because this is the fun, I think. Keeping to spinners is great, but keeping to seamers on pitch where the bounce is fairly even and predictable is really good fun. And that's what he's doing now. He just moves across behind the stumps as this one is played away on the onside by Kashif. 24 off 61 deliveries.
I used to get loads of wickets at school when a good mate of mine stood up to the stumps.
Put pressure on.
I actually got a hat trick once when and the hat trick ball was a leg side stumping.
Wow. Blimey, I hope you bought him a drink.
Well, we were at 12 at the time,
well, a Diet Coke.
But yeah, he was
leg side stumping at 12. Goodness me. That one's short and wide from Everson, and Kashif steers it out square on the offside off the back foot for a single. And the total goes on to 88 for one. But seriously, and it's a no ball. That's I think it's the 5th no ball of the morning.
Yeah, there's been a few, isn't there, actually?
Little bit lapse. Leg side stumping in that age is pretty good.
Yeah, he was
been
super.
A good keeper.
Yeah, it really was.
Very, very good. I mean, it's for a keeper, a leg side stumping is just such a great thing. You remember most of them, I think. Even people who've been keeping for years, there aren't that many of them around. This one pushed out on the leg side by Rodrick. Joe Denley under the sun hat at mid-wicket does the fielding, and I think we'll have one more over after this, probably. One ball left in this one, and Parkinson will probably bowl another over of leg spin, and then we'll have a little break after this first session. This one is short outside the off stump, and again Rodrick is on the back foot, steering it into the covers. He'll keep the strike with that single. He's gone on to 30, and Worcestershire on 91 for one. Joey Everson now 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 15. One more over to go before the interval.
So good start from the visitors to this game. Just the 1 wicket down. It's an excellent one from Wes Agar to remove Libby, but these two have played carefully, played within themselves, and have negotiated what Kent have been able to produce so far. With, as you say, Frank, Kent not bowling particularly badly.
No, I think they've bowled pretty tidily, but it looks a good surface, and they've played with admirable watchfulness.
So Parkinson, the leg spinner, tossing this one up to Rodrick. There's now 2 almost catching cover fielders who have both got floppy hats on. In Joe Denley and Zach Crawley, there is a slip as well as a deep cover. Defended away up towards mid-off. Looks like Jack Leaning's warming up as well, out at deep cover, on the off chance that can get another over in. Depends how quickly Parkinson gets through these 4 deliveries. Here he comes. Rodrick defending out into the covers.
Yeah, I reckon he might get another one in.
Assuming Rodrick is quite happy to continue patting the ball away in defence. Just steps away from his crease momentarily. But Parkinson, Worcestershire 91 for 1. Bowling to Rodrick, who defends it. Straight back into the left hand of the bowler. Clock over on the electronic scoreboard says 12:58 at the moment. There's Parkinson with 2 balls to go. He's in. And this one's turned away into the onside for a single by Rodrick. So he'll be not out at lunch. unless they
12:59
another one in.
if the umpire walks in from square leg.
Kashif would do well to, redo the strapping on his gloves as he's doing. Maybe just to delay proceedings slightly. Here comes Parkinson. Worcestershire 92 for 1. Tossed up, defended away by Kashif. Umpire turns around and gives the score, or gives the clocker a look. Jack Leaning's running in from the boundary. I think they're going to try and get another over in here.
Yeah, they're going to get one in. It's not ticked over if they are going by that scoreboard. He's reached his position, and we are going to have one more over.
So Leaning hands his cap to the umpire.
Yeah, he's going to be leaning. So there we are. Occasional bowler?
Yeah, he...
A bit more than that?
Yeah, perhaps. Certainly in T20 cricket, he's more than occasional. But kind of a second spinner in terms of the 4-day stuff. Sometimes we'll get you an important wicket though. Jack Leaning has a bit of a golden arm.
Yeah.
Can be a bit of a partnership breaker. But generally he won't spin the ball massively anyway, so actually it doesn't matter that it's day one. Just bowls with fairly decent control.
So he's in and round the wicket, which in itself is slightly odd to the right-handed Rodrick, who pushes out on the offside.
Yeah, and it goes back to him not really turning it, so he's probably just trying to create an angle across the batter.
Comes in again. Right arm off spin round the wicket outside the off stump, just short of the length, and Rodrick just steers it out square on the offside for a single. Goes on to 32.
So quick enough to fizz one in for an LBW, so again happy to come around the wicket.
93 for 1. He comes in now to Kashif, who's forward and pushes that to Denley at mid wicket.
That was slightly quicker in fairness.
Kashif 25 not out. Waits as Leaning is in again, and he turns it on the leg side again, and has completely made a mockery of what I said earlier about he can't bat for an hour without scoring 30, because he's been in for an hour and a half. He's only got 25, and he got off to a bit of a flyer as well.
He did, yeah.
But he's been very, very watchful, as he is here, just dropping this one down on the leg side.
He was on 15 within about 30 balls, wasn't he? And he's 20, 30.
He'd lost the strike
balls
for quite a long time as well, but nonetheless, he's proving that there's more than one way for him to play. As this one from Leaning is over pitched, and Kashif just turns it on the leg side for a single. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is your lot. 94 for 1, the man out. Libby for 19, that was 31 for 1. 63 added since then by Gareth Rodrick, who's been there since the start. 32 not out off 87 deliveries. Kashif Ali 26 not out off 67 deliveries. And from my point of view, not a bad morning from Kent. I think they bowl quite tidily. There hasn't been a lot to hit. There certainly haven't been many bad balls, but probably having won the toss and chosen to bat Worcestershire will be very satisfied.
Yeah, I think they've played really well, the Worcestershire batters, in that session. Negotiated the new ball and the early swing with just the loss of Jake Libby for 19. And then that second hour, although they haven't scored at, say, a rapid rate, and they've been watchful, Kent have been fairly patient with their lines and lengths. Haven't been loads of 4 balls to hit, a few no balls, but I think Worcestershire have played that nice and calmly, and they've gone about things in the right way to set themselves up to go big as the day goes on and try and get a nice first innings score and some batting bonus points, etc. So good start from the visitors. We'll be back in just under 40 minutes time for commentary of the second session of the day. I'll briefly do an update for BBC Radio Kent in a moment or two, but then after that we'll pop off for some lunch. Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester and myself, Ben Watts from BBC Radio Kent, after a well, moving start to the day, and then some very watchable cricket as well. 94 for 1, Worcestershire at lunch on day 1. Players are heading onto the field, ready to get the second session of the day underway. Worcestershire to resume 94 for 1. It's going to be Bias Swanepoel who's going to bowl for Kent from the Nackington Road end. And a Kashi Valley on strike, 26 for him, 32 for Gareth Rodrick. Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester, Ben Watts of BBC Radio Kent in the box today. And the visitors looking to continue their good work from the opening session of the day. Swanepoel bowling a full delivery, which is dug out by Kashi Valley. Slightly toe-endy sound off the bat, that one.
You're mentioning before about you being a coach, Ben, as am I, and just have a look at Kashi Valley's bottom hand and think if you've ever taught a boy to hold a bat or a girl to hold a bat like that. I bet you haven't. It's so far round the handle.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
It's incredible how he hits it through the covers.
He holds it like a baseball bat as well as he brings the ball back. Or brings the bat down now on the ball.
Bottom hand is
it's
right
almost
round there. His fingers are further round the handle, much further round the handle than you would teach when you talk about getting the V's in line. They're almost underneath each other. It's really unusual.
Is it almost like a golfer's grip? I don't know.
I think his elbow has to be slightly extended.
Full delivery, almost Yorker length from Swanepoel and defended away by Kashif. Yeah, like Jack Leaning actually has that very high back lift, but it's all about the swing and the flow of the bat. So high it's almost raised above his head as he now swings it through the line of the ball, crunches the ball away on the bounce, out towards wide mid-off for a single. Swanepoel going for his first run in this over. This is his 9th. One maiden number 23 so far, replacing Matt Parkinson, who bowled a couple of overs of leg spin before the interval. That was George Garrett walking past us with the batting coach Toby Radford. 2 slips and a gully. This one's driven by Rodrick. Chance for a shy at the stumps from Bell Drummond and a pretty good throw. Knocked out a stump at the wicket-keeper's end. But the batter Kashi Valley was home safely. Don't think the Kent players even appealed it, to be honest.
Amazing how often they do hit. Although to be fair, he had all 3 to aim at there, didn't he? But it had to run quite a long way around to his left. A well judged one.
Yeah, it was. Good batting. So Swanepoel again bowls. Kashi Valley turning it away on the onside. Again, have already taken a slip out, or at least moved leaning to gully. Perhaps just for that delivery, but end of the over. Worcestershire 96 for 1. I was actually seeing a tweet from the county cricket page over the lunch interval that's saying the last 8 times Surrey have won the toss at home, they've chosen to bowl every single time.
Right.
I wonder if today will be the one. They probably don't rue it all too often, but actually Warwickshire are 95 for 3, so
yeah.
They just, the quality they have of their seam attack, they find ways to take wickets.
Well, we were discussing this the other day. It's almost like, if there were a Manchester City of the cricket,
an all-star 11
championship, it would be Surrey, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Extraordinary depth. A real tough one. Whereas today, you look at these 2 sides, and you were saying earlier, people tipped them as favourites to go down. You think it's going to be a contest, don't you? You would hope it's going to be a contest between these 2.
Yeah,
whereas,
for sure.
Whereas if you play Surrey, I think if you're Worcestershire or you Kent, you're probably just thinking, well, we don't mind a draw. New over beginning from the pavilion end. Nathan Gilchrist, the bowler, coming in. His first ball is defended by Gareth Rodrick back up the pitch. You get the impression that the Kent seamers are recognising that this is going to be a long, tough day. Might be wrong, could knock over 3 or 4 and it could all change. Parkinson will probably have some work to do, but it's going to be hard work, I would think, for the Kent seamers. In comes Gilchrist again, bowls, and Rodrick is forward, pushing up to Parkinson at mid-on. And there's no run. 96 for 1 then. Worcestershire. Just a bit of cloud now that we didn't have this morning. It was totally clear this morning. Little bit of wispy cirrus, I think it is. Cirrus and cirrostratus. Cloud, remembering my scouting days. But there won't be any rain in the first 2 or 3 days of this game anyway, as Gilchrist bowls wide to Rodrick, who accepts the opportunity to throw his hands through that. Doesn't quite time it, picks up just a single as Agar moves to his left at deepish mid-off. But Rodrick moves on to 34 and the total to 97 for 1. Might, if you believe the forecast, get a little bit of rain on Monday, but weather set fair at the moment as Gilchrist comes in again and bowls, and that's a nice drive from Kashif, but straight to Agar at mid-off, and score stays on 97 for 1. Yeah, just talking about that Kashif grip, the bottom hand is, one imagines we teach young cricketers to hold the bat with the V's formed by the thumb and first finger on each hand in line, top hand at the top of the handle, bottom hand sits underneath. Kashif, if you then imagine pushing that bottom hand round from right to left as he pushes this one up to mid-on and there's no run, then his hand has gone almost underneath the handle, and then to play into the offside as he does, there clearly is more flexion in his right elbow than there is in mine. There is in most people's, and he does play through there quite beautifully. So it's just a quirk really, but it's an unusual way to hold the bat. Gilchrist in, bowls to him, drives on the offside very nicely, just one, because again Agar is at deepish mid-off, and well, Joe Denley couldn't quite cut it off at extra cover, and it was well judged again by Kashif. Heard the early call, and Rodrick responded. They took a single. End of the over. Kashif has 28, 98 for 1, and he's kept the strike.
So this Worcestershire pair very much starting as they mean to go on in this session. Hoping they can bat for plenty of it. As Beggars Swanner bowl is in, turned away through the onside by Kashif Ali, tucked away for a couple of runs through mid-wicket. Kent's where's Agar, the other overseas, chasing that down towards the new lime tree, doing the fielding, so a couple of runs taken. Yeah, it feels like the two batters are playing within themselves to a degree. They've both ticked along at strike rates in the 30s. Kashif has slowed down after a fairly brisk start. As Bears Swanapole is in again. The 100 upcoming, coming up rather, for Worcestershire with that previous stroke. I think the scoreboard was just a bit slow to show it. But now there's a few more people recognising that's the case, and applauding around the ground. So 101 for 1 now, with Kashif Ali on 31, Rodrick on 34 with that little push drive off the back foot through the covers for a single in previous delivery. So 3 picked up in the over for Kashif. Take his strike rate back into the 40s. Rodrick now the opener, fending this off full straight delivery from the South African. And for those of a Kent persuasion bemoaning Daniel Bell-Drummond, who has now lost 5 straight tosses in a row as captain, can't necessarily blame him today. It was a case of Worcestershire skipper calling it correctly. As
kept a bit low.
I did keep us slightly low, but Rodrick was fine to go back and pat it away. Yeah, perhaps as the 4 days go on, the wicket might become a bit slower and lower. Ball is now
It's like an August pitch.
Yeah. The ball's now 33 overs old as it's turned away by Rodrick for a single out towards square leg, which, considering the amount of rain we've had, is quite extraordinary how
Yeah.
you can
But
make
you know,
it that dry.
The groundsman's lot is not a happy one, as they say, and obviously we've seen that at New Road. 8 floods this winter. New groundsman came from Chelmsford, the driest county ground in the country. So he's had his work cut out.
Crikey, yeah. Swanepoel bowls pulled away by Kashif. In between deep square and long leg for 4. So he's started nice and brightly after lunch to move to 35. Rodrick on 35 as well. Swanepoel just leaking a boundary in that over. Worcestershire up to 106 for 1.
And last week, when, you know, and there's a desperate clean-up going on at the moment, as you can imagine, at New Road. It's not just the playing area, but
yeah,
floods everywhere. People are helping, volunteers and so on. But at Kidderminster, about 10 days ago, I was chatting to the groundsman. He said, "Do you know what the problem is now? I've got on New Road. I've got to water it. Got to get water on it to get the grass growing, because we hadn't had any rain for a while. You just wouldn't believe it.
It's bizarre, isn't it?
Gilchrist from the pavilion end bowls, and forward is Rodrick. Slightly squared up, pushing this one up to mid on Parkinson Fields. I don't think anybody really... Well, we're all incredibly sympathetic, I think. I was at the AGM for the county when the groundsman presented to the audience what work he'd done after the 7th flood. Gilchrist comes in and bowls, and that one beats Rodrick outside the off stump. And he showed a little video of having taken the top off the square, basically, and reseeded it and laid it and got it all ready and put a tent up over it and got artificial lights in to get the grass growing. That was a Friday night. Sunday it was all washed away by the 8th flood, and that was only a few weeks ago, so it's just been unbelievably tough. Gilchrist in, bowls, Rodrick forward, pushes up to mid-off Agar Fields, and there's no run, and that is what has prompted the first initial suggestions from Ashley Giles, the chief executive, that Worcestershire might have to leave New Road. And I've said this lots of times, and I think people have heard it not just from me but from other sources as well, that we all expected a kind of hysterical outcry. Gilchrist is in and bowls, and this one's worked away on the onside to mid-wicket, Bell-Drummond Fields. About, you know, you can't leave New Road, it's iconic, it's the home of the club for so long, etc, etc, and of course there is that view, and of course we all subscribe to it, but I think the way that Ashley Giles has presented this scenario is that people have been much more sympathetic than they might otherwise have been. Gilchrist bowls, left alone by Rodrick, which is to say, this is just not sustainable.
Quite.
You cannot carry on like this, and there's no point investing in the stadium in other areas, etc, etc, if it's just going to keep getting flooded. So it's just an idea at the moment. There's all sorts of talk that needs to be had with all kinds of different parties huge amount of investment would be required, but the idea that Worcestershire might move away is not quite as one for the fairies as people might have imagined, shall I say, as Gilchrist bowls. And this one's pushed out on the offside, maiden over from Nathan Gilchrist, very tidy as he has been throughout the day. 7 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 15, and Worcestershire remain 106 for 1. So yeah, so much as we would hate to leave, it's not quite as appalling a suggestion as people might have thought.
Yeah, it's a good way of phrasing it. And as you say, it's that phrase, you know, is it sustainable with it flooding, you know, year in, year out at the moment?
And it never I mean, it always flooded, but never more, never once, maybe twice. And then, you know, even in the time that I've been associated with the club, and I first lived in Worcester about, you know, in 1980 or so, it was once a year, twice a year at the most.
So on a ball continuing, full delivery to Kashif, defended up towards mid-on.
And you know, this year the ground, it's been underwater, I think. And please, you know, don't get in touch and say actually I'm completely wrong, but I'm pretty sure that it has actually been underwater for 10 weeks of this winter.
Wow.
Which is just ridiculous, isn't it? And apparently, you know, if it's underwater for 2 or 3 days and the water goes away, that's fine, it's not a problem. But it's when it just sits there for weeks.
So on a ball bowls, off the back foot, turned away into the onside by Kashif, but straight to Joe Denley at a shortish mid-wicket position. Throws in right-handed to the keeper. Yeah, certainly seems to be more extraordinary each year, really, than what's happening over the off-season at New Road.
Yeah.
In terms of the flooding.
It is. It's just terribly soul-destroying for the grandstand.
Back of length delivery this time from the South African Swanepoel, turned away by Kashif Ali.
I live now quite close to the river, up from where the county ground is, upper level. It's never going to flood, but I can walk from my house across and down a footpath to the river in 3 minutes, which is a regular dog walk for me in the mornings. And of course those walks have been flooded for weeks and weeks and weeks. You just haven't been able to get down there at all.
Swanepoel bowls. Little run up towards mid-on, wide of the
Good run.
field. Parkinson moving away to his right, but again,
they've run well since lunch.
They've run well.
Yeah, not so much this morning when they were a bit more watchful. But I think you almost get the impression they've gone out after lunch and said, let's try and not take risks, but put them under a little bit of pressure.
Yeah,
they've run hard, haven't they, since lunch?
Be proactive.
Yeah. Could be a big session.
Swanepoel bowls. Flicked away by Rodrick down towards square leg. Yeah, it's almost that progression as the day goes on. Go from gritting it out in the morning session, setting that platform, being a bit more proactive as the day goes on, and if you can get yourself in a position to
cash in after 60 or 70 overs.
Then take the attack to Kent when you've got that buffer, if you will.
Yeah,
smart cricket so far from the Worcestershire top order.
Kent need to be patient though, don't they, and pick up a chance when it comes along.
Here comes the South African again, fuller delivery, which is flicked away into the onside. Was almost driven wide of mid-wicket by Kashif Ali. Goes back to what you were saying, Frank, about the grip on the bat.
Yeah. Well, having talked about how it's extraordinary through there, and there must be something that allows him to do it. It's such a strength through there. And when he plays white ball cricket, picks the ball up very, very quickly on the leg side.
Yeah, so quite natural to play through that leg side area, whereas that needs that extra flexibility in the elbow to play through the covers.
But he's got it. 38, played nicely. 36 to Rodrick, 110 for 1 at the end of that over. We'll reiterate what we said several times this morning. Kent haven't bowled badly at all. It's been a good contest, but Worcestershire have applied themselves well. Gilchrist from the pavilion end bowls, and Rodrick is forward. Just in that shot, really encompassing what I'm talking about, a very solid and watchful forward defensive. And Gilchrist, who's hardly bowled a bad ball really, 7 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 15 before this. Just plugging away, hoping for a mistake. Slip in a gully as he moves away from us and bowls, and that one's nicely worked on the onside by Rodrick, but a good diving stop at short mid-wicket by Daniel Bell-Drummond, the Kent skipper, falling to his right. Bright sunshine, good crowd. This is a good picture of county championship cricket, I think. Nice ground. Update for BBC Radio Kent coming imminently from Ben.
Yeah, and Worcestershire having the better of it. The visitors 110 for 1, just losing the only wicket in the first session of the day. Jake Libby, LBW to Wes Agar on debut for Kent. Bayer Swanepoel in the action after lunch, but yet to take a breakthrough. We had a minute's applause and a poignant scene ahead of the start of play. 20-year-old Josh Baker passing away last week. His Worcestershire teammates very much playing in his memory this week and have started the match extremely well. 111 for 1 here against Kent. Meanwhile, at Cardiff, Sussex having a decent enough start to their game in Division 2 against Glamorgan. They're 106 for 3 in that one. Pujara, the not-out batsman at the moment, on 31. Both of those games live and available on the BBC Sport website and app.
As Gilchrist bowls again to Kashif, who just pushes defensively up towards mid-on. And there's no run. Nelson on the board, 111 for 1, all the ones. Cricket superstition suggests that Worcestershire will want to get off that score as quickly as possible, but in my experience modern players don't care too much about those sort of things. Gilchrist in, bowls, and Kashif defends again, forcefully out on the offside. Lovely bit of fielding by Joe Denley at short extra cover, diving to his right. Good one-handed stop. Saved a run. Agar was behind him, but they probably have got one if he hadn't made that athletic save. So the score stays on 111 for 1. Field is fairly well spread now, as you might imagine. Bell-Drummond's dropped back to deep mid-wicket, suggesting we might get one banged in by Gilchrist here. And indeed, there it is. And Kashif takes it on and says, I don't care if you've got a man back, because he's whacked it for 4. Swivelling pull shot, rolled his wrists on top of it. He knew it was coming, I think, with Bell-Drummond having gone back. And it's a fairly easy-paced pitch, I would suggest, given the time he had to play that. He's whacked it away through mid-wicket for 4. He's gone to 42, and Worcestershire are off Nelson. They're 115 for 1 at the end of that over, which was the 36th of the innings. Yeah,
it might have been worth going for a bit of a double bluff there and going extra full instead of short.
Yeah. Thought he might.
As you say, it's a tactic that Kent have tried out to Kashif. Very first ball he faced, we saw Wes Agar bang it in, but as you say, the pace of the pitch, not sure it's a tactic that's going to particularly bear fruit for Kent. Kashif has played it well. One of those things as Swanepoel is in, turned away by Rodrick into the onside. Sometimes somebody's perceived weakness is also a strength of theirs when they do it well.
We saw an incident at Trent Bridge against Notts when Joe Clark came in, and is a player obviously Worcestershire know really well, having been an ex-Worcestershire, having been a Worcestershire player, but he was very, very cautious and watchful, uncharacteristically so. But it was the Kookaburra games and it was a flat pitch. They wanted to make things happen. I'll just break off as this one's bowled.
Just want to pull into Kashif, who drives through the covers. That's a glorious stroke. But Drummond chasing after it, might just get there actually and prevent 4, so they'll scuttle back for the third. But that was really handsomely played through the covers by Kashif Ali to move on to 45 now, 119 for one.
So what Brett D'Oliveira did was he brought Adam Finch on, got him to sort of bang it in quite short and put 2 or 3 men back and tried to get Joe Clark out like that because he's quite a compulsive hooker. One nearly went to hand.
Just want to ball in again. Little shuffle across his stumps. Trigger movement from Rodrick, playing defensively. Ball under his eyes, up towards mid-off.
One nearly went to hand, but
a few went.
What happened was that Joe Clark went from having struggled to 20.
Yeah.
He flew to 50, and the whole mood changed. And it, you know, it can work like that, can't it? Go the other way, really.
Yeah.
Problem with the ball, I think here we've had a few of these this season with these dukes. Having a look at it, has it gone out of shape? Umpires having a look, other umpires coming over. Probably see if it will go through the rings in a minute.
I think this is a case of umpires doing absolutely nothing for us here. There must be something wrong with it.
Getting the rings out and seeing if it'll fit through. And can't see there. I'm looking through my monocular, but they're hidden from view, the umpires. And there Matt Parkinson's holding it up. Well, what do you think? Doesn't look round to me. What do you reckon? And they are.
So they've been giving it back.
Going to get on with it. Yeah. We've had a few of that. We've had a few of these, and we had a couple changed at Kidderminster. We had a few changed at Kidderminster, and we lost a few in the railway as well.
I'm somewhat sceptical, to be honest, when these instances occur, because they don't often happen when a team is
taking wickets.
Taking wickets, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely right.
So Swanepoel continuing his over. Rodrick passing the ball up towards mid-on. No run this time.
No, you're right. They don't, do they? You don't complain when you're taking wickets. But, I suppose you just look for. If you can get the ball changed, another ball might behave differently. I suppose it's one of those things. And it does often happen, doesn't it? When they change a ball and they get a wicket.
Yes, Swanepoel bowls well wide of the off stump. Gareth Rodrick happy to let it go.
Not a breath of wind, really, is there? It's perfect May day here at the St Lawrence Ground.
Final time in the over. Swanepoel bowls, defended away into the covers, end of the over. 119 for one, 26-year-old all-rounder, medium fast, left-handed batter. Has played for Free State, Northern Cape, Knights, Eastern Province, Eastern Cape, for those that don't know too much about him.
No, I don't.
Played South Africa A cricket. I think it was named in the team of the season for the most recent campaign in South Africa.
In red ball cricket, as that as well, is it?
Might have been T20.
Right.
Let me double check. I think it's this. Yeah.
Grant Stewart on as 12th man, so somebody's popped off. He made a brief appearance before lunch as well. Anyway, it's Nathan Gilchrist to continue. He's bowling to Kashif. Works this one off his stumps to mid-wicket, hence hands on head behind, because if he'd have missed it, they'd have been going up, but he didn't. Beldrum fielded.
Yeah, the CSA T20 team of the tournament.
Right.
Although his first class figures are pretty respectable as well.
Yeah.
Certainly in terms of bowling average. Under 20.
Gilchrist again bowls, worked away on the onside again. Beltram goes down to his left, bit like a felled tree on that occasion, just sort of toppled over and made the save. He's been busy, the Kent skipper, in the field. He puts himself where the ball might be most likely to go, perhaps, and that's always a good thing from a captain. And he's been pretty effective in stopping quite a few runs. He's in there at short mid-wicket as Gilchrist comes in to Kashif, and that's banged in short, and a lovely looking back foot drive from Kashif, but straight to Joe Denley at short extra cover.
Because of course Rodrick was born in South Africa, wasn't he?
Yeah, and goes back to play each winter, went back there this winter to play in Cape Town, I think. And Kashif spent the winter in Pakistan playing, learning, being coached all over the place, I think. Part of his cricketing education. Gilchrist in, bowls, Kashif's forward, pushes up to mid-on, and 12th man Stewart does the fielding. And quite a few of the Worcestershire lads went away this winter, and it's something they all used to do, and then it kind of became less fashionable for young English cricketers to go abroad for the winter. But this winter Adam Finch was in Australia, Josh Baker was in Australia, Ethan Brooks was in Australia, I think. Kashif was in Pakistan, Gareth Rodrick was in South Africa. Gilchrist bowls again, Kashif plays defensively on the onside and there's no run. Ed Pollock was in Australia, so yeah, quite a few of them taking advantage of those opportunities again. I mean, it used to be the case in the 80s, you'd go to an airport beginning of October, you'd be able to tick off every county player under the age of about 26 with his coffin on his way to Australia or New Zealand or whatever, gaining hugely important experience. So Gilchrist bowls, Kashif pushes out on the offside, Denley fields, end of another maiden from the very tidy Nathan Gilchrist. 9 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 20, but still only the 1 wicket down. 119 for 1. Rodrick has been there since the start. He's on 38, so he's going at 1 and over, and Kashif Ali is on 45. The one man out this morning, Jake Libby, was LBW to Wes Agar for 19.
Yeah, over the years I feel like some of the Kent players have obviously gone out to Australia, etc., but I think this particular winter maybe not so much of it for whatever reason. Obviously Zach Crawley was busy with England. Ben Compton was playing some first-class cricket in Zimbabwe. But other than that, I don't think there was loads of guys necessarily going abroad or playing down under. Daniel Bird Drummond the other year ended up playing club cricket for the same team as David Warner. 2 of them opened the batting.
Of course, one thing that's changed is that they get paid 12 months a year now, whereas they didn't used to.
Where's Agar bowls? Coming into the attack from the Nackington Road end and bringing Roderick forward, who plays up towards mid-off.
So they used to have to go abroad to, to make a living in the winter, really, yeah.
Yeah, Sam Billings is just white ball contracted these days and tends to play in a few T20 tournaments around the world. Joe Denley played in the odd 1 or 2. Crawley was at the Big Bash as well this winter for a little bit. As Agar bowls, attempted cut stroke from Rodrick, another no ball. Wes Agar has been been guilty of a few of the no balls really. And there has been a few. There's Kent innings so far. What are we up to now?
I think that is the 6th.
Yeah. So 12 runs in no balls. There was the 5 wides that Agar bowled earlier. A couple of byes, so 19 extras in 121 for 1. Agar's actually been quite comfortably the least economical Kent bowler. as Rodrick is playing into the covers, despite probably being the biggest wicket threat.
Yeah. Quickest. Of course, Adam Hose, another one of the Worcestershire players that was active abroad in the winter, various franchises.
Yeah, just reading some info on Kashif Ali playing for Ghani Glass, the first-class team he played for in Pakistan in the President's Trophy.
Sounds almost Welsh, doesn't it?
It's Agar bowls. Flicked away down towards fine leg by Rodrick for a single. I think that's the company that sponsors the team that he plays for.
Yeah.
He's actually captained by Sham Masood this season. But yeah, he was really, because he was born out there, wasn't he? I think Kashif. So
yeah, I think he. Well,
do you know what age he moved to the country?
I think he grew up in Luton. He's a big Luton Town fan.
Okay. He's waiting to face Agar here on 45. Short ball pulled away in the air, but past mid-wicket for 4. It's a tactic that Kent have persisted with, but so far he's rather cashed in on. Seems happy to play the pull and the hook, but has done so pretty effectively so far. Moves to within a single of a half century. Worcestershire onto 126 for 1. I wonder if he ever played many games on this ground as a second team player. And he was part of the academy programme here for a bit. Agar bowls to him, he flicks it away down the leg side, down towards fine leg. That'll be the 50 though. They're going to come back for a second. He's faced 95 deliveries. Kashif Ali for this half century, 6 fours from him. A really nice applause around the ground for the half century. Well played.
Yeah, really nicely put together innings it's been, isn't it? I think he's been pretty measured, really. After I said he was going to come in and whack it all over the place. No, he's played the ideal number 3 role, I would say.
Definitely since lunch he has upped that strike rate again as he defends this one away to mid-wicket. I was saying at one point in time when they were both on 35, they were striking in the 30s, but
yeah,
he's upped that to 40 and now 53.1. So
yeah,
he's been quite happy to.
They were almost neck and neck, weren't they? But he's been quick onto the short one as he was in that over, and it's been a feature of his innings this season. He played so well at Edgbaston that first game for the two. And he got 200s, and yeah, he's stepped into this number 3 slot very nicely. And when he didn't play, Brett D'Oliveira went up to 3, and it didn't work. It wasn't a good move. So it's been good for Worcestershire to get him back in. And as I say, he seems to be settling into the role. Matt Parkinson is coming into the attack again from the pavilion end. Right arm over the wicket, he's in, he bowls, and that one's a little bit short, and he's got loads of time, Rodrick, on the back foot to hit it into the covers, but it's straight to fielder, leaning at extra cover, and there's no run. Parkinson in again, bowls, thrown up outside the off stump and just pushed rather than driven down the ground by Rodrick for a single. Takes him on to 40, and it's 129 for 1. One slip and a man on the drive at short extra cover. Backward point, extra cover, long off, mid on mid wicket, deep backward square leg. The fairly conventional field for Parkinson. He's He's in again, just 3 or 4 paces, tosses that one up, and it's driven beautifully through extra cover, wide of the fielder, had extra cover by Kashif, and one fielder on the boundary that I didn't mention out on the cover boundary. Joe Denley not interested because Kashif timed it so well, even though it was only about 15-20 yards to Denley's right. No chance of him cutting it off. Into the boundary boards it goes. Parkinson gets it back, has a look at it, tries it on again with the umpire. Nothing doing. 100 partnership is up between these two. That one's outside the off stump, left alone. Kashif ignoring that, taken by Finch behind the stumps. So 100 partnership for these two, and it's come in just about 30 overs. Parkinson is in again and bowls. That one's a little bit more on the leg stump, and Kashif just leans inside it and tickles it away behind square on the leg side for a single.
It was just dismissively played, wasn't it, that
drive.
boundary?
Well,
no nonsense.
A half volley's a half volley, isn't it? Whatever the situation, really. And to most top order batsmen, they don't even think about it. They just play the shot, don't they? It's a stimulus response sort of thing, isn't it? Parkinson again bowls. This one has actually thrown up a little bit more, but also maybe just a bit slower, and Rodrick just waited for it and then pushed that up to long off for a single. He'll keep the strike. The end of the over from Parkinson. 3 overs, no maidens. Matt Parkinson, 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 13, and it's 135 for 1. Rodrick 41, Kashif 56, and the partnership 104. Seems a long time ago now when Libby was dismissed.
It does feel like a while ago. It will feel like that for the Kent fielders. Scores elsewhere: Hampshire 137 for 2 against Durham. Ali Orr on 77, the opener.
It's good signing, isn't he?
Yeah, really good signing. Talented player. 131 for 2, Lancashire at Trent Bridge against Notts. Keaton Jennings 47 not out. George Balderson, another talented young cricketer, is at the crease there. Surrey got 4 wickets now against Warwickshire. Mosley, the last man out. 131 for 4 rather. Where's Agar from the Nackington Road end? Balls to Rodrick. Ken with a silly mid-on fielder in Jack leaning rather than a second slip. Just Crawley in there. So at Cardiff, Sussex are 119 for 3. Tends to be a bit bowler-friendly pitches sometimes at Cardiff in the Championship. So the home side managed to take some wickets. Gloucestershire 119 for 3. Bancroft out for 53 in that one to the new overseas. Siddharth Kaul. Full delivery by Agar is pushed away by Kashif into the covers. No run on this occasion. You see here scores, well the batting teams in Division 2 are both 119 for 3. And then everyone roughly on similar scores in Division 1, apart from Worcestershire being the best off in terms of wickets lost. More actually the worst to have 4 down, but against Surrey, so fair enough. So yeah, Worcestershire will feel good about this platform that they're setting here at Canterbury. 56 for Kashif Ali from exactly 100 balls, facing up to Agar. Shorter delivery, but just stands tall in the crease and plays it defensively. Yeah, been as much as Kashif Ali has been that little bit more eye-catching so far, Rodrick, the job he's doing cannot be underestimated. For his team, seeing off the new ball.
Yeah.
42 on the board. Doesn't feel like he's really taken on any risks or had any chances against him as such. As Agar bowls and softly driven by Kashif up to mid-off.
Yeah, 3.3 and over to this point, which is tidy, not sluggish when you think of the context of it in terms of the match, laying the platform. It's quite a good rate.
And again, Agar played away into the covers.
Probably looking to increase it, you would imagine, in the afternoon session as it goes on, and then maybe a little bit more towards the end of the day, depending on how many wickets are down. But it's not a really slow start. It's steady. And given how watchful they've been, I think it's quite a decent run rate, just over 3 at this point.
Yeah, the sloppiest Kent have been really with the bowling is the extras, the no balls. Yeah. So Agar has turned away out towards mid-wicket, and maybe the short ball tactic, which hasn't really worked against Kashif. Other than that, they
haven't bowled badly at all.
Bowled fine.
Yeah, I think if you're Daniel Bell Drummond or Matt Walker or another member of the Kent coaching staff looking on, you're not looking out there and thinking, well, we haven't done this and we haven't done that. You're thinking, we've just got to take our meds and stick at it, be patient. Got George Garrett on as 12th man now. I'm not sure who's gone off. He's replaced Grant Stewart, who was out there. Captain's still out there. Maybe it's one of the bowlers who's gone off. Anyway, Matt Parkinson will carry on with his leg spin from the pavilion end. Slip, short extra on the drive, quite a close ordinary extra as well, backward point. Parkinson bowls, swept by Rodrick. Uppishly, bounces in front of Compton out at deep backward square leg, and they go through for a single, slightly errant from Rodrick. Went for the sweep. Got a sort of top edge. Parkinson, an excited shout at one point, but he got away with it. 137 for 1. Kashif on strike. Parkinson into him, bowls, and he accepts the invitation to drive to extra cover, but doesn't time it. Picks out fielder leaning at extra cover. Just shift across to my right, get a slightly better view of that offside field as Parkinson bowls again, and Kashif is exaggeratedly watchful in his defence, propping forward, almost smelling that one as he pushes it out on the offside.
Does definitely feel like Parkinson is floating it up that bit more to Kashif.
It does. In he comes once more, and he does exactly that. Kashif just tickles it round the corner on the leg side for a single. Can hit big, Kashif, as we've seen many times in white ball cricket, but he's playing a really responsible number 3's innings here. He goes to 57 with that singlet, 138 for 1. And slight adjustments to the field for Parkinson, bowling to Rodrick. Mainly in the deep on the offside. He's in, he bowls, and Rodrick is forward, plays back up the pitch. And there's no addition. Beautiful summer's day here at the St Lawrence Ground. Parkinson in, bowls, and Rodrick drives straight to leaning at extra cover, and that's the end of the over. Parkinson now 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 15. It's 138 for 1.
It was, I thought it was Joe Denley off the field. We're just seeing Joey Everson run back on. So
oh, yeah, it was. Joe Denley's on the cover boundary, I think. So
yes.
So it was Joey Everson.
Hiding away out there in the deep under the floppy hat. See Everson coming back on now. Had a chat with Matt Walker last week about Joey Everson, and a few Kent fans were talking about his position in the batting order, and he was 70 or not out of the first innings last week, as that one was driven up towards mid-off by Kashif Aliwez. Agar continuing, and I mean it's been a narrative anyway amongst Kent fans, even without Everson running out of partners against Lancashire in that first innings, being 71 not out, whether he should perhaps be a bit higher up the order. Something I had a chat with Matt Walker about after the game, and he was saying, yeah, 100% he sees him potentially in the future batting as, you know, batting 4, 5, 6, wherever he feels suits him, as Agar is in, defended away up the pitch, and even now saying he could probably interchange Harry Finch and Joey Everson. Finch had a decent season last year, I think was averaging 40 plus in the championship. So at the minute it's working for them, and Everson bats well with the tail, can be a little bit more aggressive at times as well with his white ball pedigree, so I think it's something they're flexible with, and aware that Joey Everson is more than good enough to bat higher in the order, but something they feel suits them okay at the moment. As Agar bowls, clipped away in the air down towards long leg, in fact deep square leg. Joe Denley does the fielding. It was flicked off the hip by Kashif Ali, so a single taken. Bill Drummond actually just protecting the back of his head there as it was lobbed towards mid-off, and he didn't know the ball, where the ball was, as it was incoming. 139 for 1, so Kashif Ali single takes him on to 58. 139 for 1. Worcestershire 108 now. The stand. As Agar with just one slip bowls to Rodrick, and again he's just playing this one with, I was talking about how Agar has rushed many a batter so far, but Rodrick just playing it under his nose, doesn't seem rushed by that extra pace of Agar. He seems to have time, which is always an excellent sign. Shows how everything's functioning well when he's playing the ball late under his eyes. Looks to be in really good rhythm out there. Gareth Rodrick on 44. On 40 for 1. Kashif Ali gets another short ball. It's another no ball from Wes Agar. So it'll be the single as he hooks it down towards long leg for a run, and then 2 more onto the extras column. On a hot day like today, the last thing you want to be doing is bowling countless extra balls. But Agar, who's bowled exclusively from the Nackington Road end so far, even he seems to be just struggling for a bit of rhythm. As he comes in again, bowls with a silly mid on. This time he's bowled another no ball, 2 in a row. This one defended out into the covers. This is a headache, or certainly becoming a headache for Wes Agar and his captain, Daniel Bell Drummond. It's not going to help the over rate either.
-1 at the moment on the board. But I expect Matt Bargains to bowl a fair bit in the afternoon.
Yeah, indeed. Agar again, it's one of those things that as he bowls on the stumps, defended up towards that silly mid-on fielder. Once there's a few, you're just gonna play on your mind a little bit. Probably not helpful. Sure. Pretty much trying to concentrate on where you're trying to bowl and running in, etc. To be then thinking about where your front foot is landing. As a fast bowler, Agar hopefully for the final time in this over. Clipped away out towards deep square by Rodrick, who was airborne for a moment, but bouncing before reaching Denley in the deep. So Rodrick now moves to 45. Kashif Ali has 59. Agar's figures 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 52. I wonder whether will possibly provoke a change in the bowling at the Nackington Road end. He doesn't quite seem to be finding his rhythm at the moment, the Australian overseas. having looked the most threatening bowler with the newer ball earlier on, getting the 1 wicket of Libby for 19. But that was when Worcestershire had 31 runs on the board, so this partnership is already in excess of 100 and developing into a potentially big one for the visitors.
Matt Parkinson over the wicket with his leg spin, bowls to Gareth Rodrick, who just paddles it round the corner. Nicely played on this occasion. Got a top edge to an attempted sweep in the previous over. That one he just played with much more control. Just little paddle round the corner, vacant 45-degree area on the leg side. He picks up a couple. 147 for one. 46 now to Rodrick. Slip and short extra, the catchers, as Parkinson is in again and bowls, and Rodrick is working it on the leg side for a single past the diving Compton at short mid wicket. The fielding is completed by Swanepoel at mid on, and they take a single. As in comes Parkinson again and bowls slower, shorter, and Kashif just forward, pushes away on the offside. Parkinson again is in and bowls, and Kashif drives, mistimes it, bottom edge, Denley Field. Scoreboard thinks Rodrick's on strike, but he's not. It's Kashif who's on 60. I think they might have missed that single. He's gone to 47, Rodrick. Parkinson bowls and Kashif drives into the offside. Denley Fields on the boundary. Sends his throw back in. And the 150 is up for Worcestershire. Yeah, they did. They missed that single, didn't they? I think they thought that he'd made the stop at mid-wicket. But anyway, 150 up. I'm sure they'll get it right in a minute. Kashif's gone to 60. Rodrick waits now as Parkinson bowls to him, and he just pushes into the offside. Some debate as to what Rodrick's score is at the moment. 46 on one board, 48 on the other. 150 for one is the total. And for what it's worth, I think he's got 47. But there we go. It could be anything. One board says 48 with 150, and the other says, oh, they both say 48 now, so they're settled. Whichever way it is, good partnership developing, and Kent needs a wicket, no question about that.
So it is Agar to continue, despite his no ball troubles. Coming a little bit wider on the crease and played away by Kashif to short mid wicket. The silly mid on's gone. Oh, in fact, that's where Leaning's now posted himself at more of a mid wicket type position. Just a bit of movement because the umpire's decided all of a sudden that he's going to swap sides.
I wonder why. It's not as if he's obscured by a fielder.
Here comes Agar. Steered away out to backward point by Kashif Ali. Don't know if it's the sun. Maybe something glinting in the sun that's obscuring his view. Just fancy the chat with Ben Compton, who's at point.
Could be that, couldn't it? Getting a bit lonely out there.
Not normally many who would volunteer to go and sit within hearing distance of Ben Compton voluntarily. Agar bowls. That's again nicely steered, this time behind Ben Compton. Away to his left. He's chasing this down towards the rope, but deciding not to take the dive on the practice wickets in front of the Frank Woolley. And Kashif Ali has 4 more runs to his name, and Frank Watson talking about his white ball pedigree. That was a little bit of a white ball shot actually, the way he steered that behind backward point for 4 down to third man. 154 for 1. Kashif to 64.
Yeah. He can score really quickly. That's what I was trying to say this morning, really. But as I say, he's adapting his game, I think, into this number 3 role.
Here he comes again. Where's Agar to Kashif Ali? Just turning this one away to sort of ball a bit wicket. Jack Leaning's gone from second slip to silly mid on to short mid wicket. Now he's behind square on the leg side in a backward square leg type position. I don't know whether it's a deliberate idea in terms of a catching position. So Agar looks to kind of bowl her on the hip possibly. Bangs it in, pulled to Jack Leaning, does the fielding as Kashif was getting up on his toes to hook. Again, almost using Jack Leaning as a floating catcher, depending on where the bowler is going to pitch it.
That's an interesting way of describing it,
Where they
almost
think
trying
the ball might hit.
different things every couple of balls.
Which is interesting in the sense that if Kashif were to hit the ball in the air through silly mid-on, having moved him out of there, you'd be a bit frustrated. But here comes Agar, steered once more with a slightly open blade out towards Ben Compton at point, but straight to him on this occasion. So end of the over, 154 for 1. That boundary in the over for Kashif. Agar 12 overs, 1 made and 1 for 56. The only Kent bowler to take a wicket, but also the most expensive of the Kent seamers so far. And I wonder if he'll be replaced soon at the Nackington Road end.
Elsewhere in Division 1, Hampshire going nicely at the Utility Bowl, we have to call it now. Southampton 147 for 2 against Durham. They won the toss and chose to bat. And in Division 2 at Northampton, Northampton won the toss and chose to bowl. They might be regretting that. Gloucestershire 146 for 3, going quite nicely as Parkinson starts a new over, bowling to Rodrick, who's on 48. And his first ball is worked away on the onside, no run. That's Sapphire Gardens, Sussex 131 for 4, having been put in by Glamorgan. And at Trent Bridge, Lancashire 142 for 2, having chosen to bat against Notts. Parkinson again bowls and Rodrick sweeps. He'll get 1. It'll only be 1. It won't bring him his 50 because the man down there, Joey Everson, at deep backward square leg, 155 for 1. At the Oval, Warwickshire 146 for 4 against Surrey. Parkinson in, bowls outside the off stump, driven by Kashif. Square of the wicket, hard. Denley out there, dives on the rope, can't stop it. And another boundary to Kashif, who is just, one senses, beginning to expand his game a little bit. He goes to 68 and the total to 159 for 1. It's a good shot, that timed it well, probably hit it better than we thought.
Yeah, I thought originally it was going to be cut off, but Denley had to really scamper and didn't get there.
Next one from Parkinson, he's floated right up there. Brave bit of bowling, having just been hit for 4, and he almost deceived Kashif. I think he just checked himself. He looked as though he was going to go for it and then just thought better of it and just steered it out for a single. 160 for 1. Rodrick on 49. Waits and plays that little paddle sweep again and brings up his 50. 130 balls and 2 4s, and I think that tells you everything you need to know about how careful and watchful he has been. But it's a vital role to play as Ben was saying earlier. Parkinson in again, bowls, Kashif is forward, plays that one defensively out on the offside, and the important thing for these two is they don't need to change anything. End of the over, 161 for one, Rodrick 50, Kashif 69, and these two came together, remember, when the score was on 31, so they've added 130 so far for this second wicket. And Kent, as the players have a little break and a drink, 12th man is on there, batsmen 2 are having a little drink and just getting together out there. Quite a bit to think about for Daniel Bell-Drummond, and his response to the problem at the moment, immediately anyway, is to reintroduce Joey Everson, but this time at the Nackington Road end. I thought he bowled quite well this morning, Everson.
Yeah, it was tidy, wasn't he?
Yeah, and he got that one edge, didn't he, that dropped short, and he just asked a few questions. I thought, oh, pretty well. 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 15 in that first spell.
Yeah, so almost up there really with Gilchrist in terms of being economical, bowling on the money.
4th seamer roll, doing okay.
So here it comes down the slope from the Nackington Road end. Just fended off here on the front foot by Rodrick. Again, no real fuss from him. It's just been very technically sound against the seamers so far. It's got that little lap sweep out a couple of times against the leg spin of Parkinson. Clearly isn't too worried about it turning that much. Otherwise you'd be playing that shot against the spin, so he's been quite happy so far to use it. Left alone outside the off stump again. Slipping a gully in for him. Couple of dot balls from Everson to start this new spell. He's driven away out towards extra cover here. I was talking about him earlier on being a good form with the bat. 3 half-centuries so far this season, Joey Everson. He's up there along with Bell-Drummond in terms of the Kent batting averages. Just the 1 wicket. He hasn't actually bowled a great deal so far this season, Joey Everson, but the wicket he took last week was a really important one, because as he's in here to Rodrick, it's clipped away actually through vacant mid-wicket area. Parkinson will chase after it. They'll come back for the second here. Good running between the wickets. It was in the second innings when Lancashire were 100 for 1 when he got rid of Josh Bohannon, so it was certainly an important breakthrough. Does have that in the locker sometimes, Joey Everson. Still just 22. A lot of promise. A lot of years of county cricket to come from him.
That's what that's what I was trying to get at this morning. That he isn't. He's probably not going to be one of these cricketers that goes off around the world playing franchise cricket. I wouldn't have thought so. It could be one of those old-fashioned cricketers.
Bowls here, defended away by Rodrick.
That sticks around with one county for a long time and plays a lot of cricket. There's no reason why not, is there? But they're just fewer and fewer, aren't they, those players, as the game develops.
Yeah, it's a good point. Hasn't played loads of T20 cricket so far for Ken. It's looked good in the one-day cup. Slightly longer game, particularly with the bat. And also useful wicket taker at times with the ball, as this one's defended back to him. Picks it up in his follow-through. Ends the over. Worcestershire 163 for 1. Yeah, he's still got loads of time to develop his game. kind of came in as a former England under-19 all-rounder, almost taking Darren Stevens' role in the team, but it's worth remembering that Darren Stevens took most of his wickets after the age of 30, so
yeah, absolutely.
He's still got ages.
Long way to go to learn his trade, but yeah, it's. I just think when youngsters break in these days, particularly if they're white ball specialists, just go through my points as Parkins bowls this over the wicket, bowls and Kashif forward, no run. You look at where they're going to play and how much they're going to play and so on, and maybe red ball isn't their priority, and then you get the odd player that comes along. Parkinson again in, bowls, Kashif defends on the offside, picks up a single this time, and Joey Everson would be one of them, who's probably more suited to red ball than white ball. He's a batter who bowls a bit, but he's always going to be a useful fourth seamer, and you could just see him, however many championship games there are in the future, and obviously that depends on all sorts of current factors, but he will, you would imagine, if fit, play most of them in the next few years, and therefore could become quite an integral member of Kent's red ball setup. Parkinson bowls, and Kashif for the first time, not Kashif, Rodrick for the first time tries a little reverse and doesn't make decent contact with it. It just dribbles out on the offside. Parkinson again bowls, and he goes back to the more conventional and just strokes this up to long off for a single. Man at long off doing the fielding is Nathan Gilchrist. It's a very calm, sort of peaceful scene at the moment. Nobody's doing anything too violent. I'll say that. Kashif drives in the air on the offside, over extra cover, leaning, didn't really time it, wasn't really a convincing shot, but a sign that he isn't going to be tied down, doesn't want to be dictated to too much. Kashif, I think, goes to 72. Could be an interesting little phase ahead. Parkinson bowls, and he goes to swing this one away on the leg side. It kept low, died on him a little bit. Big appeal for LBW, I think, probably going down the leg side. Parkinson disappointed, but again evidence that Kashif, having played defensively to 2 or 3 in that over, has had enough of 1 or 2 and over. He wants to press the accelerator a little bit, and I would say in the next 10 overs or so, if he's still there, we'll see some fireworks. If it doesn't come off, then we'll possibly see him dismissed. I might be wrong, but I don't think he's going to hang around. 72 off 127 balls so far. Rodrick, the anchor, 53 off 138.
Joey Everson to him. Textbook forward defensive stroke to wide mid off. It was a closer LBW shout than I thought, actually, because we're at long on, as you mentioned, or
did it keep a bit low?
Third man. Yeah, it did a little bit.
Maybe it was just a bit slower.
Did actually turn as well down the slope. I think you're right. It was missing leg. But
yeah, you pitched outside, didn't it?
I think my original thought was it was missing leg by loads, and actually it wasn't that far away. This one's mistimed, but up towards mid off. And the one he played up and over extra cover, in theory, is the right idea. He's playing with the spin, going into out, slightly shorter boundary. There was an extra cover fielder, but space in behind him. So although he didn't quite time it perfectly, and if he'd got it how he wanted to, might have got 4 or 6, but actually it was a fairly percentage option.
He does hit it there. He does go over extra sometimes.
Kent have now moved fielder in at silly mid-on to partner the one who's at silly mid-off for Joey Everson. So just one slip and then two catches in front of the wicket. Rodrick not fussed by those two being in his eye line particularly. Just defends this one without any real issue. Have Fred Atkins from the BBC, the ECB Reporters Network, who's going to come in and join us for a bit of commentary after 3 o'clock.
That's good, because I've got to go away and do a little update.
Here
about
comes
3:30.
Everson. Left alone outside the off stump. So we have a little bit of rotation to our line-up in the commentary box. We've got Rita Green joining us tomorrow. San Toki from the Caribbean Cricket Podcast on Sunday, when Matt Cole will be here with Frank Watson. Here for the first couple of days as Everson bowls, and this one's defended away into the covers by Rodrick. Beau Drummond picking the ball up at cover and then just rolling the ball past the stumps to the mid-off, or mid-on fielder rather. So good session so far for Worcestershire. Just losing the one wicket this morning, and then since then relatively little fuss in the afternoon session. This one slightly uppish from Rodrick, driven wide of that silly mid-off fielder and out towards mid-off. More regulation one. So maiden over from Joey Everson. Oh, and here is Fred actually coming to join us. So I'll do my, if I do my update at 3 o'clock,
yeah,
I'll duck out and then
okay, and then
you duck out when you do your update
after
at
that.
1:30.
Yeah, that's fine. So Parkinson to carry on, and my theory on Kashif will be tested now to see whether he is looking to break the shackles a little bit, having shown that intent in the last over. Parkinson is in and bowls to him, thrown up outside off stump. He's happy to just push this one to Denley. It's short extra. It's not Denley, it's Gilchrist, isn't it? Denley's on the boundary. Parkinson again, just that one slip. Ball slow and wide. He's got him. He's gone. There you go. I was right. Unfortunately, I predicted Kashif's demise. It was thrown up outside the off stump quite slowly, and Kashif went for the drive on the offside, got a little nick, and a tidy catch by Finch up to the stumps, and Parkinson gets his wicket. So the second wicket partnership is ended. It's a very good innings from Kashif, but it has concluded. He's gone for 72, and Worcestershire are 167 for 3, so 136 added for that second wicket. But Matt Parkinson picks up the wicket of Kashif. 129 balls, 9 fours, but he's gone for 72.
Yeah, an enjoyable knock to watch from the former Kent Academy player. A desperately important wicket from Kent's point of view, with that partnership being worth 136. And actually credit to Matt Parkinson as well, who from the off has deliberately bowled that bit slower to Kashif Ali, and eventually his persistence with that tactic paid off, even though he'd have known it was likely that Kashif would eventually come a bit harder at him. He's persisted with the pace and inviting, almost drawing the batter out and inducing that full stroke and the edge. So yeah, patience, as you said earlier on, Frank, that Kent's bowlers were going to have to be patient today. Patience, but persistence with that tactic from Parkinson, getting him his wicket in the end.
Yeah. And I sense a little bit of frustration from Kashif and a desire to just press on a little bit. Hesitate to say I predicted it, but you know, it was almost palpable, wasn't it, that he'd had enough of pushing and nurdling it around. He wanted to start finding the boundary a bit more frequently, and that's what he was trying to do. Good catch too by Finch, bit of width, had to stay down. Good effort from Parkinson. Brett D'Oliveira is the new man, Worcestershire skipper, coming in at 4. Thought Rob Jones might have been coming in, D'Oliveira at 5, but it's D'Oliveira's coming at 4. And that update that Ben predicted for BBC Radio Kent on the way.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier on about Harry Finch being a fairly novice keeper at this kind of level, but really has been largely quite impressive in his role behind the stumps, and like you say, that's again a catch that he's made look fairly straightforward. That isn't.
They're all, any catch standing up is a good catch, I think. I really do. And he just stayed down, that's the main thing. It was wide, thrown up. Here's Parkinson, first ball to D'Oliveira, and he's off the mark. Very full length, just pushing it very, very easily through. Gap between cover point and extra cover for a single. 168 for 2. And Worcestershire just need to, well, you don't want to lose too quickly, do you? You just want to just get things together for 5 or 10 minutes while you get a new partnership established, and then go from there. Will D'Oliveira play a more attacking role and let Rodrick continue, or will Rodrick now step up? 168 for 2. Parkinson to Rodrick. Just works it away on the onside, and there's no run. As the fielding's done by Gilchrist at mid-on.
Yeah, I could see him possibly being a little bit more aggressive against the spinner. He's looked fairly comfortable against Parkinson so far, willing to play those horizontal bat shots.
Yeah. Here's that update.
Defended away back up the pitch. Yeah, join us just as Kent have taken an important wicket to break an 100-run partnership between Kashif Ali and Gareth Rodrick. Rodrick still there, the opener on 53 not out, but Kashif Ali, who'd an entertaining 72 from the former Kent Academy player, driving at a delivery outside the off stump from Matt Parkinson, the spinner, who has deliberately bowled quite slowly to him, almost to induce a stroke as such, and he nicked it behind to Harry Finch behind the stumps. So finally a breakthrough for Kent. Worcestershire 169 for 2 though, still having the better of this game. Also in Division 1, Surrey having the better of their game against Warwickshire at the Oval with 4 wickets down there, the visitors, for 157 runs. And then Sussex have actually lost a couple of wickets in Cardiff. They're 136 for 5 now against Glamorgan, so struggling a little bit with the bat at the moment. Commentary of all of those matches online via the BBC Sport app and website.
Joey Everson to continue from the Nackington Road end, and he will be bowling to Gareth Rodrick, who's been there since the start. 54 not out to Rodrick off 147 balls, very much the anchor in this innings. As Everson is in to him in bowls, and this one's outside the off stump, quite wide and left alone by Rodrick. We've still got a bit of pop music in our headphones, which I'm sure Ben will arrange to get dismissed. Thanks, Ben. Good afternoon to you, Fred.
Good afternoon, Frank.
What do you reckon? Worcestershire on top slightly?
Definitely so far, yep. It's definitely been their, certainly their morning session.
As Everson strides in again towards us down the hill, bowls, and Rodrick is forward and pushes up to Bell Drummond, who fields it silly mid-off and then flicks the ball nonchalantly at the stumps in an attempt to run out Brett D'Oliveira, but the Worcestershire skipper wasn't having any of it. He was watching and he got his bat down anyway.
Yes, I was just thinking, I mean, it looked like the sort of partnership that could have gone on for quite a long time.
Yeah, it did. But just before you came up. Everson in, bowls, and Rodrick whips this one away on the leg side. Lovely shot and very, very smart bit of fielding by Compton, I think it is, at mid-wicket, moving to his left. Got a hand down to it. Rodrick thought he might have got a boundary. Just before you came up, I was saying that Kashif, it was uncharacteristically watchful really today. He likes to score more quickly than that. He's adapting to this number 3 role in red ball cricket very well, and really had applied himself, I thought, particularly well before lunch. Everson in again, bowls, and Rodrick works this one away again to mid-wicket, and there's no run. But he was beginning to fret, I felt. You know, he'd gone for that little chip over extra, and he'd had a little go at a couple of wide ones, and I just thought he was either going to break the shackles and get another 50 in an hour, or he was going to die trying, really, and that's what happened. Nicely bowled, I thought, from Parkinson, and a good, decent catch. Everson in again, bowls, and this is for this time, I think, for Rodrick, as he gets a half volley on leg stump and drives it very nicely straight down the ground. Not going to be 4, it's a long way down there. Not even going to be 3, because I don't think they ran the first one very hard there, because he, like me, thought it was going all the way.
Yeah, it's very slightly uphill still, that little section.
And they've ended up only getting 2, and it certainly should have been 3 had it not reached the boundary, but I think they just probably got it wrong there, and it was a good chase, and he only gets 2, but it was a nice shot. He's on 56. Everson in to him again. This one's much better. He plays it straight back up the pitch. Fielder at silly mid-on scampers across and parries the ball this time. Got slightly imaginative fields being used by Bell Drummond.
Well, yeah, it's usually a sign.
Flattish pitch, got to be imaginative.
When the umbrella field comes out, it's usually a sign that things aren't going that well.
Well, it's a sign there isn't anything horizontal, isn't it?
I was just thinking back to Ali's debut for Worcester, which I think was
against Kent
debut
in a
against
white ball.
Kent.
Yeah,
he made
he got 100. Yeah,
and it was rather overshadowed by Ollie Robinson making a double ton in the second innings. But
we were talking about that this morning, because it was a Robinson. He played brilliantly against Worcestershire for Durham the other day as well. Scored very quickly, and that was a brilliant innings, wasn't it? It was memorable from my point of view.
Yes,
absolutely superb.
He's one of these players that's sorely missed here at Kent. Homegrown talent.
Parkinson in, bowls, and Oliveira defends. Yeah, and we were, we were talking during the Durham game at Kidderminster a couple of weeks ago, and there has been other speculation that the future looks extremely bright for Ollie Robinson. Parkinson again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone, and he's perfect for Bazball, isn't he?
Well, I suppose it's a sign, an area where Kent and Worcestershire have got a certain amount of pain in common, and they've not been able to hold on to their homegrown talent.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right about that. Parkinson bowls. This one a little bit shorter, and Oliveira is quite quick on his feet usually at the crease. Just gets on the back foot and pushes it wide of the fielder at extra cover and picks up a single. It goes to 2. Rodrick has 56. The men out, if you're just joining us, Jake Libby, the 1 man out in the morning for 19, and since lunch, Kashif Ali for 72. It's Parkinson bowls again to Gareth Rodrick, who drives on the offside. And again, doesn't get a run, can't beat the fielder leaning at extra cover. Not leaning, is it? Gilchrist.
Yeah, it's Gilchrist.
Slightly taller. Parkinson again bowls. This one on about leg stump, and Rodrick just in behind it. Has a lot of time just to push it up to Svanopol at mid-on. 172 for 2. Parkinson again. Over the wicket, ball slower, and Rodrick accepts the invitation to slap this one over mid-wicket. A proper agricultural heave, but he knew there was no man back, and he'd got lots of time. Parkinson really threw that one up, and he just fetched it really with his bottom hand over mid-wicket for 4. He goes to 60, 176 for 2. I'm Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester. Alongside me is Fred Atkins, and yeah, you talked about that pain of losing players, Fred. I think we're just coming to terms with it and feeling that, you know, 'twas ever thus and 'twill ever be thus, really.
Always going to be the pull of a test venue side. It's going to be very difficult to resist for some. I think more relevantly, last summer losing Jordan Cox to Essex still is a bone of fairly major contention, as it's obviously a direct rival, not a test playing county, and the fact that it's just across the Thames as well. There's always all sorts of little rivalries in cricket, aren't there? Kent have a bit of a rivalry, Battle of the Bridge it's called, with Essex. There's the oldest rivalry, as it's called, with Surrey, and Sussex as well, you know, just a sort of cross-border,
the south coast
skirmish.
Yeah.
Whereas Worcestershire, it's mainly...
It's the Bears and the Bears, isn't it? Yeah, it's the Bears and the Bears, absolutely. And there's, you know, there's mutual respect as well. It's not... some people... It's like football sides, isn't it? You know, some people have... There's real dislike. And I think Worcestershire, you know, players have moved between the two. Most recently, Ed Barnard going over to Edgbaston, and, you know, I myself have been associated with both clubs in one way or another, and there is mutual respect, but it's always nice if you get one over on them, I think. Joey Everson from the Nackington Road end to bowl to Brett D'Oliveira bowls, and D'Oliveira is forward, pushing out on the offside.
I think it is one of those areas where the rivalries, we say that they're rivalries, but they're not. It's a very different game to football, isn't it? It's far more dignified, I suppose.
Yeah.
Best way of putting it. It's a sporting thing. I mean, Jordan Cox, I'm sure he's still got friends in the Kent dressing room, and I'm sure the Worcestershire players that have moved on are still friends with.
Yeah, absolutely. There's Everson in now, bowls, and D'Oliveira gets an over-pitched one on leg stump, which he clips away very nicely for his first boundary. Meat and drink to a top batsman, that delivery. Very full, round about leg stump, and just eased through the square leg area for a boundary. 180 for 2, Worcestershire now, having won the toss. D'Oliveira moves on to 6.
So earlier on, walking around the boundary, you could hear the Kent players trying to G each other up by coming up. I think somebody said 60 for 3, which is looking very fanciful now.
Everson bowls, D'Oliveira in behind this, pushes out on the onside. Joe Denley flicks the ball up, football style, short mid wicket, silly mid on, and there's no run. Yeah, it looks flat to me, and the weather is good. It's going to be a long day in the field. I think they probably thought that when the coin came down on the wrong side.
And the forecast is set there for pretty much
at
the
least
duration.
until Monday, I think, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you would think it would get even flatter, wouldn't you, over days 2 and 3, really, maybe take a bit of spin towards the end. Everson in, bowls, D'Oliveira gets 4 more, I think, here, just short of a length outside. No, it won't go all the way. Didn't quite get hold of it, but they will run 3 this time, as it's chased back by Compton to the cover boundary. Quite lush, and it was uphill. Didn't quite middle it, but nonetheless, 3 runs added to the total. D'Oliveira goes to 9, 183 for 2, Worcestershire. A day that began in emotional fashion with kind of impromptu minute's silence, which preceded a minute's applause that was scheduled in memory of Josh Baker. As Everson bowls short of a length, and Rodrick punches off the back foot, but straight to Agar at extra cover, and there's no run. And Worcestershire, who've had a lot to cope with in the last few days in terms of their response to the tragic loss of Josh Baker, have responded on the field in a very positive fashion. I think it was quite important for them as a group to do that, to feel that the best way they could, I don't know, respond or show how much they are committed to Josh's memory was to actually produce something out in the middle, something they've talked about, and they've managed to do it. Joey Everson bowls, and Rodrick works this away on the onside, and there's no run. they were talking. Some of us were talking earlier in the week, Fred, at the end of the over, 183 for 2, about, you know, how they would respond and how in the past you've seen, you know, one thinks back to things I've read about the Busby Babes a couple of weeks after Munich, producing an emotion-filled performance with a new team. It felt a bit like that this morning.
I think it's, I mean, it's obviously a very difficult situation, and it'd be entirely understandable if your mind was elsewhere. Now, I can remember when Gary Speed died, and Shay Kiven found out about it just before he was about to take the field. You could see that he was stricken as he went out there, because he had so little time to process it. And I think in situations like that, it's almost morally wrong to expect him to play. And sadly, with cricket, there are lots of precedents. Unfortunately, David Thrift wrote a book about
he did
about it.
Yeah. Matt Parkinson to carry on from the pavilion end, bowls to D'Oliveira, who just leans into this and pushes it through the covers or square of the wicket on the offside for a single, goes to double figures, 184 for 2.
But I can remember what you were saying about the Busby Babes. I mean, I've read about that as well.
Yeah.
And when you've got that bit more time to respond, to process what's happened, I mean, it can still go two ways, but it can lift the players as well, because they want to do right by their ex-team.
I think that's right. I think what really mattered for them, Parkinson in bowls, and Rodrick works this up to mid-on for a quick single as Van der Poel comes in from that position to do the fielding. I think what mattered was for them to actually perform well in this first session, first day or two, just to come back together as a team and prove that they can still do it, really. And they've done that, and it's a big step forward for them as a group, I think, today. I really do. I think it's quite a milestone, that first session this morning. If they'd have been 60 for 6 or something. I'm not suggesting that it would have, you know, that scores even matter, but it's just something that they've managed to do together very positively, and I hope I'm making some sense, but it was a good session for Worcestershire this morning. It was an important session. Parkinson bowls to D'Oliveira with a silly point now gone in under the helmet on the offside. We've got a slip and a silly point, and then a line of 3 saving one, sweeper on the offside as well, and then on the leg side, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square. Parkinson in again, bowls, and left alone this time by D'Oliveira, himself a leg spinner, although not one who turns it quite as much as Matt Parkinson, taken by wicketkeeper Harry Finch. Picked up a catch this afternoon to get rid of Kashif Ali for 72. Parkinson again is in and bowls, and that one is wider, slower, and left alone by D'Oliveira. Could be a lot of work. Could be a lot of work for Parkinson.
Well,
again,
he's already put
as he's already done. Yeah,
he's already shouldered a huge burden here in the opening games.
He did. As he bowls again, and D'Oliveira plays this out on the onside. Yeah, because he had
part of the plan. They've said to him when it was part of the pitch, when they were trying to persuade him to come here. Not that he took a lot of persuasion by all accounts, but he wanted to be a senior player. He wanted to be relied on. He wanted to be listened to, which he didn't feel was happening at Lancashire.
Yeah.
And Daniel Beltrumman said quite pointedly after the first game that that they were going to chuck the ball to him and just say, look, we know that you're going to go for a few. And he took 5 wickets.
5 for 177.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
And it was one of those situations where you feel like you've got to hold the ball up because you've taken 5 wickets.
Yeah.
But given the match situation, it was, I don't say half-hearted, but I think he's the sort of player that gets that. He knows his role.
Yeah.
He knows that someone is going to take some punishment, and he's volunteered for it. And he won't hide. That was the point with he wouldn't. Knowing the match situation, your figures are going to get dented, and he will take that pressure off a younger player.
Joey Everson bowling to Gareth Rodrick, who's been a model of concentration and application out there today since the start. He's on 61. It's a real old-fashioned sort of opener's innings, this, from Rodrick, and he pushes this one out solidly on the offside. Yeah, and I think you know, even that, the idea that a bowler is willing to take on that burden, and I mean, you know, 5 for 177, it sounds awful, but he's actually done a great job for the side in that game. As Everson bowls again, and Rodrick whips this one away on the leg side, gets a single this time, goes to 63.
It's an inevitable consequence of using the kookaburras
Yeah.
as well in the first few games, is that they knew this was going to happen. And once I heard Rob Key explain the philosophy behind it, I thought, well, it does make quite a lot of sense, because I don't think it's particularly compelling cricket watching batsmen dominate, but he does have a point when it's saying it's all very well for us to sit here and say we'd like a bit more balance, but you're not going to get that in Sri Lanka, and you're not going to get that anywhere else in the subcontinent, and you're just going to have to find ways to get batters out.
It plays into a wider argument, I think, which is very current at the moment. I don't want to get too deep into it and get too boring about it, but the word that has been bandied about in the last few days prior to today's sort of vote and everything else has been purpose, I think. What is the purpose of county cricket? Everson bowls, and we're getting one of these funky fields again. We've got 3 men now catching on the drive, one very straight on the leg side, one on the offside, one at sort of short extra, and D'Oliveira defends away on the offside. And if the purpose is to improve performances of England sides in the subcontinent or in Australia or whatever, then possibly you could argue that the kookaburra experiment is valid, and I know Rob Keefe felt that it was successful. D'Oliveira plays a lovely shot here, short and wide of off stump from Everson, and on the back foot D'Oliveira drives away and gets to the boundary this time. Lovely looking shot from the Worcestershire captain. He goes to 14 and it's 190 for 2. My argument is, if that's the case, you know, A, is that right in the first place, but B, was April the time to do it? Really?
Well, yeah,
you know,
and
I'm not sure it was.
Another argument here is that, I mean, if you are listening to this, you're almost certainly a county aficionado, so you'll love the county championship for what it is. And I'll continue once he's bowled here.
Everson again into D'Oliveira, watchfully forward, pushes out on the offside, no run.
But yeah, I mean, I feel that most county cricket aficionados love all 18 counties. You know, we might talk about rivalries with Essex, with Sussex here, but you've got to love your competition, and it gets me quite riled when I hear about people downsizing county championship and saying there are too many counties. It's not. I don't feel that way at all.
No, well, 100% in agreement with you there. As Everson bowls and D'Oliveira plays straight back up the pitch, and Leaning, who is on the onside at Sillingbin, skips across to his left to do the fielding. It's the end of the over from Joey Everson. 11 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 31. It's been hard work for the seamers on this pitch. Agar, the one seamer who has taken a wicket, 1 for 56 from 12. Swanepoel on debut, no wicket for 40 from 12. Gilchrist, no wicket for 20 from 9. And Parkinson, 1 for 39 from 10. The only other bowler we've seen used was Jack Leaning, who bowled just 1 over before lunch.
And one of the reasons that Parkinson wanted to come to Kent was he had a game here for Lancashire a couple of seasons ago when he took 7 wickets and spanned them to victory on the last day. So he'd obviously developed a liking for the pitch there, but he made a point afterwards saying how much he respected the ground staff for preparing a wicket that would take a bit of spin on the 4th day. So it could be interesting. Yeah, it's one of these situations where at the moment Worcestershire are piling on the runs, and you think they'll be pretty unhappy if they don't get to 400 at least here. But if it is as batter friendly as we think it is, Parkinson could be a very useful weapon to have on the Monday if Kent are batting last.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's difficult to see any circumstances in which Kent won't be batting last, given the way this first session has got.
Yeah, I agree. We were talking about exactly that just before you came up. Parkinson's going round the wicket now to Rodrick, trying all sorts of different things, and who can blame him? Nicely floated up and landed that one, and Rodrick just pushes back to the bowler. But yeah, it's you've got to have a spinner in Division 1, I think, which is another reason that Worcestershire have, well, I mean, it's not a factor, it's not something they've considered, but now that they are going to be without Josh Baker, they are going to be without their #1 spinner, as Rodrick plays a very nice reverse paddle down to deep backward point for a single. Played it well, 191 for 2. They've got to look elsewhere. They've got to Oliveira, who bowls a bit of leg break, but you know, they haven't got many other spinners on the staff. Might have to look at a loan, I suppose, or something like that, or an overseas, with Jason Holder going back. But if you're going to win games in Division 1, I think spinners are going to play a part, especially in the 4th innings, and that's why Parkinson and his brother, of course, are key men really for their sides. He bowls this one outside the off stump, left alone again, and going back to those figures of 5 for 177 in the game against Surrey. Those of us that were elsewhere, you know, looking on and watching that game, I think the expression that was used as he bowls again and Oliveira works him away on the leg side for a single, we said he's taken one for the team, and I think that's probably about right, you know. Just
absolutely
somebody had to do it, really, and that's what you were saying. Really, was what Daniel Bell Drummond sort of said he was going to do, and
I think
he did it.
He's a sort of player he'd much rather play and get a bit of punishment and sit on the sidelines, or just bowl 3 derisory overs. Yeah,
play a part in the game. Bowls again now, and worked away on the onside by Rodrick. And there's no run. And in a game like this, on a pitch like this, in weather like this, to see him come on as early as he did in the game, and he again, he's going to bowl a lot of overs in this game, I would imagine. And that's what he wanted to do. Bowls again now. And Rodrick is playing defensively back to him, and there's no run.
The first spinner that you feel could probably win a match on his own that Kent have had in quite a while, probably since James Treadwell, I would guess.
Yeah.
Kent have got Hamid Kadri is emerging and looking very promising. He's currently on duty with the seconds, I understand. And Kent have had 1 or 2 spin options down the years, but nobody who gives you quite the same sort of potency that Parkinson offers. So it's going to be fascinating to see how he does develop this season. I develop maybe the wrong word, but we know that Kent are going to rely on him fairly heavily, and we know he's willing to shoulder that burden. Just wonder what happens if he gets injured, or if some other unforeseen set of circumstances happens. Kadri would be the first choice as replacement, but Jaden Denley also did very well towards the end of last season, forced his way into the reckoning, and played in the draw at Essex, and also starred with the bat during that performance, Ben.
Yeah, Bayes Swanepoel back into the attack from the Nackington Road end and driven away square out towards Grant Stewart, the subfielder, at deep cover for a single. Like you say, Fred, it certainly feels like Matt Parkinson has willingly taken on this role within the team, and he's very level-headed about the kind of situations he finds himself in. Obviously he's a very experienced cricketer now, but Matt Walker, I remember hearing an interview from him earlier on in the season. Can't remember if it was who was asking him the questions, whether it was you or I or Matt Cole, as it was played up to mid-on there by Rodrick, but he was basically saying that actually Parkinson in that Essex game kind of took it on from one end, even though he was under the pump a little bit. And we saw that in the Surrey game when he got 5 wickets for 170, but he did persist and got his 5 wickets in the end. And Matt Walker was praising how he protected Jaden Denley as by Swanepoel bowls too wide here, and it's picked up by Grant Stewart again, that cover sweeper, and another single to the total, with Rodrick moving to 64. he was saying he could have quite easily in that situation said, yeah, you know, let the young lad bowl when Jordan Cox was coming hard, but Matt Parkinson said, no, I'll keep going here, and almost protected Jaden Denley from such a punishment almost, as Swanepoel bowls again towards mid-on. So yeah, it feels like he's going to play an important role for Kent, definitely in county championship cricket.
He's got that sort of mentality, which they talk about cricket being a mental game, the toughness that you need. For any bowler at any level, it is a hell of a thing to go for you know, a boundary every ball. It's very difficult to take that sometimes.
Here comes Swanepoel again, and played away into the covers.
He seemed to get a bit of swing early on, didn't he, Swanepoel?
Yeah, he did.
He's possibly a little bit unlucky in that first half hour or so.
Yeah, I thought he didn't necessarily deserve to go for some of the boundaries he did, and was definitely looking to pitch it up and swing it. So far with the older ball, hasn't been able to cause any threat. This one's driven by D'Oliveira up towards mid-off.
He is apparently very excited to be here, playing county cricket in Canterbury. Still a very young man, really, 20 years of age, I think he is, or something like that. And it's quite an interesting story how he was eligible to play for Kent as well. I think they were looking at getting him before they actually signed him, and then some sort of question over quotas or the number of games that he played, and their initial attempt to sign him failed because he fell foul of some kind of regulation like that. But by the time they went back for him, I think was it after Xavier Bartlett was no longer available, I think they went back for him, and by that time he'd played enough games, first class games in South Africa, that he was available, so they were very keen to land him. He's apparently made a very good impression in the dressing room already.
Yeah, I was having a chat with one of the other journalists earlier who was saying, well, does he have any South Africa caps? You know, how, because often you need to have, like you say, you need to have played so much cricket elsewhere at a certain standard to be able to get a visa or to qualify to play or whatever. So I think he's got South Africa A squad involvement at least, and then plenty of CSA T20, etc. As this one is played away out towards long leg for a single.
I mean, it's one of those other debates as well. I mean, if you talk about the workload of the county championship, which is a fairly well-worn topic of discussion, I don't think it's that bad an idea to increase the pool of players, you know, to include prospects from elsewhere, because if it means you're not exhausting your own squad, I don't see the harm.
Parkinson for the second time in this over. This time D'Oliveira lets it go outside the off stump. Rodrick moving to 65 in the previous delivery. Well, that's clearly what Kent have done, in the sense that at one point in time they're going to have 4 overseas players in the country, aren't they, when the blast is going on, but also the championship. As Parkinson tosses this one up, it's driven away by D'Oliveira out towards cover, because presumably Bartlett and Agar will largely play T20s with.
I think it's part of Bartlett's deal as well that he's only allowed to play a certain number, if I've got that right.
Yeah, I think it's the first 8 games, isn't it? I don't know whether he'll play all 8 of those, as this one's defended away. Originally there was definitely a workload management thing built into that original deal when he first signed. But yeah, presumably Bayers Swanepoel's going to play plenty of T20 cricket, whether it's mainly the back end of the competition. So this one's driven away, and then you would have thought Charlie Stobo coming will perhaps be the man who's going to play a lot of county championship cricket and will rotate in for the 4-day games possibly. He can play all formats, so he'll play One Day Cup as well as Swanepoel as the season goes on. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Kent manage the overseas situation, as D'Oliveira just taps Parkinson into the onside. End of the over. Worcestershire 195 for 2.
I suppose it's one thing, I think everybody at Kent got a fairly major lift from that win at Old Trafford. Which I'm not sure that many of our supporters were necessarily expecting Kent to go to Old Trafford and win, because apart from anything else, it hadn't happened since 1997, when it's fairly well documented. Daniel Bell-Drummond was 3 years old. So everyone's got a bit of a lift from that. It's one thing bowling at Old Trafford under basically permanent cloud. It's another thing bowling on what looks pretty much like a road here in the first proper sunshine that we've had of the summer.
Yes, indeed. Certainly a contrast in terms of the conditions. You go back to, for example, Nathan Gilchrist's spell earlier on. Frank was saying how well he bowled and how he really didn't bowl many bad balls at all, and you can see he's clearly a bowler in good form as Swanepoel continues, and this one's played defensively. Nathan Gilchrist so far today, 9 overs, 3 maidens, none for 20. And after the day where he took 8 wickets at Old Trafford last, what was it, Saturday, I was saying to him afterwards when we were chatting, you know, what was it about that you managed to get back to your best? And Swanepoel bowls, played off the back foot by Rodrick, a tumbling attempted stop by Ben Compton at cover, but it squirms underneath him, the ball, for a single. So Rodrick moves to 66, and he said, to be honest, the other guys had set the tone and put the pressure on with a new ball, and I just came on and kept it simple and basically let the ball and the conditions do the work and put it in, you know, the right areas, and that's what got him his wickets. Well, today he's bowled it in the right areas but got zero help from the pitch or the overheads.
Absolutely.
As Swanepoel bowls again, left alone outside the off stump. Yeah, averages under 20 in first class cricket in South Africa. Bear Swanepoel with the ball, which, you know, those are good numbers, aren't they? So it's a case of, I guess, trying to convert that into county cricket and adapting as much as anything as quickly as he can to, you know, the slopes here at Canterbury and English conditions. Here he comes once more. Left alone outside the off stump.
I was just thinking that Gilchrist actually had a very good game here against Worcestershire in the last time that Kent played Worcestershire in the county championship, which was 2021. It was towards the back end of the season. It was the season when it was divided into 3 divisions, and Gilchrist basically almost won that game. I think on the first morning against Worcestershire. He was absolutely devastating. I tipped him to be Kent's prospect ahead of last season. ECB wanted a preview for all the counties, and they said, which is going to be your player to watch, your emerging young talent, and I confidently predicted it was going to be Nathan Gilchrist. But he didn't really get much of a game last year.
Injuries, wasn't it, last season? This one's driven away for a couple of runs by D'Oliveira. Sorry, I'm just getting a weird buzzing noise on the effects mic, which I'm going to try and fix. But that was played away through the covers for a couple. Yeah, he was, like you say, at the back end of the season before, looking really good, and you thought, oh, maybe with Kent losing Matt Milnes, Nathan Gilchrist really steps up, it might not be too much of an issue. This one's defended away, but the way the injuries ended up.
Of course, as it turned out, Matt Milnes missed pretty much the entire season, didn't he, for Yorkshire?
Yeah, exactly.
Although he does seem to have found a bit of early season form.
Yeah, nice to see him back playing again for Yorkshire.
He was another big loss, wasn't he, for Kent, really? He was a sort of understated player. He'd be quite dogged with the bat as well as the ball. He'd been batting for most of a day against Yorkshire. Which might have been when he first came to their attention, perhaps.
Yeah.
Because he very nearly
that night
pulled off a draw for Kent in that second of the COVID season. Parkinson's about to bowl to Rodrick, who is on 66 from 170 balls. Just checking he's got everybody where he wants them. Just adjusting the field very slightly. He wants Bias Swanepoel to back towards the boundary a bit. Comes in and delivers, and that's faced down by Rodrick. Picked up by Jack leaning. Parkinson comes in again. And that one again is faced down by Rodrick, just prodded back down the pitch to the bowler.
Yeah, I think Rodrick's played the spin well so far, in particular. Obviously, Kashif looked to get on with it, and it cost him his wicket, but Rodrick has, well, pretty much a chanceless innings so far from the Worcestershire opener.
Yes, there's another dot ball comes in. He's definitely playing the anchor role here. Rodrick, 66 for 173 balls now. Strike rate 38.2. Parkinson bowling around the wicket again. One slightly down the leg side, sort of prodded just back as backward square leg. Fielded and no run. Worcestershire 198 for 2. And that'll be another dot ball for Parkinson. 5 dots in the over so far for the Kent spinner. You just wonder if Rodrick would be tempted to hit this one. He does manage to get that one out towards square leg. It'll be a single off the last ball of the over. That'll take the score to 199 for 2. And as we were saying earlier, I think definitely Worcestershire will be the happier of the two sides with the way things have gone. Just 1 wicket per session so far for Kent. As we head towards the tea interval, 60 overs bowled so far.
It's not actually that far away now, is it? 4 overs until tea. We're obviously at the typical time when tea might be taken at 3:40, but inevitably on day one with a number of overs of seam bowled and Wes Agar bowling a bunch of no balls, so we're a little bit behind at the moment.
I was just about to say, it's probably the first time this year that I think we've had an uninterrupted day of cricket at Kent. I think every other day there has been at least a few overs lost, if not entire sessions wiped out due to the elements. So we might get a finish around about the scheduled 6 o'clock today.
Here comes Swanner ball again from the Nackington Road end, driven into the covers.
It's more likely to be around about the 6:15 mark, unless Jack Lingling comes on to join Parkinson at some point.
That's true, depending on how much Parkinson continues to bowl. And of course, you were mentioning how important his role is going to be in the championship, but the fact that they've got him as a signing and as a domestic player, as Sonapal comes in, defended away by Rodrick. It's the first time for a while that Kent have not had an overseas player who bowls spin. Obviously, in recent times with Linda and with Case Ahmed.
Yeah, Case Ahmed absolutely pivotal in that blast success in 2021.
So yeah, presumably they're hoping that Matt Parkinson's going to be that kind of leg spinner for them in the blast.
It was a bit of a fall off, wasn't it? He was almost unplayable in that first year, Case, and then the second year, I don't know whether the players had figured him out or what happened. He wasn't quite as economical, but it was also in the context of a serious fall off in performances for the whole squad 2022, which was partly rectified last year.
Comes on a ball again, clipped away out towards mid-wicket. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Parkinson kind of takes on that role, in the sense that he's a very different kind of spinner. Case bowls it quite flat, didn't he, and quite quick as a leg spinner, whereas Parkinson is very much happy to bowl with pace off and flight. And
I think Parkinson factors in the fact that he's going to go for a few, and he's not too fussed about it, whereas Case was very, very economical.
Sonapal bowls again. Rodrick, this fellow South African-born cricketer, defending up towards mid-off. So yeah, the fact that Kent have got Parkinson has meant that they've not gone into the spinning all-rounder market. When it comes to overseas, it's very much focus has all been on strengthening the seaming stocks. You would assume that, say, Tawanda Mayeye will come back into the squad and play a big role as the summer goes on. He's not involved at the moment. For Kent, not selected in the squad for this game either, as Rodrick pushes this one away into the point area to bring up 200 for Worcestershire. So a really good start to the day for the visiting team.
Yeah, that wicket just seeming like a bit of a blip now when Ali got out to Parkinson probably about 45 minutes ago now. That wicket fell. You always think that when you get one, you might get a cluster. As it is, Worcestershire 200 for 2 exactly.
Yeah, you're right. It was just before my 3 o'clock update, that wicket. So yeah, now 45 minutes have gone by. I think it was him who was out of his whites in his training kit and was wandering down to actually go get some sort of tea or coffee from the cafe not too long after he got out. So yeah, did a good job for his team, who were well on their way to a first batting bonus point.
That we're told apparently there are over 1,000 paying spectators in today.
I must admit, I was thinking this earlier, how busy it looked.
It's got that vibe, hasn't it, as well? You've already got that sort of one-day vibe where you've got people who've clearly been drinking quite heavily on the right-hand side of the ground.
There's a group, isn't there, who've been having a few and making their voices heard. You've got all the usual suspects who would be here, you know, whatever day of the week it was for a championship game. But clearly, I think the weather possibly has encouraged a few people to take an extra day off, maybe working from home, in inverted commas. With the bank holiday being on Monday, shorter working week, longer weekend, get down here to watch some cricket. So Parkinson comes around the wicket and pushed up towards Swanepoel. Long on, Kent almost happy to let Rodrick take a single. Moves to 69, 18 for D'Oliveira.
One of the aromas of the summer is the smell of sunblock as you walk around the boundary. It's actually quite noticeable. I suppose it's a good thing, really. Everyone's being sensible. But it is probably about 15 degrees warmer than it was when we were last here.
Parkinson around the wicket again, the leg spinner really tossing this one up and goes past the outside edge of D'Oliveira's bat, and no ball is signalled.
Well, he must have overstepped, I guess.
Kent really have been a little bit sloppy with the no balls today. Mainly Wes Agard, the overseas, struggling from the Nackington Road end at times. Parkinson again. D'Oliveira pushes this one away with his pad, offering no shot.
I think that was a bit hopeful. I think that was well down leg side when it pitched.
Yeah, only really half an appeal from Kent. 203 for 2, but Parkinson D'Oliveira here. It's an interesting little battle, and there's a slight edge which doesn't carry to Bell Drummond. He just sensed that there was a possible chance coming. Kent felt like they maybe might get a sniff at getting D'Oliveira's wicket. And just the gentlest of outside edges that doesn't quite carry to Bell Drummond. We'll go once again from this around the wicket angle to the right hand of the leg spinner. Pushes it away once more with the pad.
That's another optimistic shout, which I think he knows. He's probably just doing it out of reflex almost,
I
isn't
think
it?
it was Harry Finch who actually made the noise. Parkinson didn't really appeal too much. Looks like Jack Leaning's very much warming up at cover, so we might see a couple more overs of Jack Leaning before, or one over from Jack Leaning. Edged again, and this time it carries. So Parkinson gets his wicket. Daniel Bell Drummond with the catch. That slipped the captain, and D'Oliveira goes for 18. And just right at the end of the session, and it's get a wicket.
So similar to what happened just a couple of balls earlier, but this one just carried maybe 6 inches to a foot further towards Bell Drummond at slip. And D'Oliveira, he was looking, that alarm aside earlier in the over, he was looking reasonably well set. He's got himself a start, and he finds himself on the way back to the pavilion at 18. He just sort of made a slight gesture with his bat as he was coming off. He sort of held it up, quite sure. No, not dissent. I don't think there's any question of that. Just,
I think it's frustration at himself as much as anything.
Because you can see the way that he's walking off now. He's kind of swishing his bat. He looks dejected as he goes off the field there. As well he might, because he knows he's thrown away a start there.
Yeah, he's prodding his bat on the ground as he's walking off. And having got the life earlier on in the over, I guess, to fall foul of another outside edge to the same slip fielder in it to carry. He's probably
You can't say you weren't warned, can you?
Well, exactly. I wasn't sure if he maybe went at it with slightly hard hands, the defensive shot, and that's why it carried a bit more. He clearly felt like he had to play it. But Parkinson, interestingly, from that around the wicket angle, the leg spinner does appear to be getting a bit of turn now. Down the slope as well, so he's got that to help him. Clearly, as we've already appreciated, it's a fairly dry wicket. It's a fairly good wicket for batting on, but I think Kent want to, find ways to get Matt Parkinson into the game across 4 days. And actually, well, here on day one, he already looks like their most threatening taking possibility.
He's on 2 for 46 at the moment after 13.5. He's gone for 3.3. It's not bowled any maidens so far, but this is the thing with Parkinson. You know he's going to go for a few, but he will try that little something.
Yeah, he's just so patient, isn't he? And he's almost happy, as we saw with Kashif Ali, happy for the batter to come at him and to try and attack him, because then he feels like he's just going to bowl it slower and give himself a chance of taking wickets. Short leg and 2 slips now in play for Parkinson, who's around the wicket to hose the new man. It's in behind this one, playing with the full face of the bat defensively. So end of the over from Parkinson. Really good applause from the Kent supporters, because Worcestershire have mostly had it their own way so far today after winning the toss and choosing to bat here at Canterbury. But Parkinson's couple of wickets in this session, just giving the Kent supporters a little bit of hope.
I'm reading in the Cricketers Who's Who that his nickname's actually Daddy rather than Parky.
Right.
Apparently he doesn't... I don't know whether he's bothered about being called Parky, but it's not the nickname that he's listed. And apparently the reason that he's called Daddy is because he claimed a victim. I think he was playing in a tournament somewhere. Maybe in the PSL, I think. And one of the players was acting like he was the daddy of the occasion, and Parkinson got him out and said, "Who's your daddy now?"
I mean, he's from what I've heard, he's a character. He's a,
Well, I think we can tell that from the interviews.
Fun bloke to have in the dressing room, that's for sure. So on a ball continuing, the South African. And this one from Rodrick is a quick single into the offside. He's played really well at times today, Gareth Rodrick. Just patting the defensive shot away, or just finding the gap, or even if it's just a little run up to mid-on that's short of the man, and he's...
It's a classic 4-day innings, isn't it?
Yeah.
Classic measured openers innings. 70 from 184.
Yeah, he's ran well.
Not been tempted on too many occasions.
No, hasn't feel like he's played many big... The only really strokes we've sort of seen him play is, again, to the spin when he tried the reverse and didn't get it right. There was one sweep shot that was in the air for a bit, but bounced once down to long leg. Other than that, he's showing great temperament. Sonapol's got a second slip for the new man, Hose. Defending this one away to a shortish mid-wicket where Bell Drummond is wandering. It's been proactive captaincy from Bell Drummond. He's had almost floating, Jack leaning in a kind of floating catching role, whether that's been at second slip, gully, silly mid-off, short mid-wicket.
Cricket equivalent of a false 9.
They had him at one point at a sort of leg gully. As full deliveries from Sonapol is driven wide of Wes Agar at mid-off for a single. Oh, I like that. Adaptable.
Trequartista
roll.
is the other word, isn't it?
205 for 3.
Maybe if we keep calling him it'll catch on.
Stick, yeah. So Jack Leaning had been warming up at the possibility of maybe getting a cheeky over him, but I think perhaps with the new man, they've kept the South African overseas in the attack. It's down the leg side, and Rodrick again is just really happy to let Kent come to him and use the pace of the ball and deflect it away for another run.
Yeah, I think that is sensible captaincy, isn't it? You're adapting to the situation. Session was drifting a bit towards a conclusion, and Kent have just been perked up by that Parkinson wicket.
as they were an hour or so ago when they got Kashifali out. Full delivery, which Hose is in behind. Obviously got great white ball pedigree, Adam Hose. Frank Watson was talking about him going around the world and playing in various franchise cricket, but moved here to Worcestershire to play across all formats, having originally been at Warwickshire. Obviously a few players have done that journey or gone the other way in recent times, as well as those that have left Worcestershire to move to Trent Bridge. As Swanepoel bowls again, Hose lets it go outside the off stump. Bell Drummond had just moved himself across to short cover. Again, he, like leaning, is almost wandering around, swapping fielding positions.
So I suppose Worcestershire's chief exec is Ashley Giles.
Yes, indeed.
Who is obviously best known for his spell, certainly in county cricket, with Warwickshire. Seems like it's coming up for 20 years since that Ashes summer.
Crikey.
Ben's wincing as I say it's 19 summers ago. Geraint Jones at wicket and Ashley Giles as the spin option.
I mean, for kind of players of my generation or slightly younger, you know, a lot of them will talk to you about that series as the reason why they got into cricket, and as a, you know, youngster growing up watching the Ashes on terrestrial TV as it was at the time. As Parkinson then from around the wicket is played up towards long on by Rodrick, and again almost inviting Rodrick to take a single. So yeah, go on then, you have a run, we'll bowl it at your mate up the other end. Before tea, it's the final over of the session. 207 for 3. BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Sport Online, via the app as well. Commentary every county cricket game, as this one's defended away by Hose, just lunging forward here to Parkinson. Commentary of all the other matches and the live blog available as well. Alex Hode, who's part of that team today, is sat in the media box with yourself, Fred. As Parkinson's going to come over the wicket, just changing his angle of attack. Hose attacks this delivery, goes for a cut shot for a couple out towards Joe Denley in the deep on the offside. Hampshire 210 for 2 against Durham. Lancashire 203 for 4 against Notts. They've lost a couple of wickets at Trent Bridge. Warwickshire 187 for 6 against Surrey at the Oval.
It's not a bad performance for Lancashire, given how they've batted for
they've
most
with
of the
bat,
season.
Haven't they? Parkinson, that one beating Hose on the inside edge. Good leg side take from Harry Finch. Yeah,
a bit befuddled by that one, did Hose?
Yeah, Keaton Jennings making 91, although he's just got out to the spinner Harrison.
Parkinson's just having a bit of fun with the umpire there. The umpire's signalled a wide. Parkinson sort of held his arms almost for a second there, just to try and stop him. They're all laughing about it out there. But, Parkinson himself signalling the wide now.
That leg side wide rule for spinners is very bizarre. Oh, there's a bit of turn. Goes for an attempted sweep shot and hits him in the midriff almost, Hose. Considering the wide, some of the wides that don't get given.
Yeah, it does seem a bit punitive. Almost thought we were playing one-day cricket for a second.
Yeah, quite. Here comes Parkinson again from around the wicket. 2 balls to go then. Hose is well forward to defend.
It was good to see them having a laugh about it.
Yeah.
Because obviously I think it might be that the umpire's got the same opinion about the rule that we have.
Yeah, just saying, Division 2, Sussex 181 for 7 against Glamorgan. Gloucestershire 220 for 4 against Northamptonshire. As Parkinson bowls the last ball of the session, Hose comes forward to defend. So 32 overs remaining in the day, almost at 4 o'clock. We are at tea. Worcestershire 210 for 3. Fred Atkins from the ECB Supporters Network. Just a final thought on the session. Worcestershire's day so far, but has Parkinson just spun Kent back into it?
Certainly Worcestershire will be the happier of the two sides, but just that last wicket from Parkinson there, they're just giving a bit of hope to Kent that they might be able to get something going here. They take 4 or 5 wickets in the evening. I think they'll probably feel it's on as even. Anything less than that, and I think Worcestershire will be very happy. But certainly at this point, you would think that Worcestershire would want at least 400 from this position, and anything below that they'll regard as a bit of a disappointment.
Yeah, so they'll go in search of batting bonus points in the evening session. Thank you very much to Fred. Frank Watson and I will be back in around about 20 minutes' time. I'll have a little update for BBC Radio Kent here, but then we'll be back for commentary in a bit.
Welcome back to Canterbury. Play about to resume in the evening session. Kent against Worcestershire, day 1, and Worcestershire 210 for 3, and it's going to be Nathan Gilchrist from the Nackington Road end, bowling to Gareth Rodrick, who's on 72, and he lets that one go outside the off stump. Taken by Finch. Worcestershire losing 2 wickets in the afternoon session. Kashif Ali and Brett D'Oliveira, odd one D'Oliveira's, Ben, I thought. He almost went off the face to slip, didn't it?
Yeah, he almost got himself into a little bit of a pickle, didn't he? Having edged one earlier on in the over, short of slip, to then play almost the same shot and find himself being dismissed. As Gilchrist tests Rodrick here with a delivery that possibly came back down the slope.
Yeah, he just, as you say, he just got into a little bit of an odd mindset, I thought, in that over. Parkinson going around the wicket, and then when he was out, it ran across the face almost. It wasn't like a genuine edge. Looking at the replay, and he was so annoyed with himself. Yeah, he was very frustrated with himself as he walked off. There's Gilchrist again, bowls, and Rodrick, who's been there since the start, pushes this out on the offside. 210 for 3 then, Worcestershire. The men out. Libby in the morning session for 19. 31 for 1 at that point. And then Kashif for that 72, as I said, in the afternoon session. And D'Oliveira for 18. 167 for 2 when Kashif was out. 136 added for the second wicket by Kashif Ali and Gareth Rodrick. And Rodrick still there now, plays this one defensively up to mid-on, and again there is no run, so no runs added in this over since tea, and no wickets for Nathan Gilchrist in his 10th over. No wicket for 20. Been very, very accurate, bowled very few bad deliveries, but hasn't made any inroads. He's in again now and he bowls, and Rodrick gets the first run of the evening session, clipping this one away on the leg side for a single, and the total goes on to 211 for 3. Rodrick to 73, and the hard work continues for the Kent bowlers. They lost the toss, probably not surprised when Worcestershire opted to bat, and probably knowing that if they didn't get early wickets they were in for a long day in the field, and so it has proved. Gilchrist in again, bowls, and forward comes Adam Hose, pushes this one out on the offside, and there's no run. Saying that, as we've said repeatedly, that over from Gilchrist concluded with just 1 run coming from it. As we've said repeatedly, Kent have been tidy in their work, and at no point have they become ragged. They've been accurate. Matt Parkinson done a good job with his leg spin, 2 for 50 from 15 overs, and it's been well, it's been competitive. Perhaps the bat slightly on top, but in these conditions we might expect that, I think. Parkinson will continue from the pavilion end. Get in touch if you'd like to. I'm Frank Watson of BBC Hereford Worcester. My Twitter handle is @FrankWatson58. Alongside me is Ben Watts. And Ben, you've got an email address there.
Yeah, kentcricket@gmail.com. If you want to get in touch with us, here's Parkinson from around the wicket to Hose. I think that might get given as a wide. Yeah, it does. As Hose plays no stroke and it goes down the leg side. I don't quite understand why it is slow bowlers seem to be getting punished more for a so-called negative line if it's down on the leg side. It's a little bit one day wide, as Fred Atkins was describing in the previous session, as this one's clipped out towards mid-wicket. Attempted reverse sweep here by Rodrick, and that's nicely played actually, wide off slip. Doesn't quite get loads on it. Denley moves around to do the fielding out there in the deep. And as Fred was saying, over 1,000 people in the ground today, which is great to hear. Certainly has looked busier than your average day. A 4-day cricket here at Canterbury. Sunshine out, and the forecast has attracted people to come along for this one as Parkinson bowls, and Rodrick, who's now on 75 of Worcestershire's 214 for 3. Here on the BBC Sport app and website, driving it back to Parkinson. Goes for that reverse again, and this time hits it in front of, almost in front of square. Then he's out a deep point doing the fielding, so it'll just be a single. Michael Adams got in touch earlier on. That was when we were talking about the streaming, and he's talking up Lancashire's offering. But as you said, Frank, it's very much about how much cash they put into it.
It is brilliant, and you've been there and I've been there, and they've got a setup. It's a very, very professional setup, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. There's a low full toss which Parkinson fields off his own bowling. It, as you say, it pretty much is. With
they've got a studio.
There's a studio, and there's a director, and there's various camera crew, and different cameras, and the gallery, and yeah, it's. Well, of course, the game last week was actually on TV, and there's a short ball which has been punished by Hose, just going back and thumping it through extra cover. Parkinson just a touch too short there, and Hose getting deep in his crease and finding the gap nicely off the back foot. So a 4 for him, 219 for 3, the Worcestershire score. Yeah, I think last week for the TV coverage, our broadcasting cousins just sent 4 commentators, and that was it. They used Lancs TV's entire camera setup.
Yeah, well, the company responsible for that, or partly responsible, helped us out at Kidderminster, and they did a wonderful job. It was very good. But pleased that some of you are enjoying it today. As I say, get in touch at FrankWatson58, kentcricket@gmail.com. Andrew Harrison has got in touch from Japan. Kent supporter, says, I've enjoyed it today. I'm usually a Kent partisan. Just break off as Gilchrist bowls and defended by Rodrick, he said, but glad to see Worcestershire doing well today. An emotional day, obviously, for the pairs today, and thank you for that, Andrew. I think, you know, we talked about it earlier. The cricket family, call it what you like, has come together in the last 8, 9, 10 days, sharing Worcestershire's grief and reminding everybody that all these players. Gilchrist bowls, Rodrick defends again, down into the slip area, no run. All these players, regardless of which county they play for, they are part of a bigger family, as it were, and we all care about county cricket and the players that play it, and it was a shared grief, and a really emotional 5 minutes or so, I thought, this morning before the start, when we were going to have a minute's applause. It ended up being Gilchrist bowls again, short. Rodrick swivels round and pulls this away on the leg side. Just get a single as Joe Denley fields out there and go through for that one. Takes Rodrick on to 77, 220 for 3. And we had this planned minute's applause, but as the players gathered on the boundary, there was almost a sort of unplanned, impromptu minute or two silence, and the whole ground was hushed, and then the applause to follow. It was a very special experience. Gilchrist in, bowls again, and Hose is forward. Thickish inside edge really takes this away. Square on the leg side. Adam Hose moves on to 8. Total to 221 for 3. Rob Jones, I thought would come in at 4, has actually not yet come to the crease, so he'll probably come in at 6. I'm not sure what the reason is. Maybe a little bit of illness, something like that. But Jason Holder as well to come, Matthew Waite, Joe Leach. Still quite a bit of batting to come as Gilchrist bowls, and there's a big shout, and that would have been exceptionally close had it not been for the fact that Gareth Rodrick, I'm pretty sure, got an inside edge on that.
I think that's why Gilchrist stopped appealing.
And he stopped appealing, and as if he couldn't believe it, it would have been fairly adjacent, I think, that one. But we're not perfectly placed here. High over third man when the bowling is from that Nackington Road end. And it is Gilchrist in now, down the slope, bowls, and Rodrick is forward, pushing out on the offside. He's been very, very patient today, Gareth Rodrick. 201 deliveries now for his 77. It's a real old-fashioned openers sort of knock, sort of thing that Worcestershire supporters of a certain age will have seen Tim Curtis play that kind of innings. Get 100 on the first day of a game, bat all day, and you put your side into quite a strong position. That would be Gareth Rodrick's mindset at the moment, I would imagine. 221 for 3 at the end of the over.
Yeah, he's done a stellar job for his team. 200 balls he's faced for his 77, 8 for Hose. Parkinson to continue here for Kent. This ball 67 overs old. So there will be a second new ball available before the play is over for the day. Be interesting to see how Kent approach that, because Parkinson with this older ball has looked like a good wicket taking threat. And Kent didn't have a lot of joy with the new ball earlier on, apart from the LBW of Libby. That's Parkinson from around the wicket bowls to Hose. He's playing forward in defence. Fielder's out now at deep backward square and deep mid wicket. Man on the 45, a short mid wicket, mid on a mid off, cover, one slip and a deep point. And as Hose is playing with a straight bat defensively up towards mid on again. Parkinson has been patient. He's had to create opportunities through his own cleverness. And Hose driving here past, leaning at extra cover. That's a good shot. Attacking stroke. Quite happy to almost play a bit into out there on the bounce. Leading looked like he was a bit worried about the ball possibly bobbling up and almost took his eye off it.
It was a good shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Just the way he attacked it, but kept it down. Adam Hose. So the boundary of him moves him to 12. That was a little bit short from Parkinson. Hose going deep in his crease to try and create the angle to see if he can get the same result, but this time straight at leaning, so 225 for 3. And Parkinson wide around the wicket. Defended away once more by Hose, coming forward in defence. Doesn't feel like there's massive turn for Parkinson out there, and that's going back to what I was saying about him having to create the wickets that he's got, because he was taking pace off to Kashif Ali and inviting him to try and play an attacking shot, and then was creating that angle against Oliveira, which proved awkward. Little into out shot from Hose. Into the covers.
End of the over. 225 for 3. Attritional, probably the best word. Worcestershire's run rate so far in this innings is 3.3, and it has been 3.3 for a good while now. And I said earlier, probably an hour and a half ago, that was quite respectable at that point. By now you might be wanting to push it on a little bit. As Gilchrist bowls, Rodrick shows no sign of doing that, pushing that out into the offside. And by that I mean if you want to crack on a bit before the new ball, but it may well be that the new ball isn't taken. It may well be that if it is taken, it goes off the bat a little bit more quickly.
Perhaps that's why Gilchrist is bowling at the moment with the old ball to, as you say, almost try and keep the run rate down from a Worcestershire point of view.
In he comes again now, bowls. That's wide though, and Rodrick slaps it away through the covers. He'll pick up 2 runs as fielding is done out there on the deep cover boundary.
Yeah, Joey Everson out there did well actually to
pulled it
up the ground.
Long way up that hill, up towards the ice cream van. Deep extra cover on the mound. He'll have been doing good business today, I would imagine. It's been a hot day.
3 people
steady
in the queue.
stream of customers for him. 2 more to Rodrick, goes to 79. And another one for him here as he eases this one off his pads out through mid-wicket and goes on to 80. But yeah, going back to that run rate, absolutely no pressure on Worcestershire to increase it at all. It's been steady throughout the day, and they're doing exactly what they would have had in mind when that coin came down on the right side for them this morning, which is to bat all day today and get a substantial total on the board. 228 for 3 at the moment. Gilchrist in again, bowls and hose drives attractively on the offside, but straight to Compton. Short extra cover. There's a helicopter. Buzzes away in the distance. You'll probably hear that on effects microphone. A little bit of wispy white cloud in a blue sky. It's been a glorious day here. Not too hot, but considerably warmer than it has been in recent weeks in terms of watching cricket. Hose plays this one defensively out on the onside, and there's no run. The men out. Libby 19, the 1 man to go this morning. Started well actually, he was the more fluent of the pair. 31 for 1 when he was out. Lunch it was 94 for 1. Kashif and Rodrick putting together a very good partnership. Gilchrist bowls, Hose leaves, taken by the keeper, end of the over. And in the afternoon session, Worcestershire progressing from 94 for 1 to 210 for 3. And the man who's been there all the way through it is Gareth Rodrick. He's on 80, and he'll be on strike.
Interesting to see if we see a bowling change before too long. Looked like Everson was warming up. Maybe where's Agar warming up? So Daniel Bell-Drummond has clearly got a few of his bowlers on possible standby to come and have a go. Zach Crawley's just had his wide brim floppy hat swapped for a baggy one. He's wandering out towards deep mid wicket. So Parkinson to continue from this pavilion end of the ground. Some sort of motorbike going past the old Dover Road. So 2 to 8 for 3 as he comes around the wicket here. Parkinson pulled away out towards deep backward square for a single by Rodrick. Just a little bit short, that one from Parkinson, which allowed Rodrick to use his feet and send the ball away for a single. Moves on to 81. Who's with that white ball background will to continue to be positive, you would assume, against Parkinson, and he manages to go deep in his crease and work this away on the onside out towards Crawley at deep mid wicket for a single. Good proactive cricket from this pair so far in the over against Matt Parkinson. Bowling around the wicket with this older ball, 70th over. Turned away by Rodrick into the onside, up towards mid-on for a single. Just stretching forward on the front foot. So Parkinson going to change to over the wicket, so that's provoking a slight change in the field for Kent. Joey Everson's still doing some stretching exercises down at long leg. Whether he might bowl a bit with the old ball from the Nackington Road ends, possibly, before the new one is available. Parkinson from over the wicket, defended away by Hose. So 3 singles and a dot now in the over. 231 for 3 for Worcestershire, so 19 runs away from a first batting bonus point. Kent have got a bowling one as it's driven away off the back foot by Hose, but out towards a deepish cover where Leaning is fielding. No run. Parkinson for the final time in the over. Just offering a little bit more flight to this one. Hose comes searching forward to defend. So 3 runs off the over, those singles at the start of it. Off Parkinson. Gets through his over nice and quickly. Still going to be Gilchrist for the time being, but 10 overs now until the new ball is available for Kent. 26 overs remaining in the day. Possible that we'd even... Would we get slightly more? Maybe. I don't think we will.
Don't often, do you?
No.
You don't bank on it. If they take the new ball, then we certainly won't, will we? Because Parkinson won't
Good point.
bowl that many more.
Yeah, I was just thinking with Parkinson having bowled 18 overs so far today, but
Yeah.
there has been other reasons why.
2 for 65 from those 18, very tidy. And Gilchrist, none for 26, starting his 13th. He's in now and bowls, and Rodrick drives nicely. And very good piece of fielding off his own bowling by Gilchrist, reaching down to his left to a well-hit drive and stopping it. So Rodrick remains on 82. He's hit only 2 fours, Rodrick, which is pretty extraordinary. It kind of, I often say this, and I don't know whether people think I'm talking nonsense, but in comes again Gilchrist, and Rodrick tucks this one away off his legs for a single, but it kind of shows that how well he's played, or that the ball hasn't gone past the bat very often, or that he hasn't had too many nicks, because you'd expect to nick more than a couple of boundaries, wouldn't you, if you faced 206 deliveries like he has. But in fact, he's played and missed, I don't know, a handful of times. I don't think he's nicked anything, and he's been very, very solid. He's only hit 3 fours. 232 for 3. Gilchrist into Hose, who whips this one off his pads. Gets a bit more on that, and he gets 4. From the way that Gilchrist standing with his hands on his head, he thinks that it might have been an LBW shout if he hadn't got a bat on it. As it is, not only did he get a bat on it, but he got quite a bit of bat on it, and his hands were really quick. He kind of whipped it away, and it flew down to fine leg, long leg for a single.
Yeah, it went fine.
Went quickly. Agar is quite a way behind square, but he couldn't get round.
Yeah,
to
exactly.
cut it off.
Too fine of Agar.
Hose goes to 17. Still 2 slips in. Gilchrist down the hill, bowls towards us. Hose drives attractively, but straight to mid-on.
I think your theory on Rodrick and the way he's batting is valid in the sense that it feels like something I was saying earlier, is that he waits for the ball to come to him and he plays it on impact under his eyes. He doesn't go towards the ball, and sometimes that's when you get the nicks, when you're searching the hands away from the body, you overbalance or whatever. So that's why he hasn't nicked anything down to third man.
Just let the ball come, yeah, absolutely. Gilchrist bowls, Hose on the back foot, drives firmly, square on the offside. Everson fields, and they go through for a single. Takes Hose to 18. But yeah, I mean, there was a time, Ben, when most counties had somebody who came out at the top of the order and tried to play the innings that we've seen Rodrick play today. And then it became unfashionable to have people playing like that, but it can be so important. Gilchrist again bowls, and forward comes Rodrick. And you know, it's valuable, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, on day one, if you win the toss and bat first, it's valuable. And in that game, 237 for 3, by the way, at the end of the over. In that game here, where Surrey amassed 543 for 7, didn't Dom Sibley play a sort of similar innings? Just kept going and going and going, you know.
He faced 400 balls for his 140 or something.
Yeah.
And Ben Compton will play a similar way.
Yeah.
If he can bat for as long as Rodrick has, he'll be happy to be on 70-80.
Absolutely. Parkinson to carry on, 18 overs so far. About to start his 19th, bowling to Adam Hose.
Carrying on over the wicket this time. Hose goes back and tries to force it away, stopped by cover. Hampshire 232 for 3. Ali Orr out for 126 in that one. Against Durham. That's Southampton. Parkinson, a flatter delivery which has been pulled away out towards Everson in the deep, who has tumbled over the top of this one, to be honest, as he staggered to the floor, and Hose gets another boundary. So Hose, by comparison, is really looking to take the attack to Kent in the way that Rodrick is waiting for the ball to arrive and come to him.
It's the way he plays, Hose, isn't it?
Yeah, he's making good foot movements inside his crease to, and this one defended away, to work angles and get on the back foot and attack. Lancashire 226 for 4 against Notts at Trent Bridge. Rockshire 219 for 6 at the Oval against Surrey as Parkinson bowls again. Hose going back, trying to create room to go into the offside. Plays it straight to extra cover. Sussex 207 for 8. It's Glamorgan in Cardiff. 261 for 5, Gloucestershire at Northampton. All of those games and all the thoughts of the guys watching them all on the live blog on the BBC Sport app and website. As Parkinson bowls, and there's half an appeal. Drops away on the offside. Wasn't really particular interest from around the bat on that one. He's certainly backing away outside of his leg stump to try and use the offside as he comes forward and plays defensively this time. End of another Parkinson over. 19 overs from him. 2 for 69. And Worcestershire 241 for 3. With 24 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, it's been a long day for the Kent fielders out there, long day for the bowlers, but as I keep saying, I think they've stuck at it pretty well. It's not ever been untidy, has it? It's been focused and purposeful. Just seeing Jack Leaning do a few warm-up exercises. Might be that he's going to have a little roll at this end, give Parkinson a little break, and then suggest that they would take the new ball. Joey Everson is coming into the attack, as Ben Watts predicted he might, at the Nackington Road end. Right arm over the wicket, medium pace. 11 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 31 so far for Everson. All-rounder. Slightly reddish hair, signed from Notts, Stamford schoolboy, and important member of this Kent side already, actually, as an all-rounder. Going to have one slip in, not at first, he's about third, I would say, as Everson comes in and bowls, and Rodrick, ever disciplined, leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Through it goes to wicketkeeper Finch.
Yeah, the only sloppy thing that Kent have been guilty of today is those extras. 27 extras.
Yeah. 9 times bowlers have overstepped, which is and 7 wides, which is unusual as well. Although 4 of them were off one delivery.
Indeed.
Everson bowls. Rodrick pushes out on the offside. And there's no run. But yeah, going back, I mean, there was a time it became unfashionable. I think probably, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago, people were saying that, you know, you couldn't have people playing anymore like Dom Sibley played and so on. There always, like I say, there used to be loads of people like that. And now, again, I think people are realising how important it can be as Rodrick drives into the offside and Compton fields at extra cover. And, you know, there are one or two players whose careers ended prematurely or perhaps stalled or perhaps never took off because it was felt that they didn't score quickly enough for the modern game. And yet, ironically, in the days of Bazball in inverted commas, here's Everson again. Down the hill, bowls, and Rodrick works it away on the onside. No runners, it's fielded by Bell Drummond at mid-wicket. Ironically now, I think we're beginning to realise that the Sibleys of this world, I mean, that innings that Dom Sibley played here the other day probably did as much to win that game for Surrey as any other performance by anybody else, really. If you're going to get a big score on the board, you can't always do it at 5 and over, I think is what people are realising. There's Everson again, he's in and bowls, and Rodrick is very watchful again, pushing out on the offside.
He's had a few big knocks on this ground in recent times, Surrey, and like you say, it's laid the foundations for big scores that have got Surrey victories, whether that be in batting once as they did this season or the chase of 500 plus that they managed to haul in last season.
Yeah. What you ideally want in your lineup is the capability to do both, isn't it? Everson bowls, Rodrick plays out in the offside, no run end of the over. Rodrick is 83, Hose is 22. That was a maiden from Joey Everson, 12 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 31. And by that I mean not necessarily players who can do everything, but within your group you've got people that can score at 4, 5 and over, but you've also got people that can play the sort of innings that Rodrick has played today.
Yeah, exactly. And I was just thinking that, looking at the batters to come in Jones, Holder, Waite, Smith, Leach and Gibbon, there's definitely some guys still to come that like to score boundaries and can hit the ball a long way and bat aggressively.
Yeah.
So by Rodrick playing this kind of innings, it really does lay a platform for that middle to lower order to come in and play with a lot of freedom, as is the modern term. So Jack Leaning is going to replace Matt Parkinson. Ball a bit of off spin here. Parkinson just wandering over to come and have a word with the former Yorkshire player. So around the wicket comes. I think it was a discussion over where he was going to field, but back goes Hose here again, pulling hard into the onside for a single. Certainly.
He likes to use his feet, doesn't he, against the spinners?
Certainly playing forcefully, looking to try and hit the ball hard, whereas Rodrick has looked to use the pace on offer and to manipulate the ball. Yeah, even within this partnership, there's a nice contrast of styles on show, rather, as Leading with a slightly flatter delivery to Rodrick. Just played back to him. Comes around the wicket. Cut shot out towards backward point, where the fielding is done by Ben Compton. Had an email earlier on from Nick getting in touch, which is talking about some other sports news in this parish this week. So it's cut away out towards Parkinson at cover, but then sneaks through his legs, so Rodrick will get a single. Moves on to 84. And more on that, the change of management at Gillingham in a huddle special tonight on BBC Radio Kent, 6 until 7 on the radio and on BBC Sounds. A lot of chat about the football news of the week in Kent. As Leading bowls driven up towards long on. I'm sure we'll try and get a cricket update on that show as well. And I believe we're hearing from the new Holcombe hockey coach, Chev Clark, the boxer. We're talking county rugby as well. non-league playoffs. So lots to come in that hour. 6 till 7 on BBC Radio Kent if you want to listen later on. Might even be just after we finish here, as this one's turned away into the onside for a single by Rodrick. So end of the over from Jack Leaning. Worcestershire taking their score onto 245 for 3. They're within a blow of a batting bonus point now, with Rodrick on 85. The opener's batted all day thus far. Adam Hose on 24.
And 6 overs to go before the new ball is available. Whether it will be taken or not, we'll have to wait and see. And Joey Everson will bowl the first of those 6 from the Nackington Road end.
Yeah, I do just wonder the fact that Parkinson's come off. Maybe Kent don't feel like there's actually that much turnout there, which would...
I think the fact that he was going round and varying his line and so on suggests that as well, doesn't it? Everson in bowls, and Rodrick works this on the onside, straight to Bell Drummond at short mid-wicket. There's no run. Umpire Debenham decides to cross over from square leg to cover point.
Might be a bit low hanging sun.
Might be the sun,
possibly.
yeah, slightly low. Shadows lengthening slightly from that side of the ground. But a beautiful summer's evening here, and the ground looking in very good order as Rodrick is forward to Everson and pushing out on the offside. It's very green, the outfield, and the square with only 3 strips really that have been used. There's another 3 that look as though they've been used for practice on one side, or maybe for a second team game, but a lot of very lush and very attractive looking light or slightly darker green stripes out there on the square as Rodrick whips this one with his bottom hand up to mid-on, and there's no run, and it really does look a picture, this ground, and a good crowd in, I reckon, today. I'm not sure how many, but I wouldn't mind probably a couple of thousand, I would have thought, today.
Definitely between 1 and 2.
Quite a few of them down below us in this pavilion. As Everson in again, bowls to Rodrick, who whips him through mid-wicket. That's a lovely shot. He'll only get 1 for it because Joe Denley is out there on the boundary, as he's been for a lot of the afternoon. But a very nice looking shot from Gareth Rodrick. Takes him on to 86, 222 deliveries. He's worked hard throughout the day, the Worcestershire wicketkeeper. Adam Hose is on 24. And the Worcestershire head coach and his assistant, Alan Richardson and Kadir Ali, wandering around the boundary as they often do. Be fairly satisfied with the day so far. Everson bowls, forward comes Hose and pushes out on the onside. And I say that, it's a day that began emotionally for Worcestershire with the return to action after Josh Baker's horrific passing in the last 9 days, and I think Worcestershire just will feel relieved that they've got things back underway, and it's been a reasonably successful day in terms of the cricket, as Hose drives this one from Everson to short extra cover. Leaning fields, he'll keep hold of the ball because he's going to bowl, and that's the end of the over. So 5 left till the new ball's available. 246 for 3.
Yeah, Leaning will just offer a little bit of control, or at least that'll be the plan from Kent's point of view. Possibly try and rush through to the new ball. See if they can get the seamers back in the wickets before the day is out. But certainly looks like a good pitch to bat on this, and a good toss to have won. And chosen to have a go first for Worcestershire, as Leaning and Crawley were half appealing for a catch behind, but Harry Finch didn't join in, the wicketkeeper. Don't know whether that was a bit of theatre from those two, or whether they actually heard anything. Harry Finch, as I say, the keeper didn't appeal, which was a pretty big clue, as this one's driven by Rodrick out towards extra cover. Leaning going for a similar tactic really to Parkinson, in that he's coming around the wicket trying to create an angle. Will mostly go fairly straight on, won't spin that big for Leaning, but bowls a bit flatter, and it's Driven back to him by the opener, Rodrick. He's got through 3 deliveries in this over already. Here he comes once more. Bit of extra flight this time, and it's almost yorked or dug out by Rodrick. That full length to Crawley at short mid wicket. The dot ball for leaning again. He's driven this time. It could be. I thought it could be for 4, but actually, where Zagar's made decent ground to move away to his left at mid-off, was nicely stroked by Rodrick. So he has to settle for a single. 247 for 3, 87 of those for Gareth Rodrick. So we tick on to 5 o'clock. An update for BBC Radio Kent very shortly. This one's clipped away by Hose for a single up towards long on. I think Freddie Young from Kent is going to come and do a few overs of ball by ball with us before Stumps. With Worcestershire now just a couple of runs away from a batting bonus point, Frank Watson.
Yeah, and they've batted pretty well this year. Worcestershire, they've got let me just see, checking. Already got 10 batting bonus points. This will be 11, which is puts them up with the higher achievers with the bat in Division 1. And we talked about it earlier, that business of playing in Division 1 and feeling that you belong. And they've got plenty of runs under their belt, most of the batters. Only lost the one game when they did underperform again. Well, I say underperform, they were outplayed in most respects by Durham. Parkinson has come back into the attack now at the Nackington Road end. So suggesting that with leaning they're going to try and whiz through these overs and take the new ball. He bowls slightly short, Hose on the back foot, cuts into the covers, leaning fields, there's no run. Why wouldn't you, I think, is the answer, isn't it, really? You might as well take the new ball. It's not as if it's turning right there with this old one. It's a bit soft and maybe not easy to whack, but even so, Parkinson bowls. Defended by Hose.
Yeah, any wicket with it would be a massive bonus for Kent. Like you say,
I think we'll see Agar and Savonapool again, probably. That's Parkinson bowls, Hose on the back foot, hits this into the covers, leaning fields at extra cover. Hose again using the crease. Not happy to just stand there and dab it back, Adam Hose. Prefers to try and impose himself. Parkinson throws this one up and he drives very nicely, sweetly through extra cover. Gilchrist, the fielder, out there on the boundary, and they go through for one more run, which takes Worcestershire to within 1 run of that batting bonus point. And then they'll have 30 overs to try and get another 1 or 2. Parkinson bowls and Rodrick is forward pushing out on the onside. And there's no run. But the run rate, which has been pretty constant throughout the day, remains just over 3. Parkinson in, bowls, and Rodrick plays that little paddle shot that he plays so nicely. And he gets it down to fine leg for a single. The 250 is up. The Worcestershire batting bonus point arrives. 77 overs it's taken, 303 minutes. And Gareth Rodrick keeps the strike. He's on 88.
Yeah, looks like a good option for him against the spinners. Quite happy to play that stroke, Gareth Rodrick. Keep the strike rotating, and Worcestershire easing their score up to 250. Update on the way in a moment as leaning bowls and is clipped away up towards long on for a further run. Hampshire 255 for 4 against Durham. Lancashire 254 for 4 against Nottinghamshire. Read out that Surrey score in a moment and the Sussex one. Gloucestershire 282 for 5 against Northants. So a mini recovery from them. Hammond scoring a ton earlier on. It's not changing the field here for Kent, with Compton coming in at a silly mid-on. One slip in play for leaning as well, but protection on the leg side boundary. Hose goes for a little ramp of his own. Ended up being in front of square. I think he was trying to get that behind the wicketkeeper a bit more, but might have come off the toe of his bat the way he just had a look at his own equipment, as it was slightly fired in by leaning. So 2-5-2 for 3. And Barnard with a half century for Warwickshire at the Oval. Former Worcestershire all-rounder. As leaning tosses this one up. It is driven up towards mid-off. There won't be a run on this occasion.
Yeah, we met him on the way down. Ed Barnard stopped at the services, and there he was. Always nice to catch up.
Leaning turned into the onside. Compton doing the fielding at silly mid-on. Here comes that update then. Yeah, Worcestershire having the better of it, the visiting side. They've got their first batting bonus point, 252 for 3, becoming 254 with a little lap sweep around the corner. And Gareth Rodrick, the opener, who's batted all day long, is now into the 90s, a 50 partnership with Adam Hose. A couple of wickets for Matt Parkinson in the afternoon session, one with the new ball for Wes Agar. There'll be a second new ball available for Kent very shortly. South African Boaz Swanepoel on debut could well be the man to take it with Agar in a moment. But Roderick's day and Worcestershire's day so far, 3 wickets for Kent. They would certainly like a few more before Stumps. Elsewhere in Division 1, Surrey have taken 7 wickets. Warwickshire 235 for 7 at the Oval. Sussex, meanwhile, at Cardiff 227 for 8 against Glamorgan. Commentary of all of those matches is available via the BBC Sport app and website. Worcestershire here with 2 overs to go until Kent can take the new ball. 254 for 3.
Expertly done, Ben. Absolutely. Bringing the South East up to date with all its scores. And you called it Roderick's day. I think might be a bit premature, but if he gets another 9 runs and gets to that 100, then he will probably feel that it really is his day. He played very, very well. Played well in the last game against Somerset. He made 100 in that one too at Kidderminster. Parkinson is in and bowls to him, or to Hose I should say, and he drives this one up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Just doesn't feel like he's really offered any chances up.
Yeah, no, I don't think he has.
Just been...
He played very, very well. It was a similar sort of innings, quite a bit quicker than this, but the glue that's held it together as Hose bowls, plays forward to Parkinson, who does his own fielding. So 1 more over after this before the new ball could be taken. Can't see any reason why it wouldn't be. And Parkinson bowling to Adam Hose, who's on the back foot and driving away on the offsides. A brilliant piece of fielding, diving to his left by Zach Crawley. That short extra cover brings a ripple of applause.
That was a good stop. Used his right hand, as you say, diving to his left.
Yeah. Felt like a goalkeeper, wasn't it? Parkinson bowled quicker, flatter. Hose on the back foot defends. Back to the bowler. 254 for 3. Been a long day for the Kent fielders. We've still got 17 overs left in the day after this. I reckon we'll finish shortly after 6. Parkinson bowls. Driven out on the offside by Hose for a single. Maybe quarter past, something like that, I reckon. Which is not too bad. How does that leave you for your sports programme later? Is that the sports programme recorded, or are you doing that?
No, it is live tonight, so it should work okay actually.
Yeah. Parkinson from the Nackington Road end bowls, and Rodrick works this one away on the leg side. Last ball of the over, end of that over, 1 left before the new ball is available. 79 gone. Worcestershire have lost Libby for 19, Kashif Ali for 72, and D'Oliveira for 18. Rodrick is on 91, Hose on 28, and they are 255 for 3. Leaning to continue, and the wicket.
Here he comes then. Hose plays it up towards mid-off, and you heard the call there on the effects mic. Nice and clear to his partner as they came through for a single. So yeah, with 16 overs to go after this one and the new ball available, probably looking at 6:15.
Yeah, that's my guess.
Ish finish as it's driven away. Turned away into the onside. By Rodrick, so he now moves on to 92, just expertly turning the ball away with his wrists. Brings Hose back on strike. Crawley doing the fielding a moment ago. Compton, the man, comes across from short mid-wicket to field this time as Leaning once more, pulling it nice and flat. Almost going into one-day mode. Jack Leaning, drawing Hose forward here and playing in defence. So one ball to go. With this old ball, 257 for 3. Couple of gents who've been having the day off today, enjoying themselves in the crowd. This one's defended away. Compton does the fielding. It's lobbed back to Leaning. He takes his cap from the umpire. And looks like Parkinson might even continue for an over.
He is continuing, and I'm taking it straight away.
So possibly an over of Parkinson and then the new ball. Maybe.
Bit of a gathering between Leaning and Crawley and
Ben Compton has gone and got it and given it to the umpire. But not taken straight away.
Parkinson to carry on for the moment with the old one.
Yeah, I think it might be if you just delay it for a couple of overs, then you can have almost 2 bites of the cherry, a little bit tonight, a little bit tomorrow morning, with it still being pretty new. Or maybe it'll just be one more over for Parkinson here.
Gareth Rodrick on strike anyway, on 92, as Parkinson comes in. Short approach, right arm over the wicket, bowls, and Rodrick paddles him around the corner again just for a single down to Agar at fine leg. Goes to 93, total to 258 for 3. And the new ball not taken. Hose on strike on 29. Parkinson bowls. Hose gives himself room, drives off the back foot, past the diving Crawley at short extra, and they pick up another single as the fielding is completed out at long off by Svanabol. And he's in the action again, the South African, as Rodrick drives this one up to him at long off. Pushes really rather than drives, no more than a little push past Crawley. Rodrick goes to 94, 260 for 3. Parkinson again bowls, Hose back. Ooh, and Parkinson got quite hopeful there, hands went up, but Hose, having gone back, given himself room, got a bat on it, exposed his stumps, but saved himself with his hands. Parkinson again in, bowls, Hose drives this time. That's a really good shot, wide of Crawley's left hand and 4. Up the slope, longest boundary on the ground, beautifully struck, beautifully timed by Adam Hose. And once it had beaten Crawley, even though the fielder out on the cover boundary, Gilchrist didn't have that far to go to his right, and it was uphill, and it's a lush outfield, and we've seen quite a few hold up. that one made it all the way to the boundary. Lovely shot from Adam Hose, takes him on to 34. 264 for 3. And Parkinson, last ball of the 81st over, still the old ball. He's in, bowls a little bit quicker, a little bit flatter, and Hose is forward to this one, pushes it back to the bowler, who shows what he feels about that by kicking the ball to Crawley. And that is the end of the over, 264 for 3.
I would have thought that'll be the end of the old ball. Looks like the subfielder's coming out to grab the helmet off Harry Finch. With Agar, looks like he's ready to get going from this pavilion end. So very much looks like Kent are going to change the ball. We're going to briefly change our lineup in the commentary box. Frank Watson, BBC Hereford and Worcester, is going to be joined by Freddie Young from Kent Cricket. We'll be back in a bit.
Thanks, Ben. And Ben Watts will be back shortly. The new ball being taken. And Wes Agar, the man who is going to take it from the pavilion end. And he will be bowling to Gareth Rodrick, as he was this morning. Rodrick's been there all day for his 94. Slight pause as Adam Hose comes to get a drink off Worcestershire 12th man Ethan Brooks. Rodrick, 6 runs required to complete 100 in back-to-back games, having got one at Kidderminster against Somerset in the last but one round, not the last round. Worcestershire weren't involved in that round, but he won't be taking anything for granted. He's worked hard. He won't want to throw it away now. 239 deliveries he's faced. He's only hit 3 fours. It's been a very, very watchful and composed innings from the Worcestershire wicket-keeper. The latest challenge he faces is Wes Agar with a new ball from the pavilion end. Big Aussie, who's had a little bit of a no-ball problem today. He's overstepped 6 times. 1 for 56, got the first wicket, the wicket that fell in the morning session. And he's bowling with 2 slips and a gully. Moving away from us, number 8 on his back. He's in, he bowls, and Rodrick is driving this first one on the up through extra cover and picks up a couple. So as we suggested, the one thing about the new ball, it does go off the bat a little bit harder. And Rodrick moves on to 98. Good afternoon, Freddie Young. Nice to have you here.
Frank. Good to be here. Thank you for having me.
Not at all. It's been an old-fashioned day's play, Freddie.
It has been. I must confess, I haven't watched too much of it though. I've been out and about, doing various bits and bobs. But it's been a good day for Worcestershire.
Important day for Worcestershire in many ways.
Absolutely.
Wes Agar moves in again and bowls to Gareth Rodrick, who clips this one away off his pads down the hill. Being chased, and it's gone all the way for 4, and that is Gareth Roderick's 100. A little understated punch of the air from Gareth Rodrick. Taps the Josh Baker badge, number 33, on his shirt. 100 in consecutive games. He's congratulated by his partner Adam Hose. It's his 5th 100 for Worcestershire, his 2nd of the season, and it's been a really, really important effort for the side. 241 deliveries, and he's only hit 4 fours, but it's been invaluable, tremendous effort. I don't think, we can't remember that he's given a chance, and certainly hasn't played a miss many times, hasn't been many full shots, and a very, very important knock for Worcestershire, not just in the context of this game, but in all sorts of ways, as I'm sure people will appreciate. 270 for 3 with that boundary. He settles in again now as Wes Agar comes in and bowls to him, and he's forward and pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, I'm sure You know what I mean, Freddie, when I say that. I think the whole Worcestershire camp this morning felt that there was a job to be done, and it was something that they had to do together and collectively, and you know, it had to be done. Nobody really wanted to get out there, but it just had to be done. They had to return to action, return to what they're all about, and thank goodness it's gone well. Agar in, bowls, Rodrick leaves that, pulls his back extravagantly out of the way, and through it goes to Finch behind the stumps. But yeah, talking about old-fashioned, as I was saying before, you know, we were saying about half an hour ago, there was a time when every county side had somebody who came out and played in the way that Rodrick has today, and then it kind of became unfashionable. And yet now, strangely, in the days of Bazball, when we're trying to do it at test level, at county level, we're beginning to realise that the Dom Sibleys of this world are invaluable.
Absolutely.
Agar bowls, and forward comes Rodrick, pushes up to mid-on. But it did, you know, there was a time for a while where people said, we don't really want, we need, you know, we've got to be scoring at 4-5 and over all the time. And I think people are now realising that if you're going to get one big score in a game, you know, a 400 or more, it's quite acceptable to have somebody who can just hold it together. And we were talking about Dom Sibley doing that here just a couple of weeks ago, really, in that massive Surrey score. 270 for 3, Agar in, last ball of the first over of his new spell, and Rodrick the Centurion pushes up to mid-on, and there's no run. And that's the end of the over. But for all that, Freddie Young with the score on 270 for 3. Kent they've been tidy today, I would say, for most of the day.
Definitely. Yeah, we bowled well. Good areas from all the bowlers. Matt Parkinson's put up a very good effort with 22 overs so far. And also very good effort from the seamers. Wes has got a wicket, and Bayers has looked pretty pleasing on debut.
Yeah, and I think Nathan Gilchrist been tidy, 13 overs, only conceded 32 runs, same as Joey Everson. The only negative, I suppose, is the fact that there've been 18 no balls, there've been 9 times they've overstepped, which is a little bit frustrating, I would think, for the bowling coaches. But generally, they've been accurate, I think, and that's why Worcestershire's run rate has been hovering just over 3, and they've had to work so hard. And they've not got away at any stage, not at any point in the day have they got away even for an hour or so. They've had to work really, really hard. It's been a good day's cricket in that respect, and enjoyed by a good crowd in good weather. And this is what it's all about.
So we've
down the hill,
bowling in. Oh, and Hose has nicked it on the floor, past Jack leading at second slip, and it's run down for 4 runs. So as I was just saying, Bear Swanepoel's joined us from South Africa early in the week, and he's looked good today, and he's caught the edge there, but it's rolled along the floor past second slip.
This is danger time for Adam Hose now, I think. Between 30 and 40, sort of. You know,
especially later on in the day.
Yeah, he's done a good job, but he doesn't like to be tied down, and if he gets beyond 50, 60, then things can change.
38 off 60 at the moment for Hose. Swanepoel's running in from the Nackington Road end. It's a bit back of a length and a bit wide, and Hose just punches it down to Joey Everson at cover. But the first ball of the over where he caught the edge just shows that while it's a good batting wicket, there is still a bit of something in there for the bowlers, which is encouraging. Good cricket, a good contest between bat and ball.
Yeah, new ball, I suppose. Seam will be a little bit prouder than it has been, and it might, you know, if you're going to get any kind of lateral movement, it will be in the first few overs with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Swanepoel into Hose. Oh, there's a play and a miss.
As well. Yeah.
Maybe went away from Hose a little bit, back of a length. Went through to Finch at keeper, but luckily for Hose, no edge. So Bear Swanepoel wearing the number 13 jersey for Kent. He had a very good domestic 2020 competition in South Africa, and he is due to play for us in the Blast, which starts very soon as he's into Hose again. And Hose drives this to mid-off. Daniel Bell Drummond is round quite quickly and cuts off a single. So there was those 4 runs off the first ball of the over, and then 3 dots have followed. This will be Swanepoel's 17th over of the day. We've got 13 to go after these 2 balls. Swanepoel in again to Hose, and a forward defence punched down to mid-on. So Hose, he's looking quite comfortable against the new ball, but still Swanepoel is probing away and looking like he could make something happen. Hose on a strike rate of about 60, so he definitely wants to score and keep the scoreboard ticking over. So last ball of the over, and it's just pushed down to cover for another dot ball. So 4 runs off the over, 2 overs into the new ball, and there was that one nick on the floor past second slip, so there's a bit of life in it for the seamers. But still, Worcestershire 274 for 3, and Gareth Rodrick 100 not out of 245 balls.
And if you're just joining us, if you're just coming in from work and tuning in, or getting in the car on the way home and listening in, Worcestershire won the toss and chose to bat. We had quite an emotional start to the day as the players had a minute's applause for Josh Baker before the game, but it was preceded almost sort of unplanned by a kind of minute's silence, or a couple of minutes silence around the whole ground. Quite an emotional start, and then Worcestershire set about building the foundations of a decent innings. They lost 1 wicket in the morning session to this man, actually, Wes Agar, who moves in now to bowl to Gareth Rodrick, who plays this one up to mid-on, and there's no run. And the man out this morning was Jake Libby, who was LBW to Agar for 19. That was 31 for 1 in the 9th over. Kashif Ali and Gareth Rodrick then built a good partnership for the second wicket. They went to lunch at 94 for 1, and they'd taken the score on to 167, so 136 added before the second wicket fell. It was Kashif Ali, well caught behind the wicket by Finch, standing up to the bowling of Matt Parkinson. Agar in again, bowls, and that's driven nicely by Gareth Rodrick, straight down the ground. That'll be 4. Lovely shot, just past the stumps at the non-striker's end on the leg side. And Rodrick, only his 5th 4, goes on to 104, and it's 278 for 3. So Kashif out for 72. Brett D'Oliveira then came in and took the score on to 203 with Rodrick before he was dismissed by Parkinson, almost steering the ball to first slip, almost off the face rather than off the edge, and Bell Drummond took a good low catch. Second wicket for Matt Parkinson. D'Oliveira gone for 18, that was 203 for 3. As Agar bowls again to Rodrick, who defends back past the bowler. Bell Drummond comes round from mid-off to field, and there's no run. Since then, 75 runs added by this pair, Adam Hose and Rodrick, who's been there since the start. New ball taken just a few overs ago was Agar operating with it from the pavilion end, moving away from us now. Tall, dark-haired figure, number 8 on his back, right arm over the wicket. He's in, he bowls, and Rodrick just moves inside the line and turns this one off his pads down to long leg, where Nathan Gilchrist is the fielder, and they go through for a single. 105 now to Gareth Rodrick. Worcestershire building a good first innings score here, but not at a great rate. They've only got 1 batting point. They will be hopeful of another one shortly. 279 for 3. And they'll be hopeful of 3, I would imagine, before 110 overs, but they'll have to play well to do that. As Agar is in and bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump. Hands on head at slip suggests that after it had passed the stumps, it nipped back a little bit, taken low down by Finch to his left, but a good leave by Adam Hose. And no addition. 1 ball left in this over from Agar, who's been tidy today with the... Apart from the fact that he's probably overstepped a little bit, he's been the quickest. We thought he was the most threatening of the Kent bowlers in the morning session. But just the one wicket so far, 1 for 67 as he comes up to finish his 14th over. And bowls now, and Hose drives, looking to drive on the offside, thickish inside edge really. It runs up to mid-on, and that is the end of the over. 279 for 3.
Yeah, I think Worcestershire will be the happier of the two teams, but Kent won't be unhappy based on a run rate of just over 3.
Yeah.
They've got 1 bowling bonus point, and there's still time to go before 110 overs. So I'd say it's finally weighted in Worcestershire's favour, but a lot could change in the next 12 overs we've got left today, especially with the new ball being taken. And Swanepoel's going to continue from the Nackington Road end.
Yeah, absolutely. Couple of wickets, and I mean, it's a cliche, isn't it? But it really would change the whole complexion of the day.
Swanepoel into Rodrick, who pushes that down to mid-on and gets off strike for a single. Takes him to 105. So no runs for Hose since he edged it off Swanepoel in a couple overs ago through the slips for 4 runs. So 38 off 67 now. Agar bowled a nice line of length through him, and Swanepoel is keeping it tight. That leave in the last over, though, it did look particularly close. I think it might have come back in a little bit,
yeah,
and just missed the top of off.
Yeah.
Swanepoel into Hose, and Hose defends that to cover. Joey Everson picks it up. You can see Nathan Gilchrist warming up at mid-on, suggesting there might be a bowling change incoming at some point. Matt Parkinson's probably quite happy the new ball's been taken, give him a little rest after 23 overs.
Did a good job though, didn't he? I thought
he did a very good job.
Considering that there wasn't a great deal of assistance out there. Varied his line, went round the wicket a fair bit.
Hose on strike again, and he has a bit of a on drive, but it's gone kind of through mid wicket, and he gets off strike for a single. So quite full from Swanepoel, and Hose drived it, perhaps didn't come out the meat of the bat, maybe inside a bit, pushed through mid-wicket for a single, picked up by Nathan Gilchrist. So Worcestershire 281 for 3, not far until 300, which is when they'll get another batting point. And obviously bowling bonus points are 3, 6 and 9 wickets. Swanepoel to Rodrick, and he's played a controlled edge down to third man. He's probably going to get 2 because there's no third man. That's Ben Compton running around from deep point. So 2 runs to Rodrick. But Swanepoel keeping it quite tight, attacking the 4th, 5th stump line. I think Rodrick was in complete control of that one, just guided it down towards quite a big gap between Compton at deep point and second slip. 283 for 3. Rodrick on strike. Swanepoel is in, and that's a forward defence back to the bowler. So 4 runs from this over. Worcestershire obviously won the toss and chose to bat, which seems to be a good choice from D'Oliveira. You can see Joey Everson also warming up. Been over 1,000 people in today watching, which is fantastic to see on a Friday. Swanepoel into Rodrick. Oh, and that's an uppish drive, too far from Swanepoel, but Gilchrist does very well at mid-on to cut it out, making sure it's only 1 and not a boundary. So that's the end of Swanepoel's over. Agar's taking his hat off, so he will be continuing. That was a good shot. Uppish, back of a length, uppish, and the batter just punched it. It looked aerial, but it was on its way down past the bowler, so not really a caught and bowled chance, even if it would have been straight at him, I think. Yep, Agar will continue from the pavilion end.
Yeah, Gareth Rodrick now, I think, will be looking and thinking, well, 11 overs left in the day, complete the job. We were talking earlier about how players set themselves little goals, and they will have gone out there at the beginning and said, let's get through the first 5 overs, first 10 overs, what it might be, whatever. Agar in bowls, and that's driven by Rodrick nicely, but well fielded by Daniel Bell-Drummond, moving to his left that mid-off, deepish mid-off tumbling stop, and there's no run. And then, you know, as they go on through the day, Freddie, I'm sure then it will be, you know, get through the first hour, then lunch and so on. And now Rodrick, having reached that 100, I'm sure, knowing him, knowing how determined he is, will be saying to himself, let's see it through, let's get through to the end of the day.
Definitely.
And
With
really
10 overs left.
the job. Yeah.
10 overs left, I reckon they've got their sights on 300 by the end of the day.
Yeah.
Quite comfortably.
Yeah. In comes Agar, bowls. Pushed up to mid-off. Yeah. 300 by the end of the day, and maybe, you know, with a bit of luck, 350 before the 110 overs tomorrow would be the real hope, I would imagine, but not at the expense of the overall position, really. Which is why, as we keep saying, if Kent could nick a couple out tonight, it would slow the momentum of the batting and change things drastically. Still 2 slips in place as Wes Agar moves in and bowls to Gareth Rodrick, who's covering up on the back foot, playing defensively up to mid-on. Rodrick has been there all day. Must be tiring. Goes for a little walk out to square leg, no doubt. Telling himself to keep focused, keep concentrating. Change in the field, I think, as Compton is coming into a sort of short extra, straighter than that, sealing it off really, almost level with the stumps at the non-striker's end, about 3 yards across to the left of the strip as Agar moves in past the umpire and bowls. A little bit short of a length down the leg side, neatly clipped off his hip by Rodrick down to long leg for a single, and well fielded down there by Gilchrist. Good return comes into Finch. Rodrick goes on to 110 and Worcestershire to 285 for 3, and Compton goes back to the position that he was in before for Hose, which is backward point. Still the 2 slips in place. Ball just 7 overs old, I think. No, less than that. As Agar comes in to bowl to Hose, and Hose is forward and plays up to Beldrummond at mid-off. Bit of encouragement for Agar from the fielders. Still trying to keep him going. Been a long day for the Kent boys out there. But as we've said repeatedly, at no point have they become ragged. Bowlers have bowled accurately, fielders have been pretty sharp most of the day. Nothing's gone down. It's just been a tough day of proper Division 1 County Championship cricket. Wes Agar once again in, bowls, and Adam Hose drives. Extravagantly really, he doesn't really time it, just sort of squeezes it out to short extra, and it's a no ball, which means that Grant Stewart, who's running on with a drink, is told to get off again because it's not the end of the over. And Wes Agar just had a little problem from both ends, overstepping today, and 2 more runs added onto the total, 287 for 3. You mentioned the crowd, Freddie. It's great to see. Good crowd. I thought it might have been a little bit more than that, but good to see on a Friday. As Agar bowls again, and this one's pushed out on the offside by Hose. End of the over, 287 for 3. And funnily enough, at Kidderminster, when we had our last home game, very different weather conditions, but Friday was the best attended day of that game as well. Interesting.
Yeah, it's great to see the spectators come and support the county championship. Obviously, with everything going on in cricket at the moment, we love to see them here supporting us, especially when the sun's out in Canterbury. Just having a quick drinks break here. We've got 10 overs left in the day. The batters are getting a drink. I think Gareth Rodrick deserves a drink after facing nearly 260 balls so far today. He's been in for 86 overs. The new ball is 5 overs old. Swanepoel will continue.
So tell me a bit more about Swanepoel. You mentioned his T20 performance in South Africa. Is that where he came to your attention, or was it?
So he came to our attention a bit before that, so before the start of the domestic T20 competition in South Africa. He's got very good numbers. He's done very well consistently on the South African domestic circuit.
Yeah.
and it was only during the South African T20 competition that finished a week or two ago that he had played enough T20s to become eligible for a long-term visa, as he's in bowling to Rodrick. And that's another expansive-looking cover drive, and it's well stopped by Bell Drummond, but they scamper through for a single. So yeah, he became eligible for a long-term visa, which means he could join us for the entire summer, and he is now here until the end of September. So it just makes sense to have a very good seamer. Done a lot in South Africa. Never played for South Africa, but to be available for us all summer.
Yeah.
So we've got Wes, who leaves at the end of July. Xavier Bartlett joining us for the first 8 games of the Blast, as that's a lovely on drive by Hose, but it's cut off by Gilchrist for another single. And then Charles Stobo is joining us.
Yeah, and it was interesting, we were talking about him this morning, because I used to play with his dad.
Oh, really?
Richard, who played in the Birmingham League with me for Old Hill, when he was a young Aussie overseas, quick, good bowler actually. Played a few times for New South Wales, but came over and played a season for my club in the Birmingham League a long time ago. He was a good bowler.
Yes, we've got an exciting assortment of overseas players this year. Swanepoel into Rodrick. And that's another upper stride, but it's wide of Swanepoel and it's cut off by Gilchrist, so another dot ball.
Yeah, so it's not that common a name. So when I saw the names, not associated with Kent, I saw him playing for Western Australia a couple of years ago, and I thought, oh, it's got to be a relation.
Yeah, it's a
and
unique,
I checked
niche
it out,
name.
and it was, yeah. Well, we used to call his dad Stobo the Hobo, because he had a little beard, and he was a bit messy, and he didn't have a lot with him.
Swanepoel into Rodrick, and that's driven to Everson at cover.
In terms of equipment and stuff, and he came over as a young Aussie with just to basically play cricket and crash on people's floors and so on, and did a really good job. Bowled well, got quite a few wickets in the league, and was a very, very popular addition for a year. I hope he's well.
So Charles Stobo plays for Perth in Australia.
Yeah.
Swanepoel into Rodrick. And that is left by Rodrick. A little bit of a wave movement there, but not enough to trouble the batter as he left it. So 1 ball left in the over. There's also a Stobo Castle in Scotland, in Perthshire.
Oh, yeah.
Wonder if there may be a distant link there.
I don't know. Maybe. I think we might have talked about that. I've got a picture of Richard somewhere in a big old overcoat. He used to come and sleep on the floor in a house that I shared with a couple of other young teachers in those days, and just play as much cricket as he possibly could.
Last ball of the over, Rodrick still on strike. And it's back of a length, and it's defended down by Rodrick. So 2 runs from that over. We've got 9 left in the day, and Worcestershire are 289 for 3, closing in on that second batting point, which comes at 300.
I'll do another one, Ben, and then you can come back in if that suits you. And I've got one more bit of work to do for BBC Hereford and Worcester. It's been a smashing day here at Canterbury. In many ways, very important day for Worcestershire emotionally, and they've played well. And as we were talking about before, and Freddie, I know you'll appreciate this as well, one of Worcestershire's purposes at the start of this year was to prove that they belong in Division 1 and that they're not going to be the whipping boys. And it's early days, but they've started pretty well.
Yeah,
only lost 1 game and admitted in that game that they didn't play as well as the opponents, Durham, who were very good, but they've done all right. And today, given what's been thrown at them recently in various ways, they've stood up again and done pretty well. Where's Agar to bowl to Adam Hose, who is pushing this one out into the covers, and there's no run. Hose on 40. He's played well. Been a good addition at Worcester. We all know about his white ball capabilities. Came to Worcester from Warwickshire because he wanted the chance to play a bit more red ball cricket, and he's proved that he can do that. Hasn't perhaps got the really big ones yet that he would crave, but once again here today, batting at 5. He's come in and done a really good job. Wes Agar in again, 2 Hose, and he's forward, pushing out to that man in the covers again, and there's no addition. Hose, one of those players that plays a lot of cricket in a lot of different places around the world in a year, and nice to have him back and settled into the middle order for Worcestershire in the red ball game. Waits now, right-hander, bat raised, Agar into him, bowls, and he's forward very, very carefully, watchfully. Head over that one, pushes it back, wants a single actually as it rebounds off the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Gareth Rodrick absolutely not on the same wavelength there, not even thinking about it, and Hose, having taken 2 or 3 quite extravagant steps down the pitch, has to turn around and scamper back into his ground. Yeah, talking about the crowd, good to see.
I've got an exact number for you.
Oh, go on.
1,054
oh, right,
in today.
okay, so I did overestimate slightly, but that's good. That's good. Quite a few from Worcester, I've seen. There you go, bowls, and Hose has chipped it up in the air, and he's got away with it. Leading edge over mid-on. He doesn't like to be tied down, Adam Hose, and he has been tied down quite a bit in the last few overs, and he's just gone to lift that one on the leg side, got a leading edge, and very fortunate not to be caught by Svanopol at mid-on, running back, ball just dropping over his shoulder. Hose gets a single, and ruefully reflects on that now, leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end, and it'll just be a little bit of a reminder to remain focused until the end of the day. 8 overs left after this one. In comes Wes Agar again and bowls, and Gareth Rodrick very neatly clips this one through mid-wicket. He'll pick up a couple as it's pursued back towards the boundary by Parkinson, and it was a no ball, so Agar has overstepped again, so a couple more extras added as well. That's 11 no balls that have been bowled by the Kent bowlers today. Agar has bowled 8 of them, I think, and it's happened when he's gone up the hill and down the hill, so
it can be quite difficult to adjust here at Canterbury.
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, quite a few bowlers find that, don't they? I think we were talking about that earlier. And he's in and he bowls, and forward comes Rodrick, pushes out on the offside. And it's 294 for 3 with those extras. I feel a bit for Agar because his figures, they compared to the others, and 1 for 75 now as he enters, as he nears the end of his 16th over. It looks a bit expensive, but he's bowled pretty straight, hasn't he? Most of the day, he hasn't given much to hit. But I suppose if you've overstepped that many times, that does a bit of damage to your figures as well. 294 for 3, last ball of the over. He's in, bowls, and that's neatly clipped by Rodrick again, off his hip, plays that shot well. He'll pick up 2 again, and that's all he'll get. It's the end of the over. 296 for 3 then, Worcestershire nearing that next batting point. We have 8 overs left in the day, I think, and Gareth Rodrick is on 115 now. Hose on 41, and after a few more words from Freddie Young, it'll be Ben.
So I think we're having a change of bowling at the Nackington Road end bay, as Swanapole has been handed a bib by Grant Stewart, so he must be going off the pitch, and we have Joey Everson taking over bowling duties. Hose will be on strike. There's a bit of a discussion going on amongst Harry Finch, Daniel Bell Drummond and Grant Stewart. We've got Zach Crawley and Jack Leaning at first and second slip respectively. Everson warming up with Nathan Gilchrist. Adam Hose rechecking his guard. And I'm about to be joined by Ben Watts.
Afternoon.
How are you, Ben?
Yeah, fine, thank you. Just chatting in the back of the box, saying I'd be surprised if Nathan Gilchrist doesn't perhaps get another bowl before Stumps. So
yeah, I would agree. He has been warming up quite hard the last 2 or 3 overs. Maybe sending a signal to Bell Drummond. Everton in, first ball of the over, another spell, and it is a not sure if it carried, but it was back of a length, outside off stump. Hose nicked it, and Crawley was diving to his right. Judging by the reactions of the slips, it may have carried, but we can't be sure from up here.
I'll have a look at the replay. It's a low chance. Crawley's a tall man.
Yeah, so it's back of a length, but Hose has hit it down to first slip. I think Crawley was expecting it to come a bit higher as he just signalled to Jack leading. Everson in again. Fuller now. Bit wider, and it is squeezed down to third man. Is Ben Compton going to cut it off? I can't see round the corner. No, he's not. That's 4 runs for Hose.
Yeah, just looking at the replay, it almost looks like Crawley's attempting to pick it up from the grass as the 300 comes up for Worcestershire, so another batting bonus point for them. So yeah, didn't carry by just a fraction, I think, to Crawley in the end. So Hose getting a little bit of fortune that didn't go to hand, and then cashing in with a boundary the next ball. So bad luck for Joey Everson. But Worcestershire continuing a good day's work. 300 for 3 now.
Still some encouragement for the bowlers here, though. Absolutely. Everson in, third ball of the over. Hose on 45 now. Everson into Hose. And that's great fielding by, who is that? Grant Stewart at cover. Straight on the pitch and makes an impact straight away. Saved at least 2 runs there. Compton may have cut off the boundary, but he hit it very hard at him. So dot ball for Everson.
Yeah, positive innings this from Hose. The anchor roll from Rodrick at the other end, 115 not out, enabling him to play with freedom and look to try and score. Has rode his luck since the new ball has come about. That one off Agar that went just over Swanepoel at mid-on.
Everson in again. Nicely pushed to mid-on by Hose, and they scamper through for another single. So Hose on to 46 now. 46 off 81, and Rodrick 115 off 265 balls.
I was just thinking a moment ago, Freddie, obviously with your role within the club, you're in pretty close contact with a number of the players, and what's the mood been like in the camp today? And
moods well, after the Lancashire victory, the mood was very good. It was a good buzz around training and just in general. Obviously today with the Josh Baker minutes applause, you know, it was quite a solemn atmosphere. But I think the lads just wanted to get out there and play their cricket. Obviously Kent lost the toss. Worcestershire chose to bat, but I think in general Kent can be pretty pleased with today. Worcestershire haven't completely run away with it. Kent have got 1 bowling point. The bowlers have bowled well. I said earlier I haven't watched too much of the day because I've been out and about doing bits and bobs, but I don't think there's been any drop catches. There's been a couple that haven't carried to slip, but nothing to be ashamed of.
Yeah, I don't think Kent have really missed chances as such, and Worcestershire were always likely to be coming into today with a bit of inspiration in their hearts for their former teammate.
Yep, and Everson in. That was the last ball of the over. Push down. Top balls are 6 from Everson's first over of his latest spell. He's bowled 14 overs in total, none for 38 and 3 maidens.
But you mentioned the tribute that we had to Josh Baker earlier on, and of course with the 2 sets of teams lining up on the boundaries edge earlier, and Frank mentioned how it obviously was a minute's applause, but it almost felt like it was preceded by silence, with the way that everyone was waiting for it to happen, and the 2 teams lined up, and then the umpires came out, and yeah, it was a poignant moment. And I wonder if, just even for some of these, Kent guys, Matt Walker and I were having a discussion last week, and he was saying, there'll be guys in this team that have played second team cricket against Josh Baker or one-day cup cricket against him, and yeah, and as you mentioned, even with that all going on, I did think that not only is that going to be in the Worcestershire players' minds today, but it would be in the Kent's players' minds today, coming up against this Worcestershire team and having that respect for your opponent, but also feeling county cricket's loss.
Yeah, definitely. If a fellow professional cricketer passes away so tragically like that, it's going to be in the forefront of everyone's minds. I remember he played against us in the One Day Cup when Ollie Robertson scored his 200.
Gilchrist then into the attack from the pavilion end, driven off the back foot by Rodrick out towards extra cover. Yeah, and he made his list day debut the season before in the Worcester win at New Road, when Joe Leach got those late runs.
Yep, remember that one as well. Who's that on the floor at backward point? Looks like Joey Everson doing some stretching.
Yeah, just a little bit of extra stretching off. Gilchrist and Everson then getting their chance with a new ball after Hagar and Swanepoel to start. This one defended away by Rodrick. Not only has he fended off one new ball today, he's in the process of fending off this second new ball, which is now into its 10th over. Really has done a fine job for his team, and he was quick to point to the badge, which of course has got the number 33 underneath it. Nice touch by Worcestershire in memory of Josh Baker, his old squad number, on the shirts of all of his teammates. And Gareth Rodrick certainly acknowledging his former teammate when he celebrated his 100. It's on 116 as he defends this one away from Nathan Gilchrist. Technique has been on point today. Relatively chanceless innings, to be honest. Gareth Rodrick kind of almost had to create chances for themselves. Matt Parkinson, I thought, was impressive earlier on with the patience that he bowled with, and the way he was almost taking pace. You know, he doesn't bowl that quick as a spinner anyway, but he was almost holding it back and bowling slower to invite and draw out the Worcestershire batters at times, as this one's flicked away, fired in towards the leg stump by Gilchrist, and down it goes towards long leg for a single, and the 100 partnership comes up. 48 of them from Gareth Rodrick, 46 from Adam Hose, and another little landmark in a very successful day for Worcestershire here at Canterbury. The visitors winning the toss, and a good toss to win. What always looked like it was going to be a good day for batting. Managed to put 303 for 3 on the board. As Gilchrist runs in once more. Full delivery, which Hose is tapping away into the covers. That'll be the next possible milestone. A potential half century for Adam Hose before Stumps. 6 overs to go after this one. And we'll be back tomorrow. And Kent will perhaps hope that maybe just a little bit more luck goes their way. Edges carry through to slip fielders.
The leading edges don't drop just agonisingly over the fielder's head, as it did with Swanepoel a few overs ago.
Yeah, could quite easily have got a couple of wickets with this new ball, but Rodrick and Hose still there. Hose running this one up towards mid-on. There was half a thought about a run, but Bell Drummond scampering in, and they changed their minds, perhaps wisely. So end of the over. 90 bowled in the day, and 6 more to go. So
what do we think? Everton and Gilchrist to finish the day, or do you think Parkinson maybe will get a sneaky over in there?
I'd be half tempted to give Parkinson a cheeky over, just to see if he can get a bit of extra bounce with the newer ball. That was one of the things he did at Lancashire last week in the second innings. He bowled with a ball that was about 20 overs old, and the latter stages of, well, it was midway through day 3, wasn't it, at the time, and he managed to get a bit of turn, but also that extra bounce, because the extra hardness in the ball. So it'd be certainly something that Daniel Bell Drummond is considering.
Everson into Rodrick, who's on strike. And that's just back of a length straight, and a punch back to Everson by Rodrick.
Been discussing as well Daniel Bell Drummond's tactics as captain. He's almost at times had Jack leaning as a floating catcher, whether that's at second slip, gully, short extra, silly mid-on, short mid-wicket. At one point he was at leg gully.
It's always good to try and do different things, maybe confuse the batter a bit. I'm sure they'll have their reasons. Everson into Rodrick, and that's defended again, cut off by mid-on. More of a on-drive than a defence, but dot ball nonetheless. Stopped by Agar at mid-on.
A little push drive from Gareth Rodrick.
As Agar's working a race, shining the new ball.
Yeah, a few spectators have been enjoying themselves today.
Yeah,
good numbers in.
Good numbers, interesting day of cricket. Everson in again. Rodrick still on strike, and that's full forward defence, pushed out to mid-on.
Finally some better weather, which has
finally
arrived just in time for a number of leagues within club cricket in the county.
Day tomorrow. I was talking to Mike Burns and Ben Debenham this morning, the umpires, and they were both here for a match probably 3 weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago now. And they said it was absolutely Baltic, and that they were just happy that they didn't have to wear snoods and 4 jumpers, and they were actually quite looking forward to it. Everson in, and that is left alone by Rodrick. 2 balls to go.
Yeah, the commentary box is generally warmer than the outside temperature here at Canterbury, and was certainly grateful for that a few weeks ago when the members away to our left were wearing layers upon layers and beanie hats and coats. And as you say, some of the players themselves had
all sorts
number of jumpers and snoods and underlayers.
Everson into Rodrick. That's a good ball. I think that might have come back in just a tiny bit back of a length, and Rodrick just with soft hand kills it, and Leaning picks it up. So 1 ball to go from Everson's over. After this ball, we've got 5 overs left in the day. Worcestershire are 303 for 3. They've collected 2 batting points. Kent the 1 for the 3 wickets they've taken. 2 for Matt Parkinson and 1 for Wes Agar. It's been a tidy day of bowling from Kent on a difficult wicket to bowl on. Everson in, last ball of the over. Oh, and that's a... thought it was going to be a full toss, but it kind of floated down and became a Yorker, but nonetheless a dot ball picked up by Bell Drummond. So maiden over for Everson. I think that's the first maiden of my stint, and I've been on for maybe 15 or so overs.
Yeah, good stuff from Joey Everson. And Frank and I had a similar view, really, that Kent haven't done too much wrong with the ball today. Just haven't necessarily had a load of luck their way. The only thing that you would say has been slightly sloppy is the no balls and the extras.
Yep, yeah, I would agree. I think it's 11 or 12 no balls now.
But in terms of the wicket, it's obviously been pretty flat.
Yeah, and that might be down to the bowlers perhaps trying something different or slightly altering their run-up or something just to make it a bit more difficult for the batter. Probably risk against reward, and that I think is worth it on a day like this.
Yeah, Kent tried the short ball a little bit to Kashif Ali earlier on. Didn't necessarily pay off, as Nathan Gilchrist is in and bowling. But certainly worth a try. Grant Stewart on as the sub-fielder again with the good stuff in the covers. Nathan Gilchrist has pretty much just kind of banged away at the old-fashioned top of off all day long and hasn't really bowled too many bad balls at all. And he's 14.1 overs, none for 33.
Very pleasant economy rate, 2.3. Obviously Nathan had a fantastic week last week. Career best figures of 6 for 24 against Lancashire.
Yeah, took 8 wickets on that second day. This one's driven away. Another diving stop in the covers. This time 1 run taken. But Grant Stewart moving to his left. The lads that are singing, I'm assuming that the big Matt Walker poster or flag is theirs. Because it was up earlier, but they've taken it down now. So they might be on their way out and off for a Friday night in Canterbury, possibly.
We'll let them serenade you for a few seconds.
I honestly don't know what they're saying. Here comes Nathan Gilchrist bowling down the leg side. Is that a little nibble? I think it might be thigh pad. There was an inquiry, certainly, from the Kent fielders.
I must say, it sounded woody to me, but we are quite far away.
Yeah.
The batter didn't seem too phased, and the umpire was confident, and he's just tapped his thigh there.
Yeah, sometimes they make a similar sort of noise on the effects mic. Rodrick was looking to tuck it away off his hip down towards long leg. 117. Who's on 47? Gilchrist running in hard up the slope in the late stages of day 1 here at Canterbury. Fended away back up the pitch. Might have an update into the BBC Radio Kent Huddle programme very shortly. Then we'll do one of the close, I reckon, interrupting all the Gillingham new manager chat in the first hour of first half an hour of the hour-long programme.
Matt Parkinson casually rubbing the ball on Wes Agar's forehead for a bit of sweat. Not sure if you saw that, Ben.
I saw him rubbing it on his own forehead last week. Now he's using somebody else's sweat.
Quite a funny tableau with Matt, who's much shorter than Wes. Wes bowing his head and Matt reaching up to rub it.
Gilchrist with a little flash of orange on his boots. Bowls again a good full delivery which invites Rodrick forward in defence. Grant Stewart, the sub-fielder there, doing the work. So 4 overs to go after this one. In the end, Kent have done pretty well on the over 8, mainly thanks to Matt Parkinson bowling a bunch of overs.
Yeah, it's quite small on the big screen, but I think it says +2.
Here comes Gilchrist for the final time in the over. Defended away by Rodrick. So end of the over, 304 for 3. Yeah, it's been a tricky day, Matt, in truth, for Kent, but to be honest, they haven't actually done too much wrong with the ball. Losing the toss earlier on, and Worcestershire have put 304 for 3 on the board on what does indeed look like a good batting track here at Canterbury. It's been perfect conditions for it as well, with the sunshine on show for much of the day. Gareth Rodrick has batted all day long, the opener. 117 for him, pretty chanceless innings, 280 balls he's been out there. Not many boundaries to his name. He certainly hasn't attacked the Kent bowling, but he's just timed the ball well and waited for the ball to come under his nose and played it nice and late. So his technique has been on point, his temperament has been perfect, and a nod of appreciation to his former teammate Josh Baker. Of course, the two teams are wearing black armbands in memory of the 20-year-old's passing last week, and when he celebrated his 100, he just tapped the number, which is now underneath the Worcestershire badge on his shirt, and briefly pointed to the sky. And that was a poignant moment, as was the scenes we saw before the day when the two teams came out and lined up on the boundary's edge, and we had a moment's silence before a minute's applause. And the Worcestershire players have certainly been inspired by their former teammate today with the performance that they've put on. Kent have managed the 3 wickets, so they've got 1 bowling bonus point, thanks to Agar getting Libby earlier on with the first new ball, LBW. Matt Parkinson had to work hard for a couple of wickets as Joey Everson gets one with the second new ball. The leg stump is out of the ground, and Gareth Roderick's long knock, his full day of batting, comes to an end as he was looking to play that one away on the leg side, and Joey Everson has removed his leg stump. As I was just saying, Parkinson with a couple of wickets of Kashif Ali, the former Kent Academy player, made a very entertaining and good to watch 72 before he was caught behind. Parkinson just holding it back and inviting the shot from Kashif Ali, chasing a slightly wider delivery which was nicked and caught by Finch, and then Parkinson as well managing to get an edge out of Brett D'Oliveira, which was caught by Bell Drummond at slip. Here's the round of applause then for Gareth Rodrick, the Centurion, who's almost batted for the entirety of day one for his team, and has certainly enabled Worcestershire to have a platform in this game, but has been removed. Bowled by Everson. We've got 3.5 overs remaining here on day one, and Worcestershire, with that wicket of Rodrick for 117, are reduced to 305 for 4. So a night watchman comes in the shape of
Joe Leach.
Joe Leach.
He can bat, can Joe Leach, as we know all too well from his 50-over performance 2 or 3 years ago now.
Yes, indeed. So he comes out to join Adam Hose.
So 3.3 overs left. First wicket of the day for Everson. I wasn't actually watching that ball, Matt. Was it a good ball? Did it come back in?
To be honest, I was whittering on about Matt Parkinson's wickets, wasn't I? So, and the next thing, the leg stump was out of the ground. So just going to have a quick look at it back on the stream myself. So, yeah, we'll bowl Joey Everson to bring about the wicket. Leg stump out of the ground as... In fact, it looked like just a full delivery from Everson, possibly that Rodrick was just trying to turn away into the onside and has slightly made an error of judgment. But well bowled Joey Everson to get it up nice and full on the stumps, and the old classic, if you miss, I'll hit.
I think there are a couple of words between Zach Crawley and Joe Leach there. Not sure of what nature.
I'm sure it was completely friendly.
Absolutely.
In the game here, says one of the spectators who have...
Everyone was ready for that ball.
Been enjoying their Friday.
Ben Debenham had the ball in his pocket at square leg umpire and I didn't realise. So Leach's first ball, Everson in. Oh, and it's looked quite sharp, that, just down the leg side. No bat or pad on it, and Finch dives, makes a good stop. So dot ball, first up for Leach.
I wonder if maybe Gareth Rodrick was just trying to turn it leg side, or maybe just a slight lapse in concentration after a long day in the field. Long day with this helmet on in the warm conditions out there in the middle.
Everson in, spurred on by the spectators. Nice forward defence by Leach. Everson let that roll past him for Agar to pick up at mid-on, give it a bit of a shine. Agar and Beldrum having a bit of a discussion. Yeah, Jerry Everson getting some support here from the spectators, who have no doubt enjoyed themselves throughout the course of today. I'm sure you can pick some of that up on the effects mic. Everson in. Last ball of the over. Leach still on strike. And it's full and it's defended. It's gently pushed to Grant Stewart at cover. So 3 overs left in the day. Leach, the new batter, 9 off 3, Night Watcher, sorry. Hose 48 not out of 88 balls, and Rodrick, the last batter out for 117 of nearly 300 balls.
3 to go then on day 1 here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Sport Online via the live stream. Nathan Gilchrist actually managed to remove Night Watcher last week in the game against Lancashire with a full delivery that got Will Williams out on the second evening.
Yep, Swanepoel is back on the pitch for Grant Stewart. Probably thinking more about tomorrow of that, because every over that Bayers spends off the pitch, he has to wait before he can bowl again that he spends on the pitch. So get 3 overs out the way tomorrow. He may have been off for 3 overs actually. I wasn't keeping a track, 3 or 4. So
Grant was certainly on the pitch for a little bit, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Doing some good fielding at cover. He's going to wander off Bayers Swanepoel to the extra cover boundary. Les Gilchrist takes a hat-trick here. I think the South African signing is going to do a little chat with us in the media after the day's play. Full delivery from Gilchrist, which is turned away by Hose into the onside. Just a soft forward defensive stroke up towards mid-on. So he moves to 49 now, within a run of a half century. If Frank Watson's done his update, I might just get him back in before the close for his final thoughts.
Absolutely, that's fine, Ben. I should probably go off and head to the changing room and get ready to get Bayers for you for press. So it's been a pleasure. Hopefully see you soon.
Thank you very much, Freddie Young, for coming up to join us. Thanks to Fred Atkins as well, who came and assisted us this afternoon from the ECB Reporters Network. So it's Leach then, the Night Watcher out there. Oh, letting this one go outside the off stump, and it wasn't too far away from perhaps clipping the top of off. Decent delivery that from Gilchrist. Leach yet to score, but out there at the crease to do a job for his team as Frank is back in alongside me. And a fine day for Gareth Rodrick. He'll be disappointed that he's not managed to bat for the entirety of the day, but boy has he done a good job for his team. As Nathan Gilchrist with a couple of slips and a gully. He's played positively by Leach with a push drive up towards mid-on.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed he didn't get through to the end of the day, but what a great effort.
Absolutely.
Fell over it a bit, didn't he? Very full. Just kind of fell over it as you can at the end of a long day. Great innings. Back-to-back hundreds for Rodrick. Not bad.
Yeah, and it was a lovely touch, the way he just tapped the number on his shirt as well, upon reaching 3 figures. As Gilchrist bowls full and wide outside the off stump, let go by Leach.
Yeah, absolutely. It was like a personal dedication, wasn't it? And yeah, really good effort. Good day for Worcestershire. Not sure about Rob Jones and why we haven't seen him, but obviously something amiss.
Here comes Gilchrist. Bowls, and this one defended away by Leach out towards backward point. He'd normally bat 4-5, Rob Jones.
Yeah, but I thought he'd come in full.
Yeah.
But I haven't any idea what's happened yet. But no doubt he will feature tomorrow. And Jason Holder, of course, and Matthew Waite still to come.
Good all-rounders. Watching Jason Holder will be good fun tomorrow, especially with the score on the board as it is. Flicked away down towards long leg by Leach.
Good
Compton
work.
in the work does well. Yeah, does well actually.
It's a long way for only one, isn't it? That's a nice shot, but it's kept the strike Leach, which in a way is a kind of night watchman.
That's kind of his job, isn't
the
it?
right
Yeah.
thing to do, isn't it? So 2 overs left, and we said about quarter past. We're going to be a little bit later than that, but good day for Worcestershire. Could still improve for Kent, obviously. Pick up a couple of wickets would suddenly look very different, but Worcestershire, having won the toss and chosen to bat, registered those 2 batting points. They'll hope for another one tomorrow morning. 95th over about to begin, and if they can get past 350, they'll feel they're in a fairly strong position. Wouldn't say unassailable, but fairly strong, as Joey Everson prepares to bowl the penultimate over of the day from the Nackington Road end to Joe Leach. He's in now and bowls, and Leach is playing defensively out on the onside, and there's no run as Joe Denley does the fielding. Say it again, I think Kent have been tidy for most of the day, really. At no point have they been loose in their bowling. Could say that Agar's figures with all his no balls have been a little bit expensive, as Everson is in and bowls, and Leach plays defensively up to mid-on again. But generally speaking, bowlers, with the exception of Agar, has gone for nearly 5 and over. Parkinson went for just under 3.5, or just over 3.5, but most of the others, 2 and 2.5, just over 3. It's all been quite tidy stuff on a good deck from the Kent attack. Not much has gone past the bat. Everson bowls again. Leach leaves alone outside the off stump. Through it goes to the wicketkeeper Finch. It's just been a day of hard cricket from both teams. Probably just slightly Worcestershire's day at the moment. And as I keep saying, and I hope people forgive me, from a Worcestershire perspective, emotionally and in so many ways, a very important day. As Everson bowls and Leach is forward, and there's a shout for LBW. Got a massive amount of bat on it, but must have been some pad as well. And they're obviously suggesting if it was pad first.
I think they were hoping that might have been the case, rather than really believing it.
But I don't think there was too much worry in the Leach mind as he waits now. Highest he's batted for a long time, number 6. Leaves that one alone outside the off stump from Everson. Through to the keeper it goes. 3:07 for 4 Worcestershire then. The men out since the start. Libby 19, the only man out in the morning. 2 men out in the afternoon. Kashif Ali 72 and Brett D'Oliveira 18. And since tea, Gareth Rodrick 117 of 281 deliveries. And he only hit 5 fours. That tells you everything you need to know about the sort of innings it was. Everson bowls, Leach taken on the pad and he's out. LBW. Another wicket for Joey Everson, and Joe Leach unable to see it through to the end of the day. Moving across his stumps, hit on the pad. Tiny bit, I thought, possibly tiny bit high, but I don't know. And umpire certainly no hesitation in giving that. Very confident appeal. Good work from Joey Everson, strikes twice. And as I was just saying, if they get another wicket or two tonight, it could really look a very different sort of day. And Joey Everson's done a good job. He's been accurate. He's kept coming in very, very willingly all day, and he's picked up 2 wickets in this evening's session. Joe Leach gone LBW for 1.
Yeah, my instinct live was that I looked good. Had a look at the replay, and yeah, pretty confident the umpire's got that one right.
Yeah.
And yeah, Everson with this second new ball with a couple of wickets, and hasn't bowled a great deal, as I mentioned earlier on this season for Kent, but arguably has been Kent's best bowler to date. And certainly him and Nathan Gilchrist kept it tight earlier on, and just thought, actually say, in terms of the day, Worcestershire would have been happy, but get a couple of late wickets.
Yeah.
Kent will feel like it's reward for the patience that they've shown in the tight areas and keeping that run rate down, and obviously a couple of nicks that didn't quite follow, or didn't quite go to hands, didn't quite carry through. So yeah, I did wonder perhaps if Gilchrist might be the man to get a breakthrough, and Everson nipping one out prior to this final over, so that means still one further over. Jones has gone out there to join Hose. If that wicket, of course, let's say happened, this ball would be done for the day. So
yeah. So they'll be hoping they can get another one now.
And that would certainly change the complexion of things. If Kent were to pick up their second bowling bonus point.
Yeah, you're right. Good shout.
Here comes Gilchrist. Let go by Hose outside the off stump on 49. He would dearly love a run in this over.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely with you on that about the decision, Ben. It looked very, very out, didn't it? That one. I'll dash off as soon as we finish, if that's okay, because I've got to do a little report for BBC Hereford and Worcester.
Yeah, no probs.
But 5 more balls to go.
2 slips in the gully. Gilchrist draws Hose forward and plays it back to the bowler in defence. Nicely done from Adam Hose. 4 more to negotiate for Worcestershire. And, well, good from Nathan Gilchrist. I was actually thinking there was a delivery in the previous over that Everson bowled quite wide of the off stump, and internally I was thinking, right, you've got to make him play. You can't be allowing free leaves in the final over of the day, and obviously Everson did in the end and got his man. Gilchrist now has an extra slip in the gully. And bowls here to Hose. Inside edge, but he'll get his 50 with that as it runs away and drops into the onside. Parkinson running in from the boundary to come and retrieve it and to make it sure it's only 1. 4, 7 fours, 92 balls in the Adam Hose half century, and he's done a fine job for his team, supporting Gareth Rodrick, sharing in a healthy partnership and helping his team post a score in excess of 300 here on day 1. Nicely played, Adam Hose, for his half century. Had a good rate too, as Frank said, on a poignant and emotional day for the team, on an important day for Worcestershire County Cricket Club. And Adam Hose has played with real positivity out there, which has been nice to see. So Jones facing his first delivery, coming in a little bit lower down the order, coming down the track to negotiate this one from Gilchrist. Just defended off, try and get himself right forward and maybe outside the line of off stump as well. Becoming an increasing trend for batters to sometimes take an off stump guard, and if they get a good stride in, negates any LBW possibilities. Well, Drummond has seen that and posted himself in at a leg gully rather than an orthodox gully, as Gilchrist bowls, and again Jones almost with a trigger movement forward and out of his crease plays it into the offside. So 1 ball to go in the day's play. To be bowled by Nathan Gilchrist. Worcestershire 308 for 5. Century for Gareth Rodrick today for Worcestershire. Defended away. And that will be Stumps on day one. On a emotional day for county cricket and for the Worcestershire team. Winning the toss, choosing to bat first. Libby out for 19 in the morning session. Rodrick and Kashif putting on a good partnership. The former Kent Academy player making 72 with 9 boundaries. Really watchable innings from him. Parkinson removing him and Brett D'Oliveira. But Adam Hose making 50 unbeaten. Rodrick 117 before he was bowled by Everson. The night watchman Leach coming in and LBW to Everson for 1. 308 for 5 as the players leave the field after day one here at Canterbury. And we'll be back tomorrow morning from just before 11 o'clock. Frank Watson and I, joined by Rita Green tomorrow as well for the second day of action. So please do join us once again for that. Thanks for listening in and have a very good Friday evening.